Malo. Another crisp winter's morning. The Challenger Series gearing up for another big day of competition. Early sights and sounds from the beautiful seaside town of Ballito, the jewel of the Quadacooza region. We are getting ready for another big day of competition. You are with us on the east coast of Southern Africa. The World Surf League's Challenger Series, greeted by another beautiful African dawn. And these crisp autumn into midwinter conditions is always so easy to smile about, as we are all surfers that love this coastline. We love the surf conditions. We'll greet you a very warm Sawubona, and it's a good morning from South Africa. Back to the studio, Gig Saliers alongside Emma Smith and Greg Emsley. I'm sure we're all feeling a little chipper. We've had a short day yesterday, and so we're ready and geared for another big one today, guys. How are we all feeling?
Ready, fired up. Sunrise buzzing still.
Morning, Gigs. I think when folk online see pictures of these sunrises and Instagram, etc., they must think we're putting a filter on it, because it's got that bright pink every morning. How does it happen every morning that it's so beautiful?
I can give you the geographic explanation for it, but it is because of those crisp, cold air coming down from the mountains behind us. We are on the east coast of South Africa, and it is chilly in the morning. Temperatures, around 12 degrees, 14 degrees centigrade in the morning. Puts it at about high 50s, low 60s Fahrenheit. But surfers are in preparation. The minute that dawn hits us, then the temperatures start climbing, and so will the action as we get a look into the athlete area for heat preparation this morning. A big heat teeing up. I've already peeped down the draw. If we get going, it's going to be Sally Fitzgibbon, Sarah Baum, Philippa Anderson, and Sarah Wakita. So we'll be kicking into some big heats. Thinking back to yesterday, though, a slightly shorter punctuated day as we entered the round of 32 on the ladies. And, well, 4 heats that we did manage to get through before that Southwest Buster came through. But there were some good performances out in the lineup, Greg.
Yeah, yesterday there were some strong performances. We saw some of those single maneuvers, that was the order of the day. And a couple of waves ran off. Good call when that wind came up to cut it for the day, because this morning's looking pretty, as you mentioned, it's groomed. It's really looking crisp and lovely offshores out there this morning.
Well, 4-person heats for yesterday's first 4 heats of the round. Of course, 4-person format, 2 advance and 2 fall away, and there was a lot of controversy. There were also some good performances in the water as well. Isabella Nichols and Kira Pinkerton getting their wins. This lady on screen, Monami Nanaka, would take out the final heat. But of course, some very good surfing from Ellie Harrison and Sierra Kerr would keep us entertained, Emma.
Yeah, I was very impressed with yesterday's surfing. It started off looking like we were going to be in for a good day, which when that, the dreaded southerly wind picked up, we did have some great moments before. Couple, obviously, upsets.
Well,
like
that
Alyssa.
Amazing turn from Alyssa Spencer, not enough to get her through that heat. And she fell to Sierra Kerr and Ellie Harrison. But we've seen some solid surfing from Sophia Medina in the lineup. And of course, well, that last heat, it was an outstanding performance. Monami Nanaka almost went unsung because we'd lost Erin Brooks and a couple of other big names this morning.
Yeah, yesterday we saw huge names going down. A lot of the top 10 out of competition. But when you've got a contest that's 8 days long, you've got to be prepared for a bit of everything. You're going to have some trickier conditions, and then you've got to see that carrot dangling for mornings like this morning when you see that offshore winds. But you got to surf sometimes a little bit of tricky surf. So a bit of mix in this one, some trickier surf. But there's still, yesterday was great competition waves. And if you got through, you're going to get to surf some very good surf today.
Well, Erin Brooks will have to wait another stop before she can confirm her championship tour standings. And of course, Greg, you're alluding to the conditions again this morning. It's looking good. It's looking clean. And we are looking forward to a call very soon as to get competition underway. Just a couple of last thoughts from yesterday, Emma, as we look forward to getting going this morning.
Yeah, I think touching on what Greg said, you've got to have it all. We saw Vaheen, like we've seen her charging massive barrels to in rhythm, surfing Ballito Beachy. She got 2 7s. She was definitely a standout for me.
Yeah, she was in fact, she was probably the least talked about heat win yesterday. The other thing is she made the finals here last year against Bronte McCauley as well. We kind of haven't spoken much about that, but we are almost waiting for a call to get competition underway. Let's go down and hear from the beach.
Sally, you look nice and warmed up and ready for the first heat of the day. Tell us about the conditions out there.
Just run into shot. I'm on my way to get my boards and paddle out. What a beautiful time of day. Starting super early, so the sun hasn't risen. About to get the big glow ball. You can smell the bacon egg rolls and the coffee brewing. So good time to get down the beach. One of my favourite parts of the day. The conditions looking good. Like that wind was, pretty relentless yesterday. It's cleaned up offshore. A nice line to it. Like hopefully a few bigger sets. 35-minute heat. So stay tuned.
Go for it. Good luck in your heat.
We love it. The energy of Sally Fitzgibbons on the Challenger Series. I mean, a surfer that just does not sit down. 2 championship tour cuts in 2 years, but she continues to dominate on the Challenger Series. 2 semi-final results for Sally Fitzgibbons in the Australian leg, and she'll come here. She's already warmed up with a qualifying series win here in the build-up to the Ballito Pro. Now we greet you with the beautiful overview of the playing field here. This is the Surfers Cove in Ballito. See those lines stacking up? That is the result of that driving southerly buster wind that came through the lineup yesterday and caused our proceedings to go on hold after just 4 heats. But we are into a fresh template for the Heat 5 of the round of 32, first heat of the morning. It is a very good morning once again from myself, Gig Cilliers, alongside Emma Smith for the call. And, well, the familiar silhouette of Sally Fitzgibbons will get her campaign underway here in the round. She's working the conditions. It's grained, it's groomed. And if you're a surfer and you look out over this, you're going to be having a big smile on your face.
Yeah, definitely. I've been so excited for this heat. And obviously Sarah, who I've been really excited to see too, at her local home break.
Well, the local South African also quick off the mark in this 35-minute heat. So, see how she goes. Taking on Philippa Anderson and Sarah Wakita. Sarah Baum comes here ranked 23rd on the current Challenger Series rankings. Already age 30. Emma, you would have surfed against Sarah Baum a number of times through your career.
Yep, I have. Growing up, her and Bianca Beitendach, that was the goofy foot battle. But yeah, I mean, Sarah's really upped her surfing the last year too. And I really like how she went for this closeout turn. It was a smaller wave to Sally's, but good start. Sally's did start off a bit slower. She had to kind of carve that first section. And it was, for me, more, kind of all about that end. Yeah, she had to really weave to get speed. Kind of looked like that wave was going to be better than it was, but that closeout turn, she managed to save it.
Well, golden light here on the lineup this morning. It is just after 7 a.m. local time. We're just a few minutes after the dawn and the sunrise. And competition underway. Tourism Commission setting out 35-minute heats for our surfers in the round. And there again, you can see pretty chilly conditions, and that's due to the fact that that southerly buster blew all the cloud cover away. So obviously no cloud cover through the night and a lot of evaporation of the thermal heat. And, well, that's what happens. We get this crisp conditions, that crisp cold air sinks, and it comes rolling down the mountains behind us. And, well, you can't ask for a better look on your screens this morning. A little bit chilly there for Dad Chris Baum. His friend Rob van Verichen making the trip down to support. Of course, Sarah Baum growing up in the region here, now based in Merriweather, Newcastle. But Sarah Baum definitely having some of the stellar moments of her career, including about to be minted an Olympian in her later part of her career.
Yeah, I mean, we touched on Sarah, myself having also grown up surfing with her. She seemed to have taken a slight break from competitive surfing, I would say like 2-3 years ago. But you can see she's just come back, totally fired up. And you can see she's also been working on that mental game, a lot of cross training, pushing the limits and going for more on trips for just focusing on barrels. Yeah, it's really good to see.
Well, Sally Fitzgibbons, 2 waves in the lineup. picking out a left-hander. We do see left-handers in the lineup from time to time, depending on the conditions of the sandbar. And of course, yesterday, with the example of the incoming tide and that howling wind, you can see surfers go to the left, but it's mostly predominantly a right-hand breaking wave. As we mentioned, just after 7 a.m., so still about 2.5 hours until the low. It is an exaggerated tide. If you look at the difference between the 0.4 and the 1.7, puts it at about 1.3. Work that out in feet for those of you thinking feet and inches. It's about 5 feet of tide, 4.5 to 5 feet. So it is an exaggeration. That is about our extreme tide here in the area. Of course, care of the new moon and the spring tide week. But, what that means is those sandbars will just help those waves peel and line up through the greater part of the morning. Of course, we're looking at the round of 32. 4 heats remain in the round. And then we'll be teeing up men's round of 32 surfing as well. So good conditions ahead here for day 4 of competition, day 5 of the window. And finally, the judges, they've sat on those scores just to sort of get their references. And they've set their scales. They are happy to throw us some numbers now. And Sally Fitzgibbons opened with a 3.5. Emma, you mentioned a little bit of a softer face for her. 2 punchier turns on the back end sets the pace of the 5.67 for Sarah Baum.
Yeah, I think, you know, that wave that Sally got, it did look like it was going to hold up nicely. But I think today, as we see the waves breaking close off the rocks, I think you have to really select which ones hit that bank nicely and kind of hold up. We did see this morning in the free surf, you know, some of them were a little bit soft and a bit of weaving needed to be done to get through. But still plenty of time.
Well, we are east facing. So off to the south end sits Sarah Baum in the lineup. There you can see quite a wide spread of takeoff zone. No waves yet for the other Sarah Wakita, who holds priority, and she's gone way over to the left of your screen. So interesting approach. Obviously everybody in the early morning warm-ups, just trying to get the intel that they can from, you know, the warm-up surfs. Everybody's down here. You work out the entire Challenger Series squad packed into a very small cove and bay here. You're getting a lot of intel very quickly from the warm-up surfs, and everybody have had a look at the sandbars this morning. They'll have picked out where they see scoring opportunity, although it is quite beautiful lined swells to actually find one and then get into a 2 to 3 turn combination is not always the easiest to position in the lineup.
No, it's not. And like you say, I think you can be slightly deceived sometimes when you just see those long lines coming through. I don't know, you can actually see the girls are going a bit wider, going back to the bank maybe that, you know, yesterday and the day before everyone's been surfing.
A swell in the water, running at 2.2 meters at 11 for the predominant south swell. Is what you see on your screen. 1.8 meters at 9 is a crossed up southeast swell, leftovers of that northeaster 2 days ago. So it will be a slightly mixed up set of swells running through the lineup here. That's what Surfline's showing us. Sally Fitzgibbons will have no problem picking out a short wave there. Not quite the impact she was looking for on that lip line. She'll go back to the drawing board. Plenty of time. And still just that priority being held by Sarah Wakita. Still no rides for her. Sally Fitzgibbons already wave number 3, a softer 3.5 to start. Then we saw her go left quickly for a quick in and out for a 1-pointer. This will be better than the 1, but still not full force Sally Fitzgibbons that we saw in the heat warm-up.
No, not full throttle, full froth Sally Fitzgibbons, who we saw on the beach. I love how much she loves surfing. But yeah, I think there's still, I mean, there's this morning, you know, it might be a bit slow, but there really are some good waves out there. And I think Philippa and Sarah waiting for those that they saw maybe in the morning.
Well, South African interest. See former campaigner Shane Thorne now in the coaching role. He'll be keeping a close eye on the lineup as well, coaching a number of surfers in the region. On screen, Philippa Anderson, now into her early 30s. Another similar story to Sarah Baum.
Yep.
Surfers that have honed their surfing careers here in South Africa and have relocated to exactly the same region. Now both Novocastrians
Yeah.
in and around the Newcastle area.
Yeah, Philippa obviously having grown up in PE, J-Bay area, and moving to Australia. She says every time she comes back, she thinks to herself, maybe I should move back home. But she has a really successful surf school in Australia and she's incredibly well known there.
Well, both Sarah Baum and Philippa Anderson, now Australian residents, taking part in this heat. Sarah Baum has the best of the scores, by the way. Top left of screen is updated as we continue the action. Now, if you've just joined us, it's day 4 of the Ballito Pro. Sally Fitzgibbons, lip line to eject there. She won't get that one underfoot. Again, it is quite shallow in there. You'll see waist-deep water as she retrieves her equipment. And we're still not at the bottom of the full low tide. So this is going to be the theme for this morning. It's a crunchy breaking on the sandbar. Got to look for the odd corner as Philippa Anderson transitions into picture.
Oh,
She'll hold that one together. So that's how you pick out a score.
that was a great turn.
Just kept it tight, kept the pivot on the tail. It's taken a while, but here comes Sarah Wakita, our Japanese component in the heat. Nice snap, good flow. She's found this one from the south end of the beach. And although that one had a softer pace through it, she did manage to get through a little repertoire. So we'll sit back and wait for that number and see how that indicates the way that our 4 surfers can approach the heat here for scores.
Yeah, I think with Sarah and Sally, that is similar. Well, Sally's beginning wave and Sarah's last wave, pretty similar waves in the sense that they may have been the biggest sets, but slow, a little bit, not much punch to them. Whereas with Philippa's wave, it may have been a smaller, slightly shorter wave, but she had a lot more speed going into that closeout turn. Yeah, so here we see, like you mentioned, she got it all the way from the top, but slow pace to this wave. But she did well to, keep speed, keep momentum, but maybe not quite projecting as how she would like.
So 3 turns in the repertoire versus the single turn of Philippa.
Yeah, this is that. I mean, that for me was a really good turn. A lot of speed. Just unfortunately only 1 turn.
Well, we'll watch for those numbers as they land for that exchange, because there are 2 ways to approach the lineup. We saw Sarah Baum's 2-turn attack for a 5, 6, 7. Now here's an interesting number. Single turn, pretty tight in the corner for a 5. So, okay, judges want to see critical. We take that from the interpretation of score. Let's see where Sarah Wakita's numbers go. Does she challenge that 5-point level? Meanwhile, Sarah Baum picking out second wave of the heat for her single turn this time. Just emphasizes that little circumference and radius on the rail.
Yeah.
Definitely not as critical as Philippa Anderson's backhand approach going in the other direction.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, reasonable size wave. And Sarah Baum will now expect her second score. Sally Fitzgibbons stuck in the lower numbers at this stage. She's already pulled the trigger 4 times. Best was her open of a 3.5. So scorecard not moving for Sally Fitzgibbons just yet. It was down to 21 minutes on the clock. And so there's that interpretation. Sarah Wakita's longer running right-hander for a 3.93. Single backhand attack on a left for a 5. So that's the story. Judges want to see critical maneuvers in the critical sections. That's it.
Yeah, and I think Sally, realized that after her first wave. It was bigger waves, slightly slower, but those waves she got after that, she just came unstuck on. You could see she was just focusing on taking off, getting the speed, and going for a critical maneuver. But yeah, I think she's adapted her plan slightly.
Well, Sarah Baum backs herself up with a 4.07 now in the hat. So into the early lead is the South African. Of course, about to be, as we said, showcased on the Olympic stage. Just a few weeks out now from the start of the Olympic waiting period.
Yeah.
Of course, somebody that knows that feeling of being an Olympian, Sally Fitzgibbons. She'll be emotionally invested in following her fellow countrymen Tyler Wright and trying to think who else is in the team. Let me just think about that. Molly Picklum.
Yes.
Molly's the other thing. So Sally not making that representation. She'll be thinking fondly of her memories of Japan. And I'm sure she'll have a lot of insight and intel to share with both Tyler and Molly as we're just a few weeks out from the Olympics.
Yeah, and it was interesting, you know, Vaheen said yesterday how her preparation for the Olympics is the same as surfing a Challenger series in a beachy like this.
Wave 3 for Sarah Baum. Nice snap to get the first maneuver. Second one's tight, shifts it down. Just that low tide sandbar shutting down for pit. You can see how much sand is it, like a little boiling cauldron there in the impact zone. The waves do pack an absolute punch here. Chatted to fellow commentator Greg Emsley yesterday, went for a surf and just said he got absolutely rattled. He couldn't believe how hard the waves have been breaking. So punchy conditions here, almost North Shore Oahu type power out of the deeper ocean and onto the shallow sandbars is the story here in Ballito for day 4 of competition.
Yeah. I think Sarah squared. Both the Sarahs read their waves well.
Well, Sarah Wakita would have heard her first score of the 393 and she's changed up her game plan here.
Yeah, I think she also went a bit harder. Good bottom turn. And yeah, I mean, it was a hard section to hit, right on the rocks. The rocks are closer than they look. But I feel like Sarah read this wave well. That second turn was really nice, and she got a lot of speed out that first one. And just clean rail surfing.
Yep, 2 Sarahs on the backhands respectively in that exchange. Can't help but feel that Sarah Wakita's last lip line float was very tail heavy. It didn't drive off the rail. So we expect a bigger number from Sarah Baum with her combination. We'll let those numbers land as we're almost halfway through the heat here. 35-minute heats for the day's proceedings. 17.5 represents halfway. Sarah Baum will expect now to replace the 4.07 in her scoreline. And Sarah Wakita, well, she'll welcome whatever the score is, she'll take it because she is waiting for a second counting ride. Then we can have a look at the exact shape of the heat. We'd expect that Sally Fitzgibbon's holding priority will drop down to 4th.
Yes. Oh, Sarah's 6.33 for Sarah. So
Okay.
that's a good lead.
There's a good number. So improving on her opening 5.67. 2-turn combination again for the South African in blue, 6.33, the new fresh number to chase as the single best score of the heat.
Oof, look at this set.
Big set rolling through, Emma. Now, can you harvest points out of these bigger sets?
I think biggest, not best today.
Well, certainly not that one. You can see how it stood up on the outside, but it's gone and mushed itself. So definitely medium-sized waves on the inside sandbar is where we want to see the points come from. We trust that you're enjoying it from beautiful Ballito this morning. We'll take a quick break as the first of the bathers start to make their way down to beautiful Ballito. Stay with us.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Welcome back to the Kwadukuza Coast. It's the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill and Philippa Anderson. Just a little bit off kilter and off timing, trying to add another score to her two-wave package. She's still sitting on a 0.5. It's good morning. Welcome back to the opening heat of proceedings this morning from beautiful Ballito on the east coast of South Africa. Kixeliers and Emma Smith in for the call, with Sarah Baum in the lead. Sarah Wakita, meanwhile, has found a 5.77, added a nice number to her scoreline, so judges appreciated the critical section. And where is Sally Fitzgibbons in all of this? She's arrived here campaigning on the Challenger Series. We saw her sharpen her blades, get a QS 1000 win in the Ballito Open, proudly presented by Flojos. And well, can she bring that momentum through here and get a fetch a result from her 2024 visit to Ballito? Already 2 third-place finishes on both the Gold Coast and in Sydney. And as I say, she's got into a little bit of a pattern over the last 2 years. Stomps the Challenger Series, goes back to the Championship Tour, just falling short of that mid-season cut. A couple of surfers in that rhythm. But let's see if Sally Fitzgibbons can change the pattern.
Oh, that's the turn we wanted. The way she projected off that lip, so much. I mean, she actually just came properly over the center of her board, which made that look completely polished and completed. But I think she's going to need at least 2 of those to get back into rhythm and build. Well,
horses for courses. She's seen where the points are coming out of the critical section in the lip. Not sure that's going to go into the 6s. But it's a stepping stone in the right direction. Actually, wouldn't mind a slow-mo of that, because it's pretty critical off the lip line for Sally Fitzgibbons. The judges saw the detail in that, and they also see Sally Fitzgibbons straight back into it. A 4.5 for her last one, and she quickly repeats it, and even a better version of it.
Yeah.
So back-to-back, quickly bringing emphasis to completion. Sally Fitzgibbons with 12 minutes to go.
Oof. On the rocks too. Just checking her fins are still there.
All right, couple of rangy, wider waves coming through the lineup. Philippa Anderson's going to go back to the backhand attack again. We saw her open with a 5-pointer, Philippa Anderson. And so she's going to go back and try and fetch another number. She's got to ditch a low score. As we go under 12 minutes, this heat's kind of whizzing by. And really, to me, the only person that's really been into a settled pattern here has been Sarah Baum.
Yeah, Sarah's been in rhythm, and I feel like Sarah's been reading the waves well, in the sense that she isn't over surfing them, but she's bringing that critical, powerful flair to those waves that she's got, which has put her in the lead.
Well, coming up next in the round of 32, last year's event champion Bronte McCauley taking on Teresa Bonvallo, Afana Lopes and Tessa Tyson. So another high impact heat coming our way. Looking forward to seeing if Bronte McCauley can. She seems to get always fetches a good result here at Ballito.
Yeah.
So she will be wanting to lean on that momentum of her previous Ballito visits. Judges' scorecard open right now. We'll wait for those numbers. 4.5, a reminder of the previous wave of Sally Fitzgibbons. That touch in the lip, tweaked that board through that turn, but her second version of it, an even better. So we're expecting a more solid number. Sally Fitzgibbons down in third and searching for requirements in around the 5.21 range. Meanwhile, live action with your heat leader, Sarah Baum. That one's not going to pay out. So first real little error that we've seen from Sarah Baum. You see everybody else measuring up, looking at every single opportunity. Strong offshore this morning still.
Yeah.
Of course, our proceedings momentarily halted yesterday. A ripping southwester busted through the lineup, upset a few people, and well, also we did see some solid performances as well. But breaking news from yesterday, we lost Macy Callahan We lost Alyssa Spencer, we lost Erin Brooks. And so the surfers that are in the draw, like Sally Fitzgibbons, are going to want to capitalize. Here's a nice running wave. She's found this further down the beach. You can see the glow of the sunlight. She's off to the northern end of the beach there. And perhaps that is a right way to approach it. Now we owe her 2 scores. And you're thinking with what we've just seen there that she could very well be attacking that second place position of Sarah Wakita.
Yeah, I think the waves that seem to have enough power to surf critically are those ones that kind of taper, not those big rolly waves that we saw in the beginning of the heat. Got to look for those tapering ones that hit that bank.
Well, so much experience for that lady on screen, Sally Fitzgibbons. What can we say about her? Runner-up to the world title 3 years in a row, 2010, 2011, 2012. Perhaps the best woman competitor to not have won a world title at this stage.
Yeah.
And well, I mean, a dozen championship tour wins, and always just one of the most enthused, hardest working, committed to the professional surfer's journey is Sally Fitzgibbons. She knows how to read the playbook. Right now her scorecard fills up with 2 waves. In fact, the judges went 4.5, 4.5, and now we wait for that running wave of Sally Fitzgibbons that we've just now recently seen. So strong push. Requirements not yet met for Sally Fitzgibbons. Requirements reminding again of a 5.21. And did that tapered wave. Let's have a look at Philippa Anderson, who's going to switch up and go right. She'll come around the corner late to the lip. And from behind that section, just a little stuck. And she'll go back to the drawing board with 8 minutes on the clock. And just waiting for a critical number in the story here for Sally Fitzgibbons. I'd like to try to pull back the tape as well, because Sally had gone way down the beach towards, you can see our sunrise is off to the left of screen. And Sally definitely working that end of the beach, and think that she may be knocking on the door of a requirement of the 5.21.
Yeah, and I think a good call going slightly further down. We mentioned earlier, when you see those lines peeling through the bay, it's kind of hard not to want to just keep paddling up the beach and get as close to the rock as possible. But we saw those waves a bit fadey, and that bank where Sally got that one from, you could see, even though if it was a slightly smaller wave, she had a lot more. She was able to get a lot more speed and have a more powerful approach.
Well, not a lot is going to come from Philippa Anderson's last round. But let's have a look at some highlights of Sally Fitzgibbons as we wait for that score. As remember, she's chasing a 5.21. Let's have a look at some career highlights from one of the most exciting surfers, of course, Bell's trophies in her cabinet. I always think of that win in Fiji as well. Just so many cool moments as we look back over Sally Fitzgibbons' illustrious career, spanning, well, at the top end of the sport, close to 15 years. She qualified back in 2009. So many career highlights for her. Think of wins in New Zealand, think of wins in Fiji, and well, in Brazil as well. Just one of the all-time greats of women's surfing.
Yeah, Sally's been one of my favorite surfers for as long as I've been not only surfing but living, basically. She's really, yeah, she's someone who just oozes the real stoke and joy of surfing. It's pretty contagious.
Well, represented Australia in track and field as a student as well. And well, Kiama High School down on the New South Wales coast. They'll always be celebrating every time Sally Fitzgibbons hits the lineup. And we are still waiting for a score to drop in, and we'll pick up on live action as we're down to 5.5 minutes to go. Fitzgibbons further down the beach, as we mentioned. This one's racing. Look how hollow this is. She'll find a snap section. She'll get into it. She goes into the next cove behind the rocks there. And I can allude to the fact that the previous wave didn't meet the requirement, 4.8. And she must have heard that while we were just celebrating her career victories. And Sally Fitzgibbons back to the drawing board, still chasing. And now let me just have a look at requirements. 4.91. It has dropped a touch. At this stage, though, with 5 minutes to go, want to allude to the fact that Sarah Wakita is sitting on a 3.93. So although Sally Fitzgibbons is chasing a requirement of a 4.91, that could change shape at any time.
Yeah, and Sarah's sitting with priority, which is obviously in her favor. I think she's going to want to drop that 3.93. Yeah, I mean, you know, we saw she did get that good left, which helped to get that score, but I think I see her paddling across the bay now, maybe to sit closer to Sally.
Well, we'll find out what Sarah Wakita is up to in the lineup. Let's have a look at some replays here.
Yeah, so this was obviously in the beginning of the heat where Sally was just getting into rhythm. We saw Philippa, you know, that was a good slash for a very fast way. Oh, we didn't see this one. This is live.
We're back to live, and a lovely little trim. Nothing wrong with just sitting in the pocket, but that's not going to pay out a dividend for Philippa Anderson, who finds herself now down in 4th in the competition template. A 5 and a 3.93. She's got to build numbers of her own, and she chases her own 4.71. And here we are teeing up for our next heat. Another surfer that's been around for a long time, young Teresa Bonvalo. Seen her at just as a young 13, 14-year-old, a young teenager, got put into the wild card roles on those events that we used to see in and around Lisbon itself. Think of the performances in Cascais, in Ginshu, in Carcavelos. And Teresa Bonvalo has developed into an all-round athlete that is knocking on the door of championship tour qualification. Had a strong run last year, showed us some full potential as she's into her early 20s and she's matured as a competitor. She'll be coming up next. Looking forward to an exciting heat with her. Down to 3 minutes on the clock, and out in the lineup, 2 Sarahs in 1st and 2nd. Let's have a look at the heat recap, and Sarah Baum went on a tear and found a 5.67 to open early on. And then Philippa Anderson answered straight back. This was her 5-pointer. She used an uncharacteristic left-hander, but the theme from the judges was we want to see maneuvers in the critical section of the lip. And then, well, Sarah Baum responded with a 2-turn combo, linked those turns to get herself a 6.33, and that puts her in the lead. And Sarah Wakita, one of 2 Sarahs. Wakita's holding on to 2nd place, and this is how she built her scores. 3.93 and a 5.77 in the scoreline is leaving Sally Fitzgibbons and Philippa Anderson chasing. And a look at a few rolls of the dice here. 4.6 in the hack for this particular one. Just short of requirement again for Sally Fitzgibbons as she tries to figure out where the points are in the lip line here at Ballito. And we're joining live action now. 2 minutes to go. We're waiting for a couple of scores. While we were recapping, Sarah Wakita got to her feet along with Sally Fitzgibbons and Philippa Anderson. So we'll unpack this last 2 minutes of the heat to get a final result. The field gets cut in half, and you don't want to be going home with a loss in this round. It won't be a counter. It'll be an equal 70. Let's have a look at Sally.
So here's a replay of that wave we missed. Oh, okay. Sally definitely knowing she's needing a bigger score. We haven't seen too much of that flair we know she has, but she really kicked the tail out there. It's different to any of the turns we've seen her do in that heat. A little bit of a layback. What do you think? Do you think she got it?
Well, a 4.91 requirement, but again, making a note of Wakita's scorecard open. So Sarah Wakita, a 3.93, looking to improve on that. We haven't had a look at what she needs. So 4.91, yes, that's what she's chasing, but that could change because the scorecard needs to update. So I'm thinking that if you're looking at where the top 2 surfers' numbers are sitting, they're in the mid to high 5s and 6s. So that you'd think that Sally Fitzgibbons has got to find herself something in a 5 to 6 point range pretty much urgently now if she wants to be part of the next round at the Ballito Pro. Meanwhile, Sarah Baum back at it. This will be her last roll of the dice. Lots of board speed, comes around the corner, snap to release. So it's hollow, and yet the fins didn't grab in that section. So she'll spill, she'll go down. That won't change her scorecard. Still sitting on the 6.33 and the 5.67, and we're down to 15 seconds to go in the heat. We still are awaiting that number from Sally Fitzgibbons. We're awaiting a number from Sarah Wakita. Sally sitting quietly, just knowing, is there, well, no more chances on the card for Sally. Waiting for judges. There's Wakita back into it. That's not the score we're waiting for. She's just on her way back to the beach. Not sure if she garnered any numbers from that. But a critical cutoff here for second and third places on discussion. We're just going to sit and wait for the score. The heat is now done and dusted. Sarah Baum, as we mentioned, just a good job of navigating wave selection from the start. Requirements, as we said, a 607 comes in for Sally Fitzgibbons. So, tight snap. She just pivoted it off the tail there with a little bit of layback. She got it critical. Single maneuver for a 607 almost challenges the best wave of Sarah Baum's 633. But we're going to stay in this moment because we don't have a score in yet for Sarah Wakita. They are, and the judges, no sign of even one judge dropping a number just yet. That last wave of Sarah Wakita not factoring in. It's the previous number that we are waiting for. Sarah Baum looking like she's on her way to the round of 16. And while the judges simmer that one, last of Sarah Wakita, 457. Sally Fitzgibbons' score is enough. And here we go. Fitzgibbons into the next round at the Ballito Pro. Stay with us. We're bringing the A-team, Paul Evans and Greg Emsley, for the call. It's beautiful Ballito in South Africa.
The Hydro board short is something that I've used for quite some time now. One of the main key factors still is the no-tar fly. It's comfortable, it's convenient, and it works. Ultimately, what I'm looking for in a board short would have to be comfort and then convenience. If you add those two things together with a spice of color, you've got the perfect board short.
And a very good morning from Ballito. Beautiful scenes here. Let's set up our second heat of the day. Heat number 6 featured the defending champ, the Western Australian, Bronte McCauley, taking on a European triumvirate, Bonvalo Lopes of Portugal, Thiessen of France. And another very enticing looking matchup. Just some glimpses that we've already had this morning. Plenty of clean swell out there, how to find scores. That's what 2 of these 4 at least are going to figure out in the next 35 minutes. Joining myself, Paul Evans, to talk you all through is a man who definitely didn't fall asleep on the couch last night watching Wimbledon, Greg Emsley.
Morning, Paul. I do feel fresh this morning, though. It was.
We had a nice early night, didn't we?
It was fantastic. We knew it was a big day today. We're going to wake up to offshore winds. And it looks good out there. The waves are up and down the beach, has a fantastic look. We see this sort of mid-range 2 to 4 foot swell running, offshore winds, but there is a little bit of trickiness in this lineup, and you've got to be careful of looking at the good-looking conditions and getting too picky. I still think the order of the day: get that start, get those couple of scores heading towards that maybe 2 6s, that sort of range, a 5-5 and a 6. And then play the priority very carefully at the end.
Yeah, it's an interesting point you made there. Sort of deceptively pretty, isn't it? It looks like a great day for just sort of going across the wave, maybe put your hand in your face. But actually, like doing turns, it's quite hard to find those sections.
It is tough, and you do see these peaks coming out the back. It doesn't let you in that easy. It sort of holds back, and you've got to paddle very hard and try and get that initial speed.
All right, here's the champ, McCauley. First turn from her, little slice off the top, and then just tighten things up as the wave runs away. And she'll throw that down. Lopes having a look right behind her. The 2 Portuguese surfers know an awful lot about each other out there. Lopes and Bonvalo competed together through the years. Thiessen as well of France out there. And Another goofy in the line. Look at this right coming through. No one really in position on the takeoff peak, but still soft through that midsection and then really hollows out on the end. You've seen a few good surf, great surfers go down just in that first heat this morning, trying to take on that end section, Greg. Let's get some intel from someone that did really well, put a great heat together and stoked out the beach here, representing South Africa, Sarah Baum. She's standing by for a chat with Mike Frew.
Sarah, after waiting almost 5 days to get in the water, you were the first heat of the morning. I know you were itching to get out there. Waves were really good. Tell us about that first heat.
Yeah, it is pretty hard waiting so many days. I'm kind of used to it now. It seems like every event I'm only surfing on the third or fourth day. So, yeah, it's good. Like, it gets me, into a bit of a routine. And yeah, I woke up this morning, had a bit of breakfast, had a coffee, and rocked up to some really fun waves. And yeah, I was just really itching to get started. And I really wanted to control that heat, and I felt like I did. And yeah, I'm feeling good.
You brought a lot of momentum with you into this event from your win in Jeffreys Bay. This is not just the Challenger Series, but also a big prep event for you for the Olympics too. How does the next couple of days look for you going into the next few rounds?
Yeah, I think, as I said, my routine's really good, so I just want to stick to that and try to simplify everything. Sometimes when you rock up and the surf's really good, you kind of get overexcited and you want to catch the best waves, but it's not necessarily the best ones that'll get you through the heat. And like, I got two scores with only 2 turns on each wave, so yeah, just simplifying those things and carry on the momentum.
Well done, Sarah. All the South Africans super stoked for you, and we'll see you in the next round. That was a great heat. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. So 35-minute heats this morning. Plenty of time for these 4 to get going. Nothing overly exciting thus far on the score. But just thinking about Sarah, Greg, she seems in a very sort of relaxed and calm place. You kind of feel like she's done her preparation. She's got that confidence of someone that feels like they've done the hard work and they're in a really good place to perform.
Yeah, she's done the hard work, Paul, and she's trained very hard. She's obviously heading to Chopu for the Olympics, so done all that training. Of course, coming off a win at the J-Bay Classic was a huge momentum boost for her, so she'll carry that into this event. And I did see her just before that heat and just wished her luck, and she said she wants to control from the start, so stuck to her game plan. You heard her post-heat interview doing just that, so it seems like she's in a good place, got her structures in order and making good decisions. So we'll see. She's got to stick with that, obviously, and stick to the winning formulas.
Just thinking about that Olympic chat. South Africa medalist last time out. I know that you were involved with that. We'll pick up live action here. It's a good hit, full-blooded from Tyson, taken on the lip on a left, and doesn't get a completion on that inside section. She covered some ground, had some good speed going into that, and pushing hard. It will just be a small throwaway number for her. So unable to get a completion to get out in front of the white water. Let's just see what this set does. Got a little bit of interest here from Bronte, your defending champ. She doesn't like it. Bonvalo might go. Here we go. Teresa Bonvalo out of Portugal. First hit goes a little too vert on it and arrives with not much speed, and the wave has other ideas.
The surfers seem to be a little bit confused in this lineup because the waves approach and they look like they've got a nice tapered wall, and you paddle in, and I mentioned earlier, it doesn't let you in very easily. It sort of holds back until it hits the bank, and when the surfer initially starts paddling, it's almost like they're thinking, oh, I've easily got 2 turns on this wave, and then they get into the first bottom turn and the lip quickly approaches them and they're almost late for one maneuver. So decision making, we saw in that last heat, Sally Fitzgibbons had to adjust that decision making a little bit and focus on 1 or 2 big maneuvers. And I think with this dropping out tide, you might get the odd one starting to chip in from further out, but you're going to have to really focus on that takeoff and make quick decisions on how many maneuvers you're wanting to get out on your selected wave.
Yeah, just revisiting that. Oh, we've got a paddle on the inside here, so looks like, this is Thiessen, and just looking to get something on the board, and does well to click that a couple of times. A little look back at the corner as well. Meanwhile, here goes Bonvalo. And a similar kind of maneuver to her previous effort. The difference is, of course, that one was complete. So flicks the board away with a little bit of emphasis. And she'll have an extra spring in her step. Got to go complete the early stages of the heat, put something up on the board, then get involved in that priority rotation, try and post some scores. She knows a lot about competing, putting heats together. Incredible amount of experience around the world for a number of years, Teresa, and looking for a breakthrough here in South Africa. She's finding herself in a heat with a defending champ from last year. But just from what we've seen this morning, it does feel like all of the surfing is coming down to like the final sort of half a second of the breaking wave on that closeout.
Yeah, and even Teresa on that previous wave, as we see, this is Tess, just getting a couple of turns, so low scoring heat, a good decision. And then this turn, Teresa almost hit it a bit late, but pushed that board down the face of the wave. She as she got up there, she realized offshore winds, I need to fight this board down. And I like that little extra emphasis on the rotation. She rotated and then almost put a lot of weight on that front foot to really slice that board down the wave and get a good completion and get ahead of that exploding whitewater.
What I was trying to say about the Olympics, last time out, South Africa got in the medals. You were involved in that. This time out, probably not favourites with all that's going on, but a really strong team. Sarah Baum, goofy, incredible surfer, and then Matty and Geordie. Well, we know what Matty can do. So I'm get that 10, one of the greatest sort of waves ever.
That is my single best wave.
Just unbelievable. And Geordie as well at Pipe and places like that. An unbelievable surfer these days. So, you know what? Look, there's a lot of noise about other people and various specialists, but I think South Africa a pretty good shot for medals.
You know, if you're in the games, you're in with a shot. And a place like Chopu, you get the right set waves, things go your way.
Be interesting to see how that unfolds. Yeah. All right, here goes Macaulay. Quick wiggle for her to open up. That's much nicer from her as she leans into that and gets a good hold of the lip there. So crucial for her to finish, really. And she gets that done. Multiple maneuvers. Another wave pushing here for Tyson's heavy section. That would have been major points. We've seen those turns pay off big time already in this event and drifting out the fin. So a big risk from her, a little bit ambitious, and ultimately a touch too ambitious.
Yep, that was a big maneuver. If she could have held on to that, the judges would have really enjoyed that. Bronte Macaulay looking sharp on that wave, sort of starting off where she left off last year with that positioning, placement, timing. Those words come to mind when I see her backhand maneuvers, and just on point with that last wave.
Here goes Mafalda Lopes. Clicks one. The bottom turn technique's really nice. The way she gets that leading arm over the rail, leaning into the wave, and just swings that body back up. But unfortunately, just ran out of time and space really there. So this one pretty tight. I guess that score coming in for Bronte is going to kind of set the tone. It's going to be our first, maybe legit kind of mid-range number.
Yeah, Bronte's going to get a good score. She'll have a great control on this heat. She is riding that DHD thumbtail, so it gives her nice release off the top, keeps the board nice and loose between these maneuvers. Look at the spray off the top there, and that's that placement and the timing that I speak about. She doesn't rush it, but she seems to keep ahead of the wave and just gets that board just critically enough and watch. And she focuses on her points, the rotation point off the top, and then the next bottom turn point. And she really focuses well on joining those dots perfectly. Yeah,
it's nice to see someone with a bit of flow between the maneuvers as well. A lot of these closeout hits, kind of like watching someone sort of run through a slamming door, isn't it? A little bit. It's all been a bit rushed. It's just quite nice there to see the wave standing up in front of her, actually be able to enjoy the surfing a little bit, the multiple maneuvers. Let's see where the judges go with that. But it's going to be waves of that order. I think key to unlocking this one, Greg, because I mean, like we keep mentioning, conditions are really, really good, but actually getting scores and finding sections to attack, which is what you're going to need to do at this stage on the Challenger Series. Well, that's no mean feat, and there's 3 other surfers in the water, all with exactly the same plan. But it's great after some howling winds yesterday that really whipped up, didn't they? Look how smooth and clean it is out there. Just looks delightful this time of day.
And on paper, this is quite a tricky heat because 3 of our surfers are currently in the top 16 on the Challenger Series. And we think about the number of surfers that have lost early already.
Great looking wave here for Bronte. Just goes a little fat as we say that, though. So deceptive. That one didn't run and drain down the bank. It just sort of stayed where it was and actually went soft real quick on her. We thought she might go mid-range. She does exactly that. Flat 5 for her previous effort. And a fair return for the top sort of surfing she was able to do, which was a little increase in quality from that which has gone before so far in this one. There's not a lot out there to get excited about so far. This is super tight, this one. I think we can expect to see these lead changes come throughout. Surfers make good choices and try and get themselves up the scale and sort of surf their way into a bit of form, because I think everyone paddled out yesterday for practice, but it looked nothing like this. It was, well, you were out there, mate. It was howling.
Yeah, it was a lot of work yesterday. What I did like is a bit of energy in the ocean, and even today, there is that energy out there. The issue we have at Surfers Path is just not that much sand, so it's more of a shore breaky type wave at the moment. And this is a nice turn off the top from Teresa. So getting 2 turns on that left, and it's something I mentioned earlier. There is the odd little sneaky left-hander that gets a little bend in it with those opportunities. Normally you would say look for the right-handers out here. I'd still say the right-handers are good, but every now and then there's a bit of a kink that comes in through the sets, and it gives that little bit of a corner on these left-handers. And we did see Teresa get that, and getting those 2 turns.
Yeah, that's an absolute trademark of her. I mean, the amount of times I've seen her do that combination of turns, the off the top with the arms up, and then just clicking it down, hitting the closeout, and she's ultra consistent with that. She'll throw in a bit of variety as well. If she gets more lefts like that, it's mainly about the rights though, and at the moment it's about a massive hammer from Thiessen off the top, and then struggles to sort of clean up the inside, but the damage was done out the back. That was a nice hit.
Yeah, that was a good hit. Thiessen's just, also got that polished backhand surfing. Very good timing as well. Of course, just a little bit misplacement on that last maneuver. As we see this replay. So beautiful off the bottom. That first turn was sweet off the top. And then just lost it a bit there with that whitewater. But Tess, out of St. Barth, French Caribbean, is that right? Have you been there before?
Never have. Looks like a delightful part of the world. This looks pretty nice as well from the point of view of Teresa Bonvalot. She S's and slashes through a steep section on the inside. Nice and clean work with the board. And then a big set will shut things down way out the back, catching everyone inside. I think Tessa originally from over there in Saint Barth, the French Caribbean, but based in Hossegor, southwest of France for a long time now, where she's training and prepping. I got a lot of surfers from all of those regions. They get to spend a lot of time in the water over there because it's warm, and they get those wind waves a lot of the time. It's pretty consistent, so that when they're small, but ultimately in terms of competing, being on the QS, having access to sort of resources and trainers and stuff, a lot of them base themselves in the southwest of France. It's quite a nice combo to have, really, isn't it?
Oh,
you got the tropical islands, you go over to the mainland. Pretty good.
Yeah, that's perfect. Best of both worlds. A bit of downtime. I'm going to cruise home for a bit. And of course, who wouldn't want to live in the south of France? Beautiful along those beaches. Great part of the world.
What do we got here? 19 minutes and 35 seconds to go in this. Scores to come in for Thiessen and Bonvalot. And we've got a 617 in for Tess. So that is her number for the backhand turn. Bronte has now been pipped down. She's in third, currently a defending champ. We'll get a number for Bonvalot as well. That's for the right. We just saw the left scored a 4-3-3. So the numbers nudging up. It is Thiessen with the best of it. That one big crack. You don't need to do multiple maneuvers necessarily. Opening up the scale there. And at the moment, she leads this one. Let's see what move Mafalda Lopes can make. She is an exciting surfer with a full progressive range of maneuvers as well. She doesn't mind going above the lip. She can blow out the tail. She's got all of that stuff mixed in. She's a really good competitor too. Number for Teresa, 4 points for her. Consolidates that second, makes things a smidgen more difficult for Macaulay and Lopes at the moment, but I don't think they'll be too worried about their requirements. There's still plenty of time on the clock. But as this one just sits down and having sort of seen that first heat, and then the early encounters in this, I think it's fair to say we're seeing a lot of sort of similar type of surfing, Greg, and it feels a little bit like the order of the day is showing the judges something a little bit different, a little bit extra.
I think that key point is if you do have just that one section, give the judges something to judge. Get that big hammer off the top. Push that tail hard, and you know what, even if it doesn't work out, you've got to go for it. You've got to go for that. If you're just getting the single turn, you can't have a basic maneuver. you want to have a nice point of difference on those big closeout turns.
Yeah, so far with that point of difference, it is Thiessen. That big crack on the backhand, going straight into the lip with speed off the bottom, driving the board up. And it looked good. Judges paid it out. She's in the lead in this with the high score. She'll look to work on her backup number. It's an old goofy foot encounter right now. We've got the defending champ, Macaulay. At the moment, she's back in third. She needs to do some surfing to stay alive at Ballito. It's a beautiful morning at the beach. We've got a big day of competition coming at you. More live from the Ballito Pro when we come back.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious blue flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Welcome back to Ballito. Waves continue to pulse through. Here goes Macaulay. Great looking wave for her. Swoops one down. Can she hit this lip? She can. Oh. Very nice indeed. Extends the body fully. So a good combo there from her. Set herself up with the first turn. Jamming it down. Meanwhile, forehand attack. Your heat leader, Thiessen, gets a little sticky for the inside and aborts. But before that, got the carving wrap done. And a little look back at the beach. Maybe possibly just thinking about leaving a few points on that wave by being unable to complete the inside section. But a nice exchange there. And interesting to see some lefts going down, Greg.
Yeah, she's looking at those lefts. Of course, if you hold that 617 in your scoreline, you're looking fairly good out there. So she's going to look for those two-turn combos, although that 617 came on that one major maneuver, even though incomplete on the second turn. That one turn threw loads of spray and would have looked good to the judges' eyes. But I'll tell you what would have looked good to the judges' eyes is these couple of replays. And this is Mafalda up and riding, your European champion. So all four surfers, as you mentioned, on their backhand, on the rights, they're goofy footers. So it's a real goofy foot matchup and solid heat on paper. And this replay, I like this wave. Really strong from our defending champ off the top and late into that lip, free falling heavily down. For me, that's the best wave of the heat right there. So two strong maneuvers and completed.
Yeah, definitely. And so many surfers have had trouble with that closing section, that finishing turn. And she stamped a bit of authority on it. All right, here goes Lopes from behind. Hasn't really got through the gears in this. That wave we saw on replay just then, she didn't really give it the full oomph. Just looked like she was surfing just a little bit, holding back a touch, not quite having the speed that she needs to really get the scores. A number to come in for Bronte will be a crucial one. We reckon it'll be a big one. Great chance to beat the high score of the heat as well. 13.5 to go. That'll be just a throwaway from Mafalda. Macaulay's wave will be a crucial one for her. She had that 177 for a while. That's gone for sure. And a really good chance of her jumping up, going straight to first place position.
And there on screen we have the Lepront gang, and they are preparing. And that is Louise Lepront in the next heat. That's brother Luke, a strong surfer as well, and he'll be coaching her a bit as well. He's very sound with advice, and just cool to see them looking pretty amped and excited. She did say she was going to have a bit of a free surf type approach out here. Up and riding. Whoa, that was a strong turn off the top for Teresa. Can she get the completion? She does. Rides out of it. So we're starting to see those stronger two-turn combos taking shape now in this heat.
Does like everyone's finding the rhythm, aren't they, with this? Exactly what you got to do. Interesting pace to that. The distance between those turns. And there's Thiessen going down in the meanwhile. Look at your screens. We thought it would be the high number. It is 7 in for Macaulay. So your defending champ goes to first place position. And the Western Australian getting a payoff from the judges to the tune of 7 points. The 2 turns on that right hand. That was a nice looking wave as she paddled in. Looks like different on the takeoff, didn't she? Had a bit of crumble as she got into it. And this section stood up nicely for her, Greg.
Again, just timing and gets the carve. And then I love the vertical up into that lip and that free falling out, getting ahead of it and super controlled. You could just feel it was the best wave of the heat. And the defending champion just looking good, yeah. She wants to kick off where she left off last year. And we'll take a quick look at what she did last year.
She was in unbelievable flow last year. We had dreamy conditions as well. She was very much the match for that. Her surfing just fits so well, particularly the way she was able to get those big, powerful combinations of turns on these right-handers. We talked about how technical it is to do these kind of things. They're quite quick, these sections coming at you, but Bronte had the measure of it, and she was great out here. And this was an incredible moment for her. A win on the Challenger Series is massive, Greg.
Yeah, and that turn was just huge, and she loves these big sections coming to her on the backhand. Her rotation is just so strong back towards the beach and rides out with that confidence and control. And she's definitely going to want to taste a little bit of victory here again for sure. She's looking strong. Boards are looking good as well. That 7-point ride, I loved it. I thought it was well surfed.
Yeah, looking good here so far this morning. 10:40 to go in this second heat of the day, as we actually had to pull the plug on this round yesterday. Conditions deteriorated real fast. Just wasn't offering enough potential in terms of scores, so we called it, and then have come back today to finish this round off. This is heat 6, so 2 more to go after this, as we see a couple of Frenchmen, Alain Rioux alongside Jan Martin. Jan, who's coaching Tessa Thiessen. So far so good for them. She's in 2nd place position. A couple of Portuguese surfers breathing down her neck though, chasing her down. The 4.71 and 5.98 requirements for Bonvalot and Lopes. It's been, well, here we go. It's a paddle for Bonvalot. She goes on this left-hander, opens up, snaps one, and then loading up here, and that wave will run away. So not exactly what she was thinking of, envisioning when she paddled into that under the 10-minute mark. Been a bit of a feature in Europe in terms of Portugal and France kind of going at it. And on the men's side, France very much dominant. I think 9 of the top 10 spots in qualifying on the QS. On the women's side, it's the opposite. It's been Portugal that have been really, really dominant. So interesting to see this battle go down at the moment. It is France with the advantage here, particularly with that 6.17. And I'm a bit surprised to see Mafalda Lopes unable to get much going here. Let's see how she can turn that around. Here goes Thiessen. Stretched out right, quick whippy turn, just offers the board up, and again, doesn't try to do too much there. Thinking of a low number of a 3.5, and maybe just thinking, what I need to just finish this wave, improve that 3, and put that number up, make it more difficult for Bonvalot and Lopes.
Yeah, 3.5 she should be able to get rid of that score fairly comfortably. I did feel that wave was a touch lateral on those turns, so judges might just keep that score down. But definitely Teresa and has a shot at this. Mafalda, you get the feeling she's just waited so long on that priority that she almost went a little bit to sleep in this heat. And here's that replay. Let's check these turns out. A little bit horizontal on those 2 turns. So I don't see a big number coming from this. Possibly just replacing that backup of a 3.5.
A little bit horror for Thiessen. Let's see where this goes with the judges. If she does improve, then we'll say that's smart surfing. We're having a look at Ariane Ochoa with Seth Hulley.
Oh, big Seth on the screen doing some coaching. Seth, of course, surfed on the qualifying series, took quite a few wins in his day, and He was back in my day, I don't really like to say that, but when I was traveling, he was Oakley team manager as well. He'd give me a lot of advice, so I would just cotton on to him as my coach. So he's really good, and he gives quite basic, to the point advice, which is what I like about Seth.
Ariane will look to get into some of that local knowledge out here. Meanwhile, here goes Bonvalo. Bang, first turn, nice whip. She's got the speed. She'll load up off the bottom. That's really good again. And then this steep cut out bit, she'll hit that. I like the risk taking. That's always going to be a tough turn to do. Saw that kind of brown sand gargling up the face. The lip got thick, but she took it on. She won't get points for the last turn, but the combo before that was really nice, Greg.
Yeah, the judges, you would think, okay, let's block out that last turn. What did she do beforehand? That first turn, very committed, lots of spray. And watch that offshore wind helping the spray there, whack. So that would have looked good from the judges' eyes. That second turn as well, tricky section, a bit of rib on the wave, and that's ultimately what caused her to go incomplete at the end. But two good moves, you have to say. A job done for some sort of a score that I think is going to go in her scoreline.
Yeah, she's definitely heading in the right direction here. Thiessen with a load of spring in her step. Really nice from her. Made so much room off the bottom there. And she could come super square at the lip. Good flow to that. Nice movement from the board. Things can get a little bit static, tentative, a little bit stiff. That looked nice and loose and liberated. And the judges will have to think about how that compares, particularly to what we just saw with the combo go down. There's the squad from Portugal looking on, seeing two of their surfers right now in positions where they do need numbers. We're going to get a score for Bonvalo. 498, the requirement. That's what she needs. Think about the surfing she was able to do. Think about that flat 5 that came in for Bronte early on. Let's see, comes in under 457 for Terezinha, and she'll remain in thirds. Now let's see if Thiessen will improve, because she's on a 377, so a marginal improvement on her last effort. That was the slightly sideways stuff. Let's see if that left hand and the one big crack where that goes. One turn, one good turn versus two meh, not so good ones.
I think it was better than the two turns. And there was a point of difference. She really pushed that tail, released it nice and quick. It had a good fan of spray. Maybe a smallish sort of wave, but we're talking about a 3.77. That other wave with the two turns I wasn't sold on. It was, as I mentioned, a bit lateral, where that last turn just really pushed it, and I think it's going to go into the top two.
Yeah, a little improvement for her, you're right, 407. So just nudging up that requirement. Check it out, Jason Kenworthy with Bella. She'll be coming up next, another electrifying surfer, part of that strong American contingent for the women. So much depth in their talent ranks. Meanwhile, Thiessen, and that's a great hammer from her. So she's grown in confidence, you feel, in this. After starting out and not doing huge turns, she's now really putting a lot of board and body into it.
Tessa's set herself up for this. She's built those scores throughout the entire heat, and she's kept that scoreline moving and putting pressure on the other girls, and she takes off on a wave like that. It gives her that opportunity to swing for the hills, and I'm convinced, again, that's going to be one of her better scores. That was a fantastic backhand rip off the top. I enjoyed that. Looking forward to the replay. And while we touch on that, just looking at the beach, we've got a fantastic competitors area here, and it is called the Monster Athlete Zone. It's everything there, but our golden beaches here in Ballito, Willard Beach, are so beautiful that you see a lot of the surfers actually spending time on the beach doing their preparation with their coaches, because it's just such beautiful beach time. It's awesome down there, and that's quite an interesting note I just saw on screen.
Yeah, it is. I think the other interesting thing there is the lineup's so close to shore. I think you can take quite a lot in down on the beach, can't you? You can really kind of see a lot more than maybe kind of squinting from the contest structure, and there's a bit of noise going on other people. It's like really nice down on the beach. Beautiful place to watch surfing from. Let's check out the recap. Macaulay, your defending champ. So far, so good.
Yeah, Macaulay's looking strong. She's still got a few minutes on the clock. She's got priority, so you feel that she's going to still better the scoreline. And we did see young Tessa with some strong maneuvers, and then Macaulay with this solid wave, that 7-point ride, best of the heat. And this is Bonvalo with a couple of good turns, but just battling to get up on that scoreline to get into that advancing position. And Mafalda good crack off the top, but just been a little bit static in this heat, not really getting moving.
Yeah, she's never got going through the gears, has she? Nicely surfed. She's just never really been able to sort of square up against one. All the turns she's done, she's had kind of one eye down the line. She's had to just hold it back a bit, hit it a little soft to try and make the next section. By contrast, surfers getting big numbers. They've been able to go full at the lip and hit it hard and swing. She's got loads of power. She does have a really good repertoire of moves, but we just haven't seen them in this heat. And with 2.5 on the clock, she's doing all sorts right now, looking for an excellent number to come through. And Thiessen, for that left, she's got a 5-6 come through, a big number for her. For that right, excuse me, that was the one turn on the right where she got a lot of board movement there, and the judges really showing that there is quite a big point of difference between kind of nursing your turn, just offering it up and letting the board push it back down, and then what Tessa was able to do and really swing at it.
So Tess, that previous wave, but let's just talk through this turn from Mafalda. That was a nice turn, covered a lot of distance off that lip. So this is her best wave. And maybe she can, just maybe she can sneak out there and find a left under priority and manage to get something in the last minute or two. Yeah.
If there was another section there, you know, she was on for a huge score, but that wave just fizzled out. Meanwhile, Thiessen, the backhand again, whoop, and gets a little held up high. And she'll just throw that one down. Not sure she'll threaten the top two, but she's done a job of building up her score. Sometimes when you see surfers catching 10 waves, 10 plus, there's a lot of throwaways when you're thinking, well, they're lost. They don't know what they're doing because they're just... But she's actually built up her numbers by catching a ton of waves. She's nudged that score right up. You think about, you see a high 3, then a 4, then the 5-6 coming in. So that just goes to show that approach from her, it is paying off. Meanwhile, it's still McCauley in that first place position. Final minute here, Greg.
So Bronte's just been dominating the heat and, of course, controlling it. Oh, there we go. So Teresa going innovative there. So just with that air, not getting that tail facing the beach. So obviously you get a bit stuck on that landing.
Yeah, I mean, she spent the whole heat looking for 4s, numbers like that. And all of a sudden, final minute, you find yourself needing a 6.8. Here goes Lopes off the bottom on a soft wave. And again, this sort of sums up how the heat's gone from her. She'll work this thing through to the inside, but it's sort of ankle high in there, and she'll fall anyway. I'm not sure she'll get back in the lineup now. It's been a really frustrating heat for her point of view. Meanwhile, smoking through off the rocks out the back and coming through the lineup here, and actually gobbling up your heat leader, your defending champ, Bronte McCauley. It's a great-looking wave. It actually trundled a long way across by the time it got to her. She'll go down there. That won't matter. She has won this heat with a relative economy of motion. That was just her 5th attempt at a ride. The 7 points, the high score from her, came on her 4th wave. And decent numbers for her, 12 points. She'll take that and she'll stay alive. And her favourable relationship with this wave here at Ballito, where she won last year, will continue. Well done to Tessa Thiessen of France as well, who got through really by sort of rolling up her sleeves and gritting her teeth and just having a crack, staying busy. And it paid off, and it'll be disappointment for Portugal as we'll lose Bonvalot and Lopes. And that's where we're at. We're all wrapped up with heat number 6 of the round of 32 for the women. It's clean out there. There's swell in the water, and there's some big scores going down by some of the best in the business as well. More live action from South Africa right after the break.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Centre, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaDukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
The Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaDukuza Municipality, by O'Neill, by Monster, by SMG Yamaha, and by Corona. This is living. The Ballito Pro. This is the battlefield.
Welcome back and a very good morning from Ballito. Sun's out, crowd enjoying a bit of coffee on the beachfront there and enjoying some action out in the water. There's going to be plenty of it in this one. Having a look at an Olympian in the form of Nadia Eristabe from Euskadi, the Basque Country, taking on Bella Kenworthy from the USA, another Basque, Ariane Ochoa. And of course the South African Louise Lepront. That's the quartet going at it. Joining myself, Paul Evans, to talk you through it. Greg Emsley, another great looking heat here.
Yeah, it's a solid heat. Looking back to heat, our first heat of the day, heat number 5, and then heat number 6. The storyline I'm seeing there, the winners both got 12 points, and your second place surfers were around that 11-point mark. So you want to win the heat, you got to aim for 2 6s. If you want to advance, you need 2 5.5s on average. Obviously, that's not set in stone. But that's what the storyline we're seeing for this morning.
Nice little pulse coming through here. Looks like Ochoa. She's good on the backhands. Here she goes, the goofy. First turn, just with a bit of power. And now the high line. And looking for a section. Is it there? She'll see this close out left coming at her. And just join up the dots. Very nice. Didn't need to do too much. Doesn't let the board get too far away from the body. And crucially, doesn't go up the rocks with the board. So in there, we talk about how mobile this sand is and how washes on and off this beach to create the bank or not, and you can see as that one drains out underneath that. She's quite close to the rocks, but she's fine.
Yeah, she's good. And we were talking about the European surfers earlier, and the Basque element coming through in the ladies is quite impressive. Of course, we have Ariane Ochoa from the Basque country, Nadia Eristabe, and then Janira Gonzalez Etzeberria will she'll join the 3. So those 3 surfers, as we see this replay, a couple of strong maneuvers from Nadia on that one. So those 3 surfers live within about an hour from each other, and really impressive, all of them. And this is the South African Louise Lepront. So a nice start from her. She's got an interesting approach to this heat. Just getting through, she felt a couple of days ago was like a bonus, and she wants to be relaxed and try and bring a bit of a free surfing element, be calm and just go and surf. So for the youngster, maybe not a bad approach to this heat.
Yeah, let's see how these numbers come in and set the scene here. 35 minutes, we've lost 4 of them thus far, and we'll get numbers in for everyone. Yeah, just on that conversation about those Basques, so traditionally Zerouts was where a lot of the talent came from. That's somewhere that probably you'll have competed at. You'll know that. That's just slightly further towards the coast of France there in the Basque Country. But a lot of the talent that's coming through now, particularly with the women, are from slightly further west. So there's beach breaks around Bilbao, and it feels like there's a generation of them coming up together. They've been coming up from the juniors. There's actually the next generation down that we're not seeing here at the moment on challenges. Some really good surfers amongst them as well. And it's great to see the whole generation just really step up and motivate themselves. And someone that's motivated us as spectators and commentators and the fans on the beach, our defending champ. Let's go and hear from her. She's down the beach.
Bronte, you were our Ballito queen last year. Did you feel coming into this event that was, pressure or confidence?
Definitely confidence. I was really looking forward to coming back this year, and obviously Ballito is like such an incredible place. I think a lot of the surfers have said in their interviews how much they love it. So I was more just looking forward to coming back to the place and surfing the wave again.
Nice. And obviously, today is a little bit trickier than it looks. What board are you riding? Is it similar to last year's quiver?
It's actually the same board I rode last year throughout the event, so I kind of put it on ice and tried not to ride it too much at home and brought it back out. It's just like a short board, 5.7 DHD Ducks Nuts model. So yeah, I feel like it's quite punchy out there, so you can just ride your regular short board and it fits in quite well with the wave.
Amazing. Well, winning board, winning heat. Good luck for the next round.
Yeah, thanks, Emma.
Great job, Bronnie McCauley. She's stoked. She'll just keep that going. Special boards, keep them bubble wrapped, maybe inside a duvet, inside a secret cupboard with a combination lock. Maybe some of those laser beams with alarms that go off if anyone goes in as well.
I reckon her dad would have locked that board up with his. Dave McCauley would have been so thorough. He goes, bring that board, yeah, you won't be seeing this until next year. And that's what you got to do. We've seen that through the years. Kelly Slater with his magic. Simon Anderson, he used to leave at Jeffreys Bay, arrive, pull it out, and just rip every year. You get surfers that do that. Of course, you talk about the Hawaiian season. You need multiple good boards in Hawaii. Stick them under someone's house for the season. With the off season and yeah, so it's as a competitor, wise decisions to make. That board looked great. So for Bronte, talking about boards, we see Bella Kenworthy and Orion both riding the Channel Island shapes, the rookie model, and they've got their boards here in Ballito from the Channel Islands factory. And Kenworthy actually didn't have her boards and equipment arriving, so she got 1 or 2 boards made, yeah, and she's very happy with them that she's riding them in competition.
So far, so good in the heat. She's got the high score, 617 on that CI from Bella, and the high score in this. It's not the lead at the moment. When she gets her back up, she'll certainly be looking to get there. It is Aristabe, got the 5.67. So of the opening exchange, Bella and Nadia, the better of it. It looks like, just with the way these lines are kind of marching through, we're just seeing a little more energy pulse, which is exactly what we want to see. I like the way we've seen lefts get ridden as well as the more traditional, generally favoured right-hander hit. And it's been entertaining thus far. We're expecting the quality to keep getting better. Here goes Ochoa off the bottom, very patient, nice and glassy on the face, carves it down, and then gathers, double pump, bottom turn. And sort of inexcusable, really, falling off there. She had all the work done. That was a pretty standard turn to do, and that's an error.
Yeah, it's also heading towards that low tide, an hour away, 9:30. Very shallow on the sandbar. So those last little sections really suck fairly dry underneath you. So yeah, if that board's not free and facing the beach nicely on the tail, you're going to dig that nose. And we'll get that replay from Bella, that score of that 617 on this left-hander. This was early on in the heat. Whacks that first turn. Just one solid maneuver spray for days. And getting rewarded a 617. That was right at the start of the heat, just dominating. And we did see her on the beach with her dad, Jason, before. And I wonder if they spoke about that little left-hander. Because they definitely are there and up and riding.
The South African from behind won't get around there. That one will close out. She had good speed. If she could have connected maybe another metre wider, she would have been right in the slot there. But unfortunately, from her point of view, going down, Ochoa with an error on the inside. But just contrast that with a bit of venom and attack. And so off the bottom, she was accelerated off the bottom, Kenworthy. You know, things can get a bit tentative and cagey, particularly in low scoring heats. Just love the extra aggression and whip that she got. Judges liked it too. And that's a good, for just one quick turn on essentially a closeout, 617. Pretty decent way to start things off.
Yeah, and if we're looking at our camera now, surfers moving towards the left-hand side of the break. I did watch for some time. I didn't really want to mention it on the feed that there's been a few of those left-handers down the beach. So what it will do is split our surfers up and give them way more opportunity up and down this beach.
Kenworthy opens up, puts herself back with the cutback. Now it's steep and almost gets that done. She looked like she'd done that. She kind of landed a little straight legged and that big bounce. Ochoa making amends for the left with a nice hit on the right. Gets the board nice and steep and vert. And so choosing to get away quick and put something else up and just wash off the fact that she set herself up for a good score on the left and wasn't able to complete it right there on the backhand, which we know has been deadly for her. in the past, and a decent effort on the inside to Kenworthy. If she'd have finished that last turn, it was another big number coming her way. But already, even with the incompletion there, Greg, you've just seen someone with a little extra quality.
I reckon she'll feel a bit ripped off on that. Did a fantastic closeout turn, and she tried to ride out early. She got board facing the beach, compressed, did everything right to get the numbers, and it was just a heavy landing.
Yeah.
Rocks approached quickly.
There's so much going on there. I think the moral of that story is score your points early on the way. You contrast that with the left, straight up, bang, 6 points.
Yeah.
And then that one, she's going all that way. She's going into those rocks, and there's so much that can go wrong in there.
Yeah.
Unable to stick on that particular occasion. I think she'll be going more and more at that, though, and taking some risks, which is what we want to see, because when it comes off, it looks spectacular. But the young American, I think already in this, just showing us, relative to some of the other surfing that we've seen, in the maneuvers, in the transitions as well, just got a little bit extra for me thus far. However, still got plenty of time for surfers to make their mark. Names like Louise Lepront, the young South African, she'll look to try and show what she can do here and stoke out this crowd. And the South Africans do really get behind their surfers. Really cool to see that. Let's see if she can try and manifest some of that energy and turn it into points out here in a tough feat on the Challenger Series. Comes from Scotborough, which is the south coast of KZN.
Beautiful area, such a fantastic couple of point breaks along the Scotborough coast, and then up and down the coast, lots of sand-dependent points. And on their day, there's plenty of them that are world-class on their day, especially this time of year when we have those northwesterly winds.
Aristabe, here she goes. Great looking opening section. Very nice from her. If she gets this, that's
solid.
massive. Really good surfing from Nadia. And just the timing on that, the wave was so nice and steep for her. And that DHD going up, super vert, clocking it hard. Judges love a two-turn combo on the backhand. So where's this going to go?
She just looked so controlled and so focused on that wave. Like there was never time, even though it was steepening out so heavily. And look at the speed off the bottom and just spray for days. And that deep bottom turn, I mean, I would just go, that's got to be excellent, right?
You would think, thinking about the 7, the guys know it's a separate heat, thinking the 7 that came through for Bronte previously, you'd have to say that looked like excellent surfing from the Basque, Nadia Aristabe. A little drift off the tail on the first one as well, adding some extra flair and spice, and then just cracking into the lip. She's already gone for 5, 6, 7. Ariane Ochoa, 5-1-7 for her, previous to last.
Yep, Ariana had a good closeout turn on that wave. We didn't quite see that the first setup turn, but the finishing turn looked positive. And I was just thinking Ariana's going to get that mid-range score and put her in a decent position. But it's, I reckon, once we get that score in for Nadia, it's going to be a battle for second place. Yeah, I think we're definitely going to see an excellent score from that last ride of Surfer in Red. And yeah, is the replay again, and just that turn alone is just fire, but then this finish is just, the rotation off the top was just amazing, and she just rode out of this. And I mean, that's a steep section, it's a heavy section, and pushed so hard on that finishing maneuver, and such control. I'm going excellent all day for that.
Aristabe having a look left and then changing her mind last minute and whipping it again. So the one quick turn from her, judges still deliberating. Of course, Nadia's been over in French Polynesia practicing in Tahiti for the Olympics, where she'll represent Spain. She's been over there with her teammates. Aritz Aramburu's been coaching the Spanish team over there as well, and they've been getting some pretty sweet barrels as part of that training program that the ISA's been putting on over there, getting herself ready to compete at the end of the road in the Olympic Games. Here's Louise Lepront with some speed. Nice whip to that, good aggression. Nice and vert as well, so one turn, but it's a good one. And just a little extra speed, just from the ride, wherever the score goes, I just feel like that'll invigorate her a little bit, Greg.
Yeah, and I like it. I think she's bringing that sort of free surfing to this heat. Maybe not the biggest waves, but she's not holding back. And that's a good thing when you're a youngster. Attack these more experienced ladies and go for those big swings and just keep doing it and see where you end up at the end of the heat. You know, try and get 2 huge turn combos and check that score.
Yeah, we thought it was going to go excellent. Judges agreed 8-3-3 for Nadia. Big number for her. She's already got that 5, 6, 7 in early on, so a big total. Another number's going to come her way as well. Not sure if she'll threaten the 5, 6, 7 with that last right that she wrote. She got one nice crack. The first turn was good. Let's see. But anyway, for the time being, she is way out in front here with big, big numbers. And right now, if you're the other 3 surfers, you're going, okay, let's do the maths. There's 3 of us. There's probably 1 spot remaining if someone's gone excellent in this heat. I need to get there. With just under 19 minutes remaining, it is the Basque Aristabe leading the American Kenworthy. Let's go down the beach and hear from one of our favourite South Africans. Well, 2 of them. Emma is with Seth Hulley.
Good morning, Seth. We know you have some nerves watching Ariana in the heat right now. What was some tips and strategy you gave her just before?
Well, conditions are clean, but the peaks are shifting. So I recommended that you get a quick start, you build your innings, so get your feet in the wax, get a couple of scores on the board, and then start to focus on the better waves that are coming through, because some bigger sets are closing out, but there's some opportunities in between. And luckily the heats are longer today, 35 minutes, or same as yesterday, but I mean, you've got some time to try and get the bombs and try and manufacture some scores by getting some big cracks, throwing a lot of spray.
Nice. And obviously Ariana's, she looking back on you on the beach. Are you spotting for her, calling the sets when they come, or must she focus on the heat?
No, she generally focuses on the heat. If there's something sure that's coming through, then I'll point it out to her that there's a bigger set coming out the back. But sometimes with the offshore wind blowing, it looks like a set coming and it's just an illusion because it blows the wind offshore, obviously, and it looks like something coming. So you've got to be 100% sure that when that set is coming, it is one coming and not just an illusion.
Cool. Well, thanks, Seth, and good luck for the rest of the heat.
Thanks, Emma.
Yeah, thanks, Emma. Seth Hulley there with the insights, of course, running the marketing here for Oakley. See him in Europe a lot as well at events, representing, supporting his team, and just offering a little extra advice there for Ariane Achoa is in the water right now. Just picking up on that point, it's quite interesting, Mark. I want to ask you, you know, Emma mentioned Ariane is looking back at the beach, maybe looking for, you do see sometimes surfers and coaches on the beach with the board and they're pointing it one way or the other. Is that something that you believe in, that sort of in-heat coaching from the beach? It does feel like you'd naturally want to keep your attentions more towards the horizon if you've got your head on a swivel looking back. Is that something you're into?
There are some spots you can do it. I wouldn't say this is one of them. There's just too much movement out there. I think the work needs to be done on the beach. You know, talk to your coach beforehand, and then the athlete needs to go out there and focus on that horizon, because there's waves popping up all over this lineup. You've got to really focus on what's coming through to you.
Delightful conditions out in the water. Excellent surfing already from one of our Basque Aristabe with the 8-3-3. She's got the lead in this. The young American Kenworthy at the moment in second place position. She's got good numbers too. More live action from beautiful Ballito right after the break.
People don't realize what they're doing to the oceans. We've got to hand it down to the next generation. It's going to be such a pity for people not to be able to experience what we've experienced.
Welcome back to Ballito. Game faces on. As we see Leilani McGonigal, a picture of concentration before a big smile erupts. So, yeah, she's fired up, but she's relaxed as well. And I think that's a good place to be, Greg.
Yep, she's looking really relaxed. You want to be smiling a little bit before your heat. Bring on the best surfing.
Nice lungfuls of air, positive energy.
In with the good, out with the bad. Wax on, wax off.
Yeah, what I guess people wouldn't know is we did an hour of that at home in the dark before we came down for commentary. In with the good, out with the bad. In with a good paddle here from Louise Lepront on a decent looking left. Just gets a little tangled on the bottom turn. Recovers it nicely though. Tidies things up on the inside. A little bit of a flick. Not a massive turn to finish, but crucially, she did complete the ride. And that would just leave her on the inside with a little bit to think on as she makes her way back out. Some numbers are required from her. She does have time on her side. Still 13.5 to go in this, so plenty of time here. And thinking about that second place position for Bella Kenworthy, she's sat on a 287 for a while. At the moment, it feels open for surfers chasing Ochoa and Lepront. But as soon as Bella improves on that throwaway, which she will do sooner rather than later, that's going to get tough. Here goes Ochoa. Chops her line down and make room to do that. Great turn. Look at the spray from her. There's the power. And then thinks about an extra maneuver on the inside, which isn't really on. But that one turn was a bit of a speed check, but some nice power and welly behind it. And great spray, Greg. We like that.
Yeah, but the judges will just have to have a look at this because to the eye, it was a great turn. You mentioned the speed, lots of spray, did well to hang on. But then just that second turn, getting stuck over that front foot. But let's have a look at the one maneuver we'll focus on. Deep off the bottom and whack. Very critical with that finish. So I liked it. There was a point of difference. Just a pity she got stuck over that front foot. Would have been nice if she could have come out of that into a little whip off that white water. It would have really stamped a decent score.
Well, she's not wasting any time waiting for that number to come through. Backhand now for her. Opens up. Great turn on the backhand. There's another. Just puts it up in the lip. Doesn't try to do too much on the second one. I think she'll be conscious of the fact that maybe just that inside section's got the better of her a couple of times. So making sure she'll got the finish with that last turn by really just kind of floating the lip line rather than actually trying to hammer it. But the first one was really nice of those two maneuvers on the right. So a couple of scores to come for her, a right and a left. And we can't accuse her of going to sleep because she's getting busy here.
Yeah, I was going to say that Ariana, she's not sitting down. She's getting to work. She wants to get through this heat. You can see it in her body language, and she's working really well. I like this first turn. Strong maneuver. Again, a little bit soft on that second maneuver, but did get the two-turn combos. And you look at the first turn, a major. So judges will go, okay, well, there was a solid turn. What would we give for that sort of one maneuver? And then we did get a bit of extra points for the finish. So those two scores will definitely challenge that second position currently held by Bella Kenworthy. But Bella just sitting with that 2.87. She's probably going to look at replacing that fairly soon. She's sat fairly quietly for some time now. She would have wanted to extend that second place position. Of course, create that scoreboard pressure as well.
There's a game face, kick of a Selco. And she is a picture of concentration. Just taking on those insights, which I think mainly seem to be mental related rather than necessarily surf related. Just sort of gauging that looked like some deep mental preparation. You're going to need that at this level for sure, particularly with the quality of the surfers she'll be coming up against in heat number 8. That's in just under 11 minutes time. Here goes Kenworthy, waiting a while to improve her backup. First turn, she snaps it high in the pocket and then banks it around. So a wave that didn't go down the line too far, but she absolutely surfed up the potential of that wave and getting that strong finish just to add a little extra authority. Meanwhile, Ochoa, super busy. And again, that's the section that's got the better of her several times. Part of the reason why she maybe went a touch safe previous to that, and a wave we're still waiting for number 4. But Bella Kenworthy, after a period of inactivity, looking for that backup score. A very well surfed wave from her, Greg.
And this is what we were speaking about. Yes, you know, you take maneuver for maneuver when you're judging, but two strong turns off the top. Just held through those rail turns nicely, and she got that little section on the inside, that bonus section, and that's actually the turn she pushed hardest on and got that nice smash off that turn, a through spray, and it was just a positive stamping to that wave. Gone, I've got the 2 turns out the back. Boom, he has a nice strong finish. I've got control. I felt good about that wave. Give me the score.
It's temporarily in third. That's because Ochoa's number for the left. That one turn on the left was a 4-4. Let's get another look at this. Is this going to be enough to get back into an advancing position?
Absolutely. So just a couple of good wraps off the top, and then just the positivity from this finish. Whack, spray, and it's just a strong put together wave. It's as a backup score, or possibly even going as her best score. That's definitely, she'll find herself in second place after that wave.
9 minutes on the clock here. Lulu Silva. She's all smiles down there with Miguel Pupo. But look at that heat. Luana Silva, 5th on the Challenger Series with Kika Vaselko, who we just saw looking very serious in her prep. Leilani McGonigal. And also Matsuoka, who's an absolute ripper as well. So 4 really good surfers. Only 2 of them can get through.
I like that image on our screen, and Miguel, I think he's good at bringing that relaxed confidence to a person as well. Just when you talk to him, always happy, always positive, and you need to be serious and take your time and go, okay, let me get in the zone. What do I want? But I feel that moment before you leave the water, you've got to be smiling. You've got to be wanting to go surf. It's like the best sport in the world, the sport of kings. And you want to be excited. You want to go surf well. That's why we're surfing. It's not just about the competing. You want to enjoy the heat. And you can only really enjoy surfing if you've got a smile on your face, right? So I always say the coach, the last bit of advice should be something along the lines of, hey, enjoy it, have fun. Something like that.
I'm convinced. Here's Louise Lepron. She's enjoying herself with the early manoeuvres on that way, but then she'll go down all of a sudden, and she will continue to be slightly embattled here with her attempts to attack the second place position and get herself up in an advancing spot. She's got her work cut out right now. Number in for Kenworthy. 3-6, she gets it, not by loads, but gets the number. Bit of a spread from the panel there, interesting. 4-2 was the highest score. We deleted that, as was the more meager number of a 3-2. They went away. We averaged out the rest. 3-6 for Kenworthy, back in third. I think that wave just halved in size, didn't it, after the first section, and that's why that score didn't go over by much, but crucially, it's enough right now. We're all caught up with numbers for Ochoa, so her requirement, 4-6-1. That's what she's looking for currently with under 7 minutes. I reckon we'll see her surf again because she has been busy. Meanwhile, here goes Bella. Look at this left-hander for her. And then that backhand hits, which doesn't give it too much body, just redirects the board. Here's your heat leader, the excellent surfer Nevera Starbe, on another good-looking right. And the first turn almost buries that nose and then thinks about trying to hit this double up, which went soft and then really just sucked out, bottomed out and folded. And she thinks, you know what? Don't think I'll bother with that. 5, 6, 7. I'm not sure I'm going to improve my backup. She gets out.
Interesting combo, and I think I overspoke Bella's wave, getting in at a 3.6. I thought it was going to be a bit more than that. But you know what I like is how she reset. That first wave of the heat, she got a 6.17. On her left, she thought, okay, you're not giving me the score on the right, I'll get another left. And she got that one turn.
Lepron here on a right-hander. Quick snap from her on the backhand. That's a nice, good combo from her. 2 turns in quick succession. That'll fire up the South African crowds. And full support for her here, and she'll need it. Under 6 minutes, she needs numbers right now. It's still very much within reach. We're still waiting for a score of second, but 5.28 is the number for her. So just a mid-range score to really get involved here. And time left to do it. It'll be a short paddle out the back. And if she does still need a requirement, she will have time to find herself some options. We have had plenty of waves come through. It's been Bella Kenworthy who's been the least active in terms of waves ridden, but her last score, let's see if it improves. Here's another look at Louise.
Yeah, just that good snap to start, and then the strong finish. I really liked how she got that board vertical, and I mean, the only downside is maybe a smaller wave, but that's, you know, she's going to attack that position. 15 years old. This is a learning curve for her. She's got to say, okay, I'm going to give it all to try and advance, but if I don't, how close can I get to some of the top surfers in the world, and then from there, what do I need to work on to make sure I'm beating them in the coming years?
That's a really interesting point. We've seen how dangerous surfers with much lower ranks that maybe unexpected and maybe don't have so much at stake in each heat, and because of that, you free up that mind. And to your point about just being happy and relaxed in the water, when it's not, I have to make this, thinking about rankings, you just go out and surf. And when you do that, that's when you bring your best stuff. Let's check out the recap. And it's been Nadia Aristabe who's just been pushing hard, Greg.
Yeah, that first wave lost her footing a bit, but it just set her up to get some points early on in the heat. And then this one turn from Bella, that 617, just strong single maneuver on the left. And this is Ariane with that one strong maneuver. So Ariane's still in the heat, but then it was this wave that's just been the wave of the morning. Just loads up on that last turn, frees the tail, and just solid surfing. And of course, we did see Nadia coming in with that 8.3 for that top wave of the morning.
All right, goes Ochoa, loading up on a left here. Looking for a 5.54. Good slash layback turn for her. She'll want more. And unable to combo a couple of times on the inside as well. So asking a question of the panel now. 5.54 the number. She needs to attack Kenworthy, who's out in the lineup with priority. And Ochoa will battle to get back in the lineup and go again. She'll look to stay busy here. That was wave number 8 for her. Let's see how crucial it goes. 5.54 that requirement. The first turn, something we haven't really seen from her yet in this.
We think about that right from Bella Kenworthy, out on the face, carving. Looked nice with a strong finish. I thought it was going to be more, but possibly the judges might like this because it was quite snappy and in the hollow part of the wave. So it was more of a heavy back-footed slash on those first 2 waves, and then she got the finish. So it's going to be possibly very close right there.
Yeah, the requirement 5.54. It's a pretty reasonable number she needs. We'll have another look here, Greg.
Yeah, so let's check this first section. Lots of speed in the steep pocket of the wave, pushes that tail hard. And then smaller now down the end section, but still gets a couple of turns. So judges will have to say, okay, how much are we giving for that first part, that first maneuver, and then the couple of backup turns. It's going to be somewhere there, maybe either. It's definitely a mid-range score, I would say.
It feels like they're favouring the real assaults on the lip. It was a nice turn, just a little bit facey, wasn't it? Meanwhile, Lepront cracking it a couple of times, so she's not slowing down. She's got a 4.5 for her last score, and she's now looking for 6.2. Bella Kenworthy's number was an improvement on her last wave, 4.53. That was on the left-hander. It's that one turn. So just turn in the screw now. And that's why that requirement's gone up for Ochoa. And her number's going to come in up under by a point and a little bit of change. There it is, 4.3. So she'll need to think on here. A minute 40 for her to come back and try and attack the American, who's also got priority. And they're sitting pretty close together in the lineup right now.
So thinking about those scores, the judges, if you get like 3 turns on a tapering wave, they're not really buying into it that much. They're actually looking for those more drawn-out waves and would prefer one big major hit. That's what I'm seeing anyway on the score line. And Bella's done that twice on her left, just one single maneuver, finds her in second place at the moment. I would have liked to see Bella get 2 turns on the backhand and see where that score goes, but not too many of those opportunities. And of course, the best wave coming from Nadia Aristabe, that 8.3, 2 big maneuvers on that right-hander still.
Yeah, American crew watching on. That was Sierra Coe with her mum. And they are watching the exploits of Bella Kenworthy, who's in second place position and advancing here. She's got priority as well. It's Aristabe with the lead, with the excellent surfing. Here's a paddle from down the beach from Louise Lepront, the South African. Good looking left and a very nice hit from her. And she gets up there, cracks it, gets out before the white water. She'll ask a question of the panel. Kenworthy, meanwhile, really nice vert, technical surfing on a heavy section, which it's easy to underestimate how hard it is to actually complete those turns. Relatively easy to get the board up there, but to get out in front and land it with that really super shallow water, some uneven rocks as well, water swirling around in there off the sandbar. Very nicely done for Bella. Nadia Aristabe, as we'll just count down here. We're going to get scores for Bella, for Ariane Ochoa, got something. Also for Louise Lepront. Nadia remain in the lineup, and you'd have to say a very well surfed heat from her. Just taking those opportunities and never really had to get involved in anything. Can be a little bit emotionally draining. You're chasing down scores. The lead is seesawing around. It's been a pretty cruisy heat for Nadia.
Yeah, it has, but you know, when you get a score of that 8.17, you pretty much can cruise after that, right? But Bella Kenworthy, that last turn, absolutely hammered that maneuver, sliced through the finish, and I just really enjoyed that maneuver. For me, that I almost felt like that was her best turn, but you know, let's see wave size. She's in an advancing position nonetheless. But
Yeah.
still interested to see where that score does go.
That was an absolute hammer from her, wasn't it? She does get an improvement, 5.57. She'll stay in second, though, and a really entertaining heat wraps up. We're all set with scores. Aristabe, excellent surfing from the Basque. She'll keep alive in Ballito, as will Bella Kenworthy. A well-surfed heat from her. We'll lose Ariane Ochoa and Louise Lepron. And the waves continue to improve. The scores are nudging up to performances. Very entertaining indeed. In terms of entertainment, we're going to bring in Geek Cilliers and Emma Smith for the call right after the break.
Let's go.
The Hydro board short is something that I've used for quite some time now. One of the main key factors still is the no tire fly. It's comfortable, it's convenient, and it works. Ultimately, what I'm looking for in a board short would have to be comfort and then convenience. If you add those two things together with a spice of color, you've got the perfect board short.
Heat debrief for Nadia Aristabe. Outstanding performance with her, fetching scores in the eights. A tricky lineup here in Ballito. It does look perfect, but there are secrets to unlocking the scores as we greet you from beautiful east coast of South Africa. It's a very good morning. Geek Cilliers alongside Emma Smith for the call. And a big heat coming your way. Luana Silva, former championship tour surfer, trying to find her way back to the highest level of the sport. Watch out for World Junior Champion Francisco Veselko from Lisbon, Portugal. Leilani McGonigal saw her showcased as a wild card over in El Salvador just a few weeks back. And Anon Matsuka from Japan, one of the many Japanese here visiting South Africa. And look at these buttery conditions here for day 4 of competition.
Buttery. But a little bit tricky, like you mentioned. Sally said after her heat that she was, after every wave, kind of hearing what the judges would give her, feeling like, okay, let me figure out what they want, feeling like she wasn't confidently sure what they were looking for.
Let's have a look at a replay of Leilani McGonigal, who's got out the gates quite early here for a 4.83, Emma.
Yeah, one of the smaller waves, which we have seen hold a bit better. That was a good first turn. Hard bottom turn. 2 quick turns. We've mentioned all day that one critical maneuver has been the top scorers of heats, but we saw in the last heat, Nadia had 2. But that was a nice quick start for Leilani. Smaller wave, but pretty good.
Yep, good combo on the backhand. 4.83 comes in early for Leilani McGonigal. As we spoke about, it is into the mid-morning here in South Africa. We are in the final heat of the round of 32, so we have chopped the field in half. At the end of this heat, we'll have 16 surfers remaining, and that will transition to surfer-on-surfer format. Of course, we are getting news that we'll switch lanes and go to men's round of 32 after this. So final heat on the women's side of competition in the round of 32. And here is that surfer surfing underneath the Brazilian flag, but calls the North Shore of Hawaii home, Luana Silva. She'll just get a little bit obliterated on the inside section here. She'll go quickly back to the lineup with plenty of time on the clock. 35-minute heats on offer here this morning. And I'm assuming we'll carry that over to men's competition. We will confirm that. But looking forward to seeing what the young Portuguese surfer Vaselko can bring to the lineup as well. There you see her sitting, just holding position. Also had a strong pre-heat briefing from family and coaches. I'm looking forward to seeing what she brings to the table here. One of her first visits to Ballito.
Stacked heat. Every heat stacked. That's the theme of the Challenger Series.
Absolutely. You see Francisca Vaselka comes here ranked 25th. Not a great run through those first stops over in Sydney. Young surfer out of Carcavelos. Of course, that Lisbon region. Just a quick gateway up to Ericeira. And we love the talent that's come out of Lisbon over the last years. Think of Frederico Moraes out of Cascais. And of course, many surfing talents from that region. Let's have a look here at, talking of surfing talent, Anani Matsuka, Anon. And into picture again, Leilani McGonigal, who's quickly finding a second wave in the lineup. So it looks like we've seen a couple of surfers read the lineup real well, and then a few of them just sort of sit and not find the unlock. I think particularly of Sally Fitzgibbon's heat a couple of heats back. Took her an age to actually get some meaningful scores.
Yeah, I do find sometimes waves like this can be, I mean, they look pretty perfect, but they definitely are super tricky. The girls have all been saying, you know, they watch a couple of those waves peeling off the rock, like almost like we see in screen, but they don't have enough power. Then further down the bank, it seems to hold up. But I feel like some of the lefts are also great and offering great opportunity.
Well, here goes the world junior champion, Lisbon's Francisca Vaselka. Nice two-turn combo from her. She's been paying attention to the earlier heats. Of course, we got underway at just after 7 o'clock this morning, now just after 9 a.m. And the last 2.5 hours has been filled with ladies surfing as we picked up on the heat 5 of the morning. We cut the draw in half yesterday, care of that Southwest Buster. But conditions this morning, buttery, if not a little tricky. Just watching that wind kind of left to right across the screen. So a classic northwest offshore wind here, still with us at around 9 a.m. local time in Ballito.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned this morning there's not too much wind today, which is good. This is a good wind for our Durban winter mornings. But yeah, definitely slightly tricky. I'm hoping to see some more lefts. I feel like all day I've seen some good lefts. Yeah, it's a replay from Anon's wave. Yeah, she slammed it in the lip there. She's had plenty of practice the last few days with the juniors too. And this is a replay of Leilani. Also slams it in the lip. So pretty similar backhand smacks from both of them. This wave was a bit softer, but she did well to also just make that end maneuver cut. Yeah, and she's able to kick that tail out nicely too.
Well, judges will just ponder that exchange. 3 surfers involved in fairly quick rapid fire. Plenty of time on the clock. As we mentioned, 35-minute heats on offer for the round. And there is your overview of the lineup here at Ballito. If you're just joining the show, it is mid-morning in South Africa. We are in that subtropical region called the Quadakuza. It is the heart of Zululand, the heart of the Zulu culture. 11 official languages, all part of the Rainbow Nation of the South Africa that Nelson Mandela had dreamt of. And I think at times he sits there with his arms folded, looking down from the heavens above, and he goes, yep, I'm happy with lots of stuff. And he'll be happy with the Ballito Pro because it is filled with sights, sounds, and colors, and everybody enjoying themselves. And just a slow wave from Leilani McGonigal. We do owe her a score for a wave previous. A nice knifing turn in the lip, We've been seeing that as the theme. If you can get 2 critical turns in the lip on a steeper section, you're going to be going into the good to very good scores. Think of that 8.33 in the heat previous for Nadia Aristaba. So we know that the excellent scores are out there. For now, pair of 4s is the heat lead, just under the double digit, 9.53 heat total in early for Leilani McGonigal. She opened with the 4.83, now backed it up with the knifing 4.7 for a single maneuver out of the lip. And pretty much she sets the pace for the heat now with quite a bit of time still left to play, Emma.
Yeah, and I think all three of those girls had pretty similar cracks to that end section. And like we've seen today, there's definitely like an edge that you need to approach that closeout section. You know, I think throwing a tail or almost going into it with a lot of speed and projecting out will help those scores go from like 5 up. But we've seen a lot of like mixed 4s.
Well, down to just under 26 minutes on the clock. We're talking about that excellent score of an 8.33. Let's go down and hear from Mark Frew. He's with the winner, Nadia Aristaba.
Nadia, great heat win there. You established an early lead and then you controlled the heat all the way through. You locked it down with that big 8. Talk us through that heat.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm really happy to got that 8 at the beginning of the heat. I started with a 5 point something and I was trying to find a good wave. I got a good one and tried to do kind of safe surfing, but sometimes I get too excited when the waves are good. And glad I made it. So I got the 8, and then, you know, Bella and Ariana are such a, and Luis also are such a good surfers, and I knew they could make it through me in any time. So I was kind of scared, also trying to get a better wave than a 5.7, I think, or 5. I don't know what. But I didn't improve my wave, but I got the win, so happy for it.
It's a great win. Last year, you spent a bit of time in Skeleton Bay prior to coming to Ballito. That seemed to really give you a nice boost, and you had a good run of heats. How's your preparation been different this year?
I mean, before coming here, I was in Tahiti preparing the Olympics. So kind of same barreling, but I came here early because last year the bank were so good. I was hoping the same. It isn't that as good as last year, but still have some fun waves here. And with Janita also staying, she did the junior QS, so we have a good group. And train here, I love it here. Good weather, good people, so enjoying it here.
Well, we might see a big jump in swell tomorrow, so you may get the waves that you want after all. All the best. We'll see the rest of the heat. Back to you guys.
Improving heat by heat, event by event, and season by season. Our Basque surfer improving and moving through to the round of 16.
It's always exciting when you see people post heat feeling just so stoked. You can see she had such a fun heat. The waves are good. Waves are peeling across the bay. You can see she's buzzing.
Well, strong support squad for Nadia Aristaba, and this will be the year that she makes a push for qualification, comes here ranked 4th on the Challenger Series. Meanwhile, out in the water, 23.5 minutes on the clock, updated numbers top left of screen for 2-wave totals. And the surfer that got the mid-season cut, Luana Silva, she is down in 4th, holding priority. Pace of the heat being set with the pair of 4s. So you've got a feeling, Emma, with quite a lot of time to play, that this heat could go literally anyone's way right now.
It can go anyone's way, I agree with you. Also, all 4 girls pretty evenly spread out, both of them on different peaks. We have seen, like I said earlier in the heat, we have seen some really good lefts, which I felt like we're hitting that bank better than some of the rights. We actually see Leilani paddling for left now, which we know is definitely her strength. That was a great first slash. Oh, and almost rides out.
Well, Leilani McGonigal switching up the focus. Seen her build 2 scores with her backhand. Now switches the focus to the left. Kind of letting that last turn fall away, so we're not presuming that she'll replace a 4.7 in her scoreline. Few lines approaching here. There's a good overview of it. Let's have a look at Luana Silva. Here she goes. Championship Tour surfer of 2024. Didn't get the mid-season cut. She will just knife. She will just knife through that softer section on the end there. I'm not feeling that that's really all she hoped for on that particular one. But for now, it'll be a building block score. It's going to go in her top 2. Prior to that, just a 317 in her scoreline, Emma.
Yeah, I think that's a building block for sure, but we have seen that those critical maneuvers are rewarded. We know that Luana can surf incredibly radically and critically, and yeah, we good to see her pushing those boundaries on the next wave. But as you say, building blocks, that's what's important. When she took off, it did look like it was going to wall up nicely, but a little bit softer. You can see on that first turn a bit more of like a check turn. And yeah, she joins with that rebound. Yeah, I think to just kind of ride it out, but I think we're expecting some more power from her.
Yeah, a little bit more power expected out of that. None, as we mentioned, it'll just be a building block score for now. Of course, Luana Silva making the finals against Erin Brook at Snapper to start the Challenger Series campaign. Packed her bag and left Margaret River with the cut. Did see her just showcased now as just needed a backup score to come her way. 20.5 on the clock.
Slightly slower heat, from the last few heats we've seen.
Pretty quiet heat for Mutsuoka. All surfers still waiting for backup scores. A little over 20 minutes left to go now. Still don't have that number for Luana Silva. Are we thinking that's close to the best score of the heat? I mean, the best score right now, single wave, is a 5.4 for Francesca Vaselko. Also on a right-hander, also using the forehand, the young Portuguese surfer.
Yeah.
So we're thinking Luana Silva might fetch something in a similar range.
Yeah, that closeout turn was definitely a bigger section than we saw from Francesca's wave, I think. That first turn, a bit more of like a check speed turn for that. But it felt like a safer wave for what we know we can see from her, like we see right now.
Let's have a look at Luana Silva. Switches it up, goes on the backhand. Kind of softer turn in the top corner. Here comes another left at us. Young Portuguese surfer, 2-turn combo. That's going to be worth more points straight away. And as I say the sentence, I'll regret my statement because she did fall. Now, that was what you want to do to go into the 5s and 6s right there on a completion.
Yeah, completion is exactly what you need, especially with, I mean, you can see they're all sitting with such close scores right now, and that's what's going to separate you from the rest of the heat. But it's nice to see them going for those lefts that we've seen are holding nicely. But there's some sets coming, I think.
Judges just having a good old yarn over the last few rides. Luana Silva, solid wave. And looking like a reasonable score coming her way. 5 judges on the panel. One of them's already given us an indication. Meanwhile, on your screens, lovely snap to the pocket. And that is how you fit a good score in on one maneuver. So Anon Matsuka playing to the rule book here as well of what the judges want to see in the lineup. And that will be her second counting ride. So it's taken a while to get the heat into some kind of shape. Of course, until all surfers are on 2 rides or more, it's always really difficult to read the game. And while the judges ponder those numbers, we're still waiting for that good score of Luana Silva. Let's go down and catch up with Mike Frew. He's in and out and around the contest site.
I'm here with Manuel, who is helping Leilani McGonigal in this heat from Costa Rica. How's the heat going? What are the conditions like out there? What are you seeing?
It's been a really slow heat. It's really tight. All the surfers have scores around the 5 points, high 4s. So now it's Leilani's back on the first priority. So I think she needs to score a good score and put her in the first place. I think. Sorry.
So Leilani needs a big result at this event. She hasn't had great results on the Challenger Series so far, and you're helping coach her here. So she's getting a bit of pressure here as we go into the end of the season.
Yes, like pressure. These athletes they like the pressure. Pressure is like part of their lives. So now it's hit by hit. They cannot think on making it to the finals. They just have to think each wave, each set that is approaching, and do the job. And she's ready. She's been really consistent on the free serve. So I think she's going to do it.
All the best for the rest of the heat. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. The Pura Vida spirit on display here in Costa Rican team. Just backing up, of course, everybody at home as well. Up in the wee hours in Central America to follow the action. Nice, strong surfing. Down the line, just hoping for a third turn there. But the young Portuguese world junior champion, Francisca Vaselko. 2 speedy turns for her, and she has a quick reference. She's going to break now from the pack, and she's going to go to the northern side of the beach. Perhaps a couple of runners here, perhaps a little bit of strategy. As you see the overview of the lineup here, already some of the surfers looking around, perhaps also going to respond and break out to the left of screen. But strong, aggressive paddling right now from our surfer in blue as she just bolts over to the north side of the break.
Yeah, as Leilani coach said, these surfers like pressure. They live in a pressure cooker all the time, and I think now, 15 minutes left, they're all needing those scores. But that was good down the line surfing, but I think that first turn she was able to wrap it a bit more completely, but here she goes again.
Look what she's done. She's found another part of the lineup. Back to the trim. That one not going to pay out, but she's obviously spotted something down to the north side of the beach. She went down there with urgency. And we'll see judges now owe her 2 scores. That last one will be inconsequential. Let's have a look at the wave previous from the young Portuguese surfer. And a couple of very strong turns on the forehand for the world junior champ.
Yeah, I mean, she was very down the line surfing, but that first turn she was able to wrap the board back to the beach, and then the wave just kind of ran away from her. But fast wave, she managed to squeeze in 2 turns, and like I said, that first turn was a little bit more complete.
Well, young Francisca Vaselko in the discussion in this heat. We're down to 14.5 minutes to go. Here is our heat leader, just a stumble from Leilani McGonigal. Reached out a little bit too far on that particular one. And judges will just be playing catch up on scores for Anon Masuka. No, we're up to date with Anon. 4.67 now in the scoreline for the Japanese surfer. Still down in third, though, as we await that number. And while the judges ponder that score for young Portuguese surfer Francisca Vaselko, we'll take a quick breather and a quick break. We trust that you are enjoying the show from beautiful Ballito in South Africa. Stay with us for updated scores after the break.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Welcome back to the final heat of the round of 32. It's heat number 8. You're with us with 12 minutes to go in the lineup to wrap up the women's round of 32 here at the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. Gig Lears and Emma Smith on the call as we get to the back part of another exciting heat. quality brushed conditions here in Ballito. If anything, the sandbank's not 100%, but we are seeing opportunities in the lineup, and we've had a change in the heat leaderboard while you were away. Updated scores for Francesca Veselka, 4.3, so fairly low scoring heat all round as we watch our previous heat leader, who's now dropped down to second, Leilani McGonigal, getting absolutely smithereened by a strong set of waves on the sandbar. Sneaky power in the lineup, as always, here at Ballito, Emma.
Always. There's always sneaky power. I mean, you take off like that, not feeling that power necessarily, but you'll see at that end section kind of slams on that shore break. But yeah, I think it's not the most ideal situation to be in, or with such close scores. I think someone needs a wave that's going to just break out of that very close situation right now.
Yep, very, very close heat on paper. Just under 11 minutes to go. New heat leader in the young surfer, Francesca Veselka, but still not into the double digits. 9.7 made up of the 5.4, which was early on. In fact, it was Francesca Veselka's very first wave for the 5.4. Set herself on the front foot. She has backed it up for the heat lead, but have a look at the priority being held by Luana Silva. Championship Tour surfer this year, not making the cut. She'll be in the discussion in the back third of this heat now. 5.27 has her in the mix, but she's got to ditch the lower score. Got to find a 4.26 or more to attack the second place position of Leilani McGonigal. And even down in fourth, you can go from fourth to first in the seat pretty easily, as requirements are all sub 5. And we have seen 5-point rides or more in the lineup. So lots of stories to unpack here as we're under 10 minutes. Beautiful brushed offshores, as we mentioned. Switch of direction for Leilani McGonigal. She can find points on these inside left-handers. Combination of them coming at us. Lovely first turn. Meanwhile, on the outside bank, here goes Luana Silva. North Shore resident, surfing under the Brazilian flag. She's going to get a runner of her own. She's going to grind this one. So nice little exchange there. Two surfers with championship tour experience. Leilani McGonigal, of course, showcased a number of times as a wild card in El Salvador. Of course, that Central America region. So much surf and so much potential in that area. So much new talent on the up and coming as well. And the McGonigals will have inspired a lot of the younger professionals. Talking of inspiring, the entire Japanese squad feeds off every single heat that they, as a gang and as a team, come to Ballito to surf. Anon Matsuka, just 2 rides, so she's had a fairly quiet heat. And that's just her 3rd ride we've seen. She's looking to attack and move from 4th up to at least 2nd.
Yeah, that wave of Leilani and Luana, obviously a left and right. But I like how both of them on their first turns, they were able to, follow that leading arm and like bring a little bit of a different approach to the first turn. Like we haven't really seen that on the previous waves. It's more been all about that last turn.
Well, let's have a re-look at them. We'll pull the tape back.
Yeah, she did well to come around that section. It's a lot harder than it looks. Whips it up, and then, yeah, you can see she actually delayed her bottom turn a little, managed to come out of that closeout turn. And this first turn was really nice, the way she drifted her tail, followed her arm, did well to keep in that frothy pocket and then still finish it. And Leilani on her forehand, always good to see. That turn was great for me, and still manages to ride through that and ride out.
Nice tight pivot on the first turn for Leilani McGonigal. A little bit of flow and just joining the dots to bring in her 8th ride already. So complete contradiction to both Luana Silva and Anon Matsuka, who are much lower repetitions in the lineup. There's your grid of all activities. We are waiting for an 8th ride now for Leilani McGonigal. Already 7 waves scored from the panel. And still a very tight heat, in my opinion, on paper, down a little over 7 minutes to go. And still no one breaking away with this one as we're starting to wrap up the women's round of 32.
Yeah, I agree with you. Even those last three waves, they were all quite similar. But
who got the best one?
Maybe Leilani.
Okay.
Yeah, I might be off there, but I really liked that first turn,
Well,
but it was a smaller wave.
Yeah, it had a nice tight snap for the first maneuver for Leilani McGonigal. Judges starting to appreciate it. One judge has thrown a 4, another 4-9. 5 judges on duty. 3 still to drop their opinions, and of course we still wait for the score for Luana Silva and Anon Matsuka. We all feel maybe putting scores in the card that could change the shape of the heat.
Yeah, still staying really close. I even think after that last exchange, we're needing.
Judges have the ability to go through their own replays. They can tap into what we see and you, the viewers, see, but they also have their own cameras on duty. They're able to pull back their own tape. So they may be we are splitting hairs. This is a very close heat. And there's been no, as we said, no breakout moments in it. So all these scores very, very critical. And it is a war of decimals here in the lineup.
Yeah, it is. And we're needing a little breakaway there. I don't know. I think maybe the approach is to just bring some risk.
If that looks like Morgan Sibilik walking across your screen, that's because it is. Coming up in the round of 32, we'll switch lanes and we'll go to men's round of 32, still in the 4-man format. And he's coming up in an exciting heat. Meanwhile, we'll just keep drilling into this final 5 minutes to conclude the round of 32 here on the women's side of the draw at the Ballito Pro. And judges just seem to be hanging in the moment here. So just to remind you folks, 4.26 requirement for Luana Silva. Of course, we saw Luana at the Vivo Rio Pro. So she got ditched at the mid-season cut, but got the call up as a wild card. Went all the way to the quarterfinals there. And can she? We haven't, we kind of got stuck on Leilani McGonigal, and maybe she got the best of the exchange. Judges having a long ponder on this, longer than usual. And maybe we can even pull Luana Silva's last ride back again. Yeah, the numbers start checking in. Anon Matsuka, combination of turns for her for a 5-1-7. So that's how tight this heat. A 5-1-7 switches 4th to 1st.
Wow.
Still waiting for numbers to come for Leilani McGonigal's forehand snaps. We're almost there now. See, one of the judges went as high as a 5-5. So a 5-1-7 is locked in. Ding, ding.
Oh,
Heat
so
turns
close.
over again. New register printout. Leilani McGonigal back up to first for a flat 10. Made up of the 5-1-7, which we just saw on the left-hander. And we still owe Luana Silva a score.
Oh, Luana actually getting the better of the exchange.
Well, now let's just keep changing the heat lead. Why not? Everyone's had a turn. Luana Silva up into the lead, care of a 6.5. So the heat has finally got grindy at the end. This is an important wave for young Francisca Vaselko, who's coming back with a good response of her own. 3-turn combo for the young Portuguese surfer. It's game on here with 3:20 on the clock.
Yeah, this is a grindy heat. I like that wave. I feel like she pushed a bit harder on all 3 of those turns. I think hearing the scores trickling through. She was in first just a few moments ago, then into 4th.
And then let's have a look at the replay of...
There, I mean, you can see she's kicking the tail harder than she did on her previous first turns. There again, too. Similar turns for all 3 of them, but she managed to squeeze in 3 on a pretty fast wave. But I liked a bit more of that vertical critical approach.
Well, the requirement in focus for Francisca Vaselko, a 4.6 requirement. If I look at the weight of Luana Silva, 6.5, I'm thinking that Francisca's just answered Luana Silva here. So this now could see a complete turnover of the heat again. Meanwhile, just looking for any opportunity as we go under 2 minutes 20 on the clock now. And wow, this has been rapid fire at the end of the heat here. Judges having a ponder on Francisca Vaselko's last score. This could again dent the heat and take her from 4th. Having a look at requirement, 4.6 for the advance. 9.7. 4.8. I'm thinking that we could get a new heat leader again here with 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, why not carry on with the fourth to first, fourth to first, fourth to first?
Let's go back and have a look at a heat recap. It's been rapid fire here with Luana Silva getting her first meaningful score of a 5.2. And the world junior champion, the young Portuguese surfer, brought herself right into the mix with a 5.4 to get the campaign underway almost 33 minutes ago. And Anon Matsuka has remained part of the story the whole way. She still holds priority in the last 90 seconds of this heat, and a 5.17 here brought her right into the story. Everybody's had a chance at leading this heat. This was a nice forehand attack from Leilani McGonigal as well, which kept her in the story with a 5.17. So as we mentioned, lots of mid-range scores. This was the breakout number of the heat, a 6.5 for Luana Silva. Championship Tour surfer of 2024, not making the mid-season cut, but showing us that she has all the intentions here on the Challenger Series of going back to the CT in 2025. And just like that, we're with the live action with 1 minute to go. And just expecting one more score from Leilani McGonigal. And 7.83, what a number. We said that the young Portuguese surfer was going to answer back to Luana Silva, and she has done that and more. Some of the judges going as high as an 8.5, Emma.
Wow. Yeah, that was another fourth to first.
Well, Luana Silva down to second. Here she goes as we're inside the last 30 seconds. She's going to give her own version. Just one snap opportunity there. Now, Leilani McGonigal, reminders of a 6.5 requirement, and that lady on screen, Anon Matsuka, suddenly switched all the way from the lead down to fourth, and she's got to fetch numbers in the mid-range sixes. So the heat changed shape very quickly in the last 5 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
And Francisca Veselka and Luana Silva have taken the natural foot advantage. Been some running, threading waves through the hollow sandbars here. And well, a 7.83 for Francisca Veselka. She's going to be proud of a heat win here as we get to the end of the clock. What a performance from the young surfer from Lisbon, Portugal. And I'll be looking forward to hearing what she says. She'll be stoked. Little slap of appreciation there as well. And a good scalp to take, getting a heat win over a championship tour surfer like Luana Silva. But watch for the future for this young lady from Carcavelos in Lisbon, Portugal. Francisca Veselka, 7.83, an outstanding score. She'll be progressing. We'll lose Leilani McGonigal and we'll lose Anon Matsuka. Stay with us. We've wrapped up women's surfing. We'll continue with the men's round of 32.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious blue flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Sounds live ranking.
Welcome back. Welcome back to the show. Live action coming at you from the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. And straight into your vision comes the lone South African in the lineup here at the Ballito Pro, Luke Schleipen. Young surfer out of Cape Town takes on some big names. Watch for Gatti and Delahaye from the French flag represented Caribbean. Morgan Sibilik, no stranger to our surf fans. He'll be in the lineup looking for a heat advance alongside fellow Australian Joel Vaughan. It's a good morning from myself, Gig Saliers, alongside Greg Emsley, former championship tour surfer for the call. And wasting no time, the tall frame of Gatti and Delahaye as he gets his campaign moving here. Still some slight sideshore, offshore conditions, Greg, and well, the tide at the bottom of the graph. And well, points are in the lip.
Definitely, we've spoken about this through the morning gigs. There's, you know, the two-turn combos are still out there, and those heavy-hitting maneuvers the judge is looking for. They don't want to see too much of that tapered off surfing. They want to see the committed big turns, and it's looking good out there. We've got light winds offshore, and into men's round of 32, some cracker matchups. And I'm looking forward to seeing some really big surfing coming through for our viewers.
If you're just joining the show, it's a good morning from myself, Gig Saliers, and Greg Emsley. We have just tapped out of women's competition. Round of 32 now wrapped up. We've got 16 women left in the draw. And we have lost a few key players in the Challenger Series rankings as we get to that end of round of 32. Big drama yesterday, losing Erin Brooks, Elisa Spencer, and Macy Callahan. And that gives room for surfers like Vaheen Fierro and Bronte McCauley to keep climbing. They're in the draw. Also, Isabella Nichols with a strong performance for a heat win yesterday morning. So your darker grey are out, your white stripes are in, and we'll see the rankings change at the end of the week with the Ballito Pro final results.
Looking at those ladies in the top 10 still in competition, all seem to be on a bit of form in this event, getting good numbers. Bronte this morning, defending champion, some seriously strong surfing. For me, the favourite's been Nadia Aristabe with that 8-point ride this morning. Was just solid. That for me is the best put together wave by a female in this event so far this year.
Yeah, 100% right, Greg. Back you on that one. 8.33 for the Basque surfer, who got some solid results out of the Australian leg and looking like her foot is on the gas here in Ballito. With transition now, it is a good morning if you're just joining the broadcast. Around 9:30 a.m. we are spot on the low tide. As that tide starts to move, you'll just see a little change in wind direction. I'm noticing a little brush left to right across our screen. So from the wind howling right to left yesterday, the southerly winds here on the east-facing coast of Ballito, starting to see a little bit of a northerly wind kick in. But light winds as predicted by Surfland, and they've been pretty spot on every single call here for us in Ballito again, Greg.
Spot on, and yep, light winds predicted. We see that northerly offshore breeze, a little bit, as you mentioned, very north on at the moment as we approach the mid-morning. But we're going to see the wind hopefully back off, light variable winds through the day. And it'll be interesting to see the high tide today, because it's been quite good through the high tide. Normally we stress about the high tide here. It does soften the bank out. But the last couple of days has almost given the wave a little bit more strength on that inside section.
Morgan Sibilik on screen comes here ranked 55. No real results yet from the Challenger Series campaign for 2024. As you see, Gatti and Delahaye just snake by him. Gatti and Delahaye already a good result out of the Challenger Series event in Sydney over at North Narrabeen. Got all the way to finals day there. We've seen Gatti, and of course a former finalist here in 2022. He's here ranked 7th. So looking at a third in Sydney, as I mentioned, only falling to Geordie Lawler, the eventual winner over in Sydney. So comes with a high ranking. Didn't have a great visit to Ballito last year, was out in a 33rd in this round. But that year before, as I mentioned, a stellar performance all the way to the finals. So watch for Gatti and Delahaye, that big tall frame of him. He knows how to get into the tight angles. He does have an air game as well, Greg. So expecting some bigger things from Gatti and Delahaye in 2024.
Yeah, and we think back to 22, getting second year to Rio Wahida. It was actually, that final was across the bay at Bathers Beach. There was a bit more sand there, but smallish surf. And for how big he is, I still remember thinking how well he surfed those small waves. He's talk about his air game and his he's biggish build, he's quite tall, so he has those driving, nice extended open calves, which gives him a full package to watch out for.
Gattiadele, very handy in the smaller surf. I recall him getting past Leo Fioravanti in the semi-finals, got past Jacob Wilcox in the quarters. So he knows how to bring the small wave game to the sandbars. He's also quite comfortable if it gets overhead. Let's have a look at quick acceleration from this young surfer. The Australian Joel Vaughan looking very loose and lovely drift, and that was very well controlled. Lovely spicy surfing from Joel Vaughan for his opening roll of the dice here at his round of 32 heat in Ballito.
Wow, that was a beaut start, and how alive did that board look, electric off those turns. And when we see that replay, that first turn just extended off the bottom turn, releasing that tail in every turn.
Following live action, Morgan Sibilik tight and in the pocket as he surfed that wave there. I just thought of him in that final at Rottnest Island a couple seasons back. Sort of head high, clear water over in that championship tour event, and he went all the way to a runner-up to Gabriel Medina there. Of course, so much in 2021 happened for Morgan Sibilik, and well, a different journey from then on out. And let's see how Morgan Sibilik goes in 2024. Two very tight turns here, Greg.
Strong first maneuver and up into that steep lip, nice and vertical, very critical. So we got the two comparisons, and now we do see Joel Vaughan on this replay. Watch how loose he gets that tail, frees it up, clean on the second turn, bit of a layback as well, so he got the combos. It's going to be an interesting comparison of these scores. The left from Morgan with vertical, late hitting, hard attack, and then Joel Vaughan on the right, a freer, looser attack, a bit more variety, a good combo, but I think they're going to be similar, but both of them I really enjoyed.
Great exchange, two scores built in completely different ways, not only in completely different directions. We'll wait for those numbers. Meanwhile, scrambling onto this one, Cape Tonian Luke Schleipen will go back to the drawing board. Of course, the young South African is now representing alone. We lost names like Luke Thompson. We lost a number of other names, including Geordie Marie and a few other South Africans in the draw, Paul Sampson as well. And as we ponder the heat ahead for the opening round of men's competition, let's go down and chat to the winner of that last current World Junior Champion from Portugal.
After a frustrating start in Australia, you've got through this round, and this is turning into immediately a good result for you.
Yeah, Australia did not start the best way. I felt really disconnected with the ocean, but I felt like the surfing, even during the free surfs, was there, and I was feeling confident coming from a 12th place last year ranked and finishing with a 3rd place in Brazil. So yeah, I had big expectations and I was feeling confident. I was motivated, but sometimes it doesn't go your way. So I just had to reset and focus for this event and for the last events that are coming up soon, yeah.
For the viewers online that have tuned in or enjoying their morning coffee, tell them in your own language what the conditions are like here today in Ballito.
Olá a todos, estou em Portugal a apoiar. Estão condições difíceis, apesar de virem ondas boas de vez em quando. Está um line-up difícil, mas o que interessa é passar e estou muito contente com os meus scores e ter passado esta ronda. Foi um começo difícil na Austrália, mas o foco está aqui no presente e estou contente de ter avançado. Vamos com tudo para os próximos.
Thank you and all the best for the rest of the event. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Mike, and muito obrigado. On to the next round and into the final 16 at the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. Young Francesca Veselko. She's on her way to one stop before the quarterfinals. That's what we'll be looking for in the current round in the water now, men's round of 32, Heat 1. Chopping the field. This is the last time we are in the 4-man format. 2 surfers advance, 2 fall away, and then we'll be down to man-on-man format with the final 16 on both men's and women's sides of the draw, Greg.
Yep, it gets there quickly. We're getting into the weekend quickly, and you get those person-on-person heats. You've got to reset. It's a new structure, slightly different strategies, because you're not focusing obviously on 4 people, but just one other person. And looking at those opening scores, that comparison, Joel Vaughan, that 6.5, clean surfing, I liked it. And then Morgan Sibilik, a bit under 4.83. I think that last maneuver from Sibilik a little bit, a bit critical, a bit late, maybe a touch untidy, bringing that score slightly down. But Joel Vaughan really didn't put a foot wrong on that wave. Super clean surfing, speed, power, flow, electric through those maneuvers. And he's looking like he's on some great equipment out there.
Well, good category score for Joel Vaughan's campaign. Think back to Ballito last year. Joel Vaughan all the way to 9th, so he did fairly well here. Now, always remember that big punt that he did into the wind on a left-hander. I think it was brought at 9.63, if I recall. Might be wrong by a decimal or so, but I mean, he got a near-perfect score with a big, massive backhand air rotation right in front of the judges' tower here for his campaign this time last year. Looking to go better than 9th, looking to get into finals day. Joel Vaughan, the young Australian. Of course, he brings a whole pack of talented Australians with for the 2024 push. I'm loving what I'm seeing from names like Geordie Lawler. Of course, we have lost him. Young surfers like Oscar Berry as well, George Pitar, Reef Hazelwood, all those surfers. Really, the Australians on a very strong front foot push again, led by names like Morgan Sibilik in 2024.
Yeah, I've got lots of talking points about all that.
Then go ahead, Greg.
Oh, we'll touch on it. But, you know, the guys are, yeah, they're supporting each other. But watching their warm-ups and that they're very much to themselves. I don't know if they're speaking to a coach in between, but it seems like they're really studying things and doing their own warm-ups and really focusing on what's out there.
Talking of Joel Vaughan, talking of going to the air. Oh. And he'll do that beautifully. Uses that cascading lip, the explosion at the bottom for a cushion, and brings a lovely lofty air to the discussion. He opened with the 6.5, knifing turns, good snaps to drifts, good tail releases, and now he goes and brings a different approach and hucks one out for us. Judges can't ignore giving another good score for Joel Vaughan right there, Greg.
Well, Joel, he was one of the guys just on his own, focusing on the ocean, as was Morgan Sibilik. And you know, you spoke about this little bit of northerly wind coming on our screen left to right. And you think about an aeroplane that takes off into the wind. That's exactly what Joel Vaughan's done here. He's used that wind to launch up into the air. And as he gets that board up, he'll let that wind catch under the board, drift through the concaves and double concaves, get a little bit of glide through the air to let him tweak that tail, get inverted, landing nice and clean, popped out of the whitewater for a great landing.
So judges thinking of a number for Gatti and Delahaye as well. Let's have a look at this one.
Yeah, so just really right there using that air. And you see how that wind stuck that board back up against his feet. And I think he's going to get a really good score for that. And this is Gattian on this one. You see he's got that strong, tall build, and a bit late to that last lip, but he does get the 2-turn combos further down the beach.
Meanwhile, young South African who had to give way to Joel Vaughan earlier will go to the air himself. Front foot adrift there as he lands. Just a little bit of cross momentum across, and the board straight towards the beach. So come unstuck will Luke Schleipen, the young Cape Townian surfer, in his campaign here in the round of 32. Of course, all the South Africans gathered now to support Luke Schleipen. Of course, brother Connor in attendance, Luke Thompson, and all those other young campaigners from particularly a strong push out of the Cape Town region. 19.5 minutes on the clock. Let's go down and catch up with Mark Frew. He'll have something exciting for us.
I'm down here with Luke Thompson on the beach and a really big South African contingent watching Luke Schleipen in this heat. Luke, how are the nerves?
Geez, yeah, feeling so nervous. I get more nervous watching the South Africans than I do for myself. We're such a strong support crew and we all back each other so hard. It's so hard to watch the heat because you're trying to almost surf it and make decisions for the person. But, I mean, it's their own heat at the end of the day. So, yeah, you just got to watch and hope.
Luke, you've become a bit of a ringleader for the South African charge overseas and on the Challenger Series. How's the motivation and the enthusiasm and the spirit amongst the South Africans at the moment?
Yeah, the South Africans we got such a close crew going at the moment, and it's so important to get that support going. I mean, like, it makes a difference from, like, hearing literally if 5 people are clapping for you on the beach, it makes all the difference to if 5 people aren't, because that confidence you get from it, that belief, that excitement, that amp, it's so big. And I just think having that support crew behind you, those friends that are backing you, it's so important. But
Luke, sorry, I had to interrupt you. Luke had a quick just in and out there. But yeah, you're saying the support is so important. It actually fires you guys up and carries you through.
Yeah, definitely. That support's amazing. I mean, I know when I have people down here supporting me, it's the best feeling ever. And just having people that you can go sit with before a heat and just chat to, laugh, have some jokes, you know, just like release a bit of that pressure you feel. It's like almost like a big family we got going here. Sarah Baum's the oldest one out of the bunch, and she's still going in the contest. She kind of keeps us all in check, which is pretty cool. But yeah, we got a big crew. We all stay together. We were all piled up in a little small spot in Snapper. Dan MZ on the couch. But yeah, it's become like a big family.
Awesome, Luke, and all the best for one of your best friends in the water right now, and all the best for him in the rest of the event. I hope we can get another South African through. Back to you guys.
Well, thanks, Mark. Think often of the 90s and how the collective gangs were traveling together. What do we call the South African guys at this stage of the professional sport? The Boerewors brothers, all on a campaign. I think back to the LMB crew, back around when you got on tour, Greg, back in the late 90s.
Yeah, it's, there's been various movements. I think South Africans have always been good at supporting each other. But what I like about this is Luke Thompson, he's had to pick himself up after a harsh decision getting that interference. And I watched them come down. They came marching onto the beach, the group. It was like the school bus had just dropped them off. And they've arrived, and you could just see they've come to cheer on our lone male South African left in competition. And that's just, how you got to lift each other up if you all want to sort of achieve things together.
South African hopes still with Sarah Baum in the women's draw. Here on the men's side, Luke Schleipen, the last soldier standing. And you think of an event that always served the South Africans fairly well. Let's have a look at Luke as he switches direction. Gets that bottom deck to smash some water out. 2-turn combo, nice and chunky, solid for the last section. Father John Schleipen captaining the Boerewors brothers. And, well, let's see. He'll just remain pensive. He'll try and just cap those emotions. As we'll wait for a number from that. It's definitely going to bring him into the heat here, Greg, approaching when, in fact, we've dipped under the halfway mark. Luke Schleipen finally getting a reasonable number in his scoreline. Prior to that, just those lowly 2.6s and 1.37s to talk about.
Yep, yeah. Joel Vaughan, of course, dominating the heat, getting that 6.67 for that lofty air. Luke Schleipen, that last wave will help his score line and go into his top 2. Definitely put him into some sort of situation. And there we go, 5-5. So the South African, Luke Schleipen, in white, into second place. Got something to work with here. And now, John, you saw him on the beach, the dad, looking fairly calm, salt of the earth, and loves surfing himself.
Well, the South African goes from 4th to 2nd and seems that he's gone straight back to a similar part of the lineup and back at it. Medium-sized inside left-hander. It's a strange year when you start seeing counting scores come from the lefts in Ballito, and we put that down to the sandbars, the El Nino year. But quickly backing himself up, heard that the 5-5 had come his way. That is the 3rd to best score of the heat. I mean, Joel Vaughan right now is a standalone soldier with his pair of 6s. But very tight heats, very, very close. And it is, I mentioned it in the previous and last heat of the women's round, it's a war of half points and decimals in the lineup here.
Yep, and it feels, we've had a few ad breaks, etc. as we just watch this replay. So good, crisp first turn, and this was the 5-5. So strong surfing there. That first turn was just crisp, lots of spray, and got nicely into that completion. But this heat seems to have really rushed off, well past the halfway mark, and that little 5-5 in Luke Schleipen's scoreline will be handy. It will prove handy as you look at the last 14 minutes. Not too many opportunities out there. He's going to look for a good backup and try and keep the likes of Morgan Sibilik and Gatien Delahaye at bay. But they're going to come charging. Sibilik does hold that first priority, And De La Haye's got second priority, sitting in third and fourth.
Greg, much bigger profile names in Morgan, Sibilik, and Gatti and De La Haye, and they find themselves down in third and fourth. Meanwhile, back to the formula. We saw the 5-5 from the South African. He's working that left-hander, and he may just be packing another one into his top two here. His previous score not going to factor in Luke Schleipen, but that one there, Greg, as we go down to 13.5 minutes, could just be adding to his top two scoreline.
I like what he's doing. A couple waves under priority, and that was a mid-size wave. As we see live action, huge rotation. And that is, Joel Vaughan is just opening up now. I mean, that was pretty much, you'll get that replay. I'm calling a full rotation in the air before landing, and super clean landing as well. Just really capitalizing on this little northerly wind coming up into the face of the wave. He's using it to get that height. He's using it for the rotation, the inversion, and this landing was just exceptionally good as well.
Well, Joel Vaughan being showcased here in Ballito, already the heat leader, freedom to move in the lineup, and well, definitely going to be dropping a 6.5 with that. We're looking forward to seeing where the numbers and the scoreline go with that. Luke Schleipen as well also owed a score from the judges, and while the judges break that all down, we'll sit back and take a breather. We trust that you're enjoying the show. We'll see you on the other side of the break for the scores right here from Ballito.
People don't realize what they're doing to the oceans. We got to hand it down to the next generation. It's going to be such a pity for people not to be able to experience what we've experienced.
Welcome back to the show. It's the World Surf League's Challenger Series Stop 3 unfolding on a beautiful morning on the east coast of South Africa. Those northwest winds just now allowing our surfers to go freely to the air. And while we were away at break, we saw Joel Vaughan and Luke Schleipen expecting scores. We're up to date, top left of screen for the number. Joel Vaughan extends his lead with an 8.5, Greg Emsley.
Beautiful, absolutely fantastic. That is, for me, the best air of competition so far. That rotation, he fully rotated in the air, landing with the nose facing the beach, and a clean landing, getting that 8.5. Very happy with that score. It was excellent all day for me. And let's just have another look at that last score. And just watch how he uses the wind. And that's what I'm talking about, that full rotation in the air, landing clean, and didn't even touch the rails of that board. So no grab, and just fully using that wind to let that board stick up against his feet for that full rotation. And that was just exceptionally progressive. And he attacked that section. Look at his position with 10 minutes to go. An 8.5 and a 6.67. I think we're going to see the Joel Vaughan air show in the last 10 minutes.
Well, if you can go to the air again, you'll be wanting to improve on a 6.67. Let's meanwhile have a look at where's Morgan Sibilik in all of this. Stuck with a 4 in his scoreline, also stuck with a 2. He's going to go to the air, and he'll just thud that one down, not with the quite same extension and elevation as his fellow countryman Joel Vaughan, but he realizes that that is perhaps where the answers lie to progressing. He is down in third, and Luke Schleipen setting that cutoff mark at 9.6 total. So 4.78 as we break down the scores. See if Morgan Similik gets that. What are we thinking, Greg? Perhaps yes. Just by the nature of critical turns in the lip. That's been the theme from the judges. But that one certainly not having the pop and the fizz of Joel Vaughan's 8.5.
Well, the problem is Joel Vaughan's going to ruin it for these other guys because that air was just so clean. If you look at the replay, which the judges would have seen, they would have taken note: height, rotation, no grab, clean landing. Now to match that is going to be tough. So someone like Morgan Similik, he's so strong on his rail game, he's so critical, he's so vertical, and I think he needs to just focus on those. Don't try and match Joel Vaughan for what he's doing.
Well, here's another look at the 8.5. You saw the extension, just that huck of the tail, and judges went excellent category score there. I'm expecting a number from Morgan Similik now, who's just chosen a similar attack to the lip line. The high-profile name of Morgan Similik, who saw him as a wild card again here all the way to the quarterfinals at Bells over Easter. He'll be wanting to work his way through this Challenger Series puzzle of 2024 and get back to full-time competition on the championship tour. That last score coming in. Are we up to date? Not quite yet. Still waiting for one more number here for Morgan Similik. 7 minutes to go, Greg.
You know, you think back to 21 when he ended 5th in the world, and you look at him now at 55th on the Challenger Series. Like, it's not right. What's he doing there? Come on, Morgan. You know, he's such a good surfer. You want to see him back on that championship tour. You just think he's just so thorough.
Well, you know that he's got a lot of friends at all the levels of competition cheering for him. Of course, a regular travel partner of Matt McGillivray. And a lot of his friends, Liam O'Brien. Let's have a look at this one again, Greg.
So, yeah, but it's more like a kicktail rotation, a little bit of air there. And maybe he's going to challenge that second spot of Luke Schleipen. Not looking for a massive score, though. So, you know, you look at Joel Vaughan with a 15.17 total. Leave him out of the picture. Rather focus on challenging that second spot.
Well, that air hasn't factored in for Morgan Similik. Meanwhile, heat leader with freedom to move will just bring a repertoire of backhand hits for us. Already an 8.5 and a 6.67 for the young Australian. I did mention earlier that Joel Vaughan got a near perfect 10 this time last year here in Ballito. So Ballito and Joel Vaughan just, you know, working on a nice longer-term relationship now. Perhaps all the way, perhaps one day to a win. We've seen a lot of Australians over the years hold the trophy up here in beautiful Ballito. Of course, the longest running professional surfing event. It threads its roots all the way back to Durban, just a little bit down the coast, all the way back in 1969 for a full 500 Rand prize money. Oh, today's exchange rate is $10.
The Durban 5, was it the Durban 500?
It was the Durban 500 back in 69. Of course, as we move to the weekend, we'll revisit all of that great history. We think of the 6-year back-to-back run of Sean Thompson with his wins. Of course, Sean, no doubt, will be tuned in and enjoying the show. Always love the tip of the hat to our 77 world champion. Of course, the entire planet was remolded by his charisma and his good looks, and really packaged what professional surfing was to become out of the 70s and into the 80s. And we always love respecting that. We'll talk about all of that this weekend. But we've had a number of Australian winners over the years through the events. Could Joel Vaughan win one day? Answer is maybe yes. What about Gatti and Delahaye? Made the finals here in 2022. And he's down in 4th in this heat. And he's just getting a couple of skiddy turns out, and he'll go down on that one. Plagued with some lower threes in his scoreline here, Greg. What has Gattian got to do here to unlock it?
Well, he's got to go complete on a wave. But this man, Luke Schleipen, he wants to hold on to that second. And he goes for the air rotation, doesn't stick it. So you see Luke Schleipen sort of looking at going forward on that aerial maneuver, where we did see Joel Vaughan going a little bit straighter up and then forward. But Luke's going to have to, yeah, he can hold on to the second place for sure, but it's going to be very difficult keeping your eye on two top surfers.
It's been a fun heat. Let's go back and have a look at the heat recap. An early start here for Morgan Sibilik with a 4.83. Schleipen had to give way to the heat leader, Joel Vaughan, who went to the skies on this one for an 8.5 just before the break. Luke Schleipen, currently in second. The South African, the lone South African left in the heat, has been holding on to some mid-range scores. But Joel Vaughan has been the outstanding surfer here in this heat, Greg.
Absolutely, those airs have been flawless. We still got time for more. And this wind is right now perfect for the aerial maneuvers on the right-handers. It's actually picked up a little bit coming into the into the wave on those rights. So that will be definitely a note for our surfers, obviously in this heat and coming up in the next couple of heats. It's the perfect air wind on those rights for now.
Slipping just under 3 minutes. Updated scores left of screen. Ford in the lead with the 8.5, and the 6.67 has really put no foot wrong here in the lineup in Ballito this morning. As you mentioned there, Greg, that wind just starting to just puff from left to right. And of course, that tide starting to turn. Luke Schleipen, the South African, holding on to second place. He's not in the double digits himself, though. 9.6 total is the cutoff for the progression in this heat. And well, priority with Morgan Sibilik down in fourth, chasing a 4.78, gives you an idea that everyone is still in the match here with a little over 2 minutes to go.
You feel like Luke Schleipen needs a little bit more. And just watching this replay.
Well, here's a talking point. A 1.17 is what the judges gave. Was that a ride out or not? And I think that's where the question mark comes in on that. Meanwhile, just under 2 minutes, heat leader starting to just free himself up.
Clear the air.
There it is. That one's not going to pay out. 1:45 on the clock. Let's bring the discussion in on the South African, Luke Schleipen. Third priority in the lineup. Sibilik with the priority. Delahaye with the chance as well, holding second prio. And we're down to 90 seconds. Do we see a Hail Mary moment here from the tall French surfer, Gatien? Do we see the experience of the former championship tour surfer? We know his ability. Australian Morgan Sibilik is able to wrangle big scores from any lineup. And here he goes with 1:15 on the clock. Last roll of the dice. Deep combination for the second turn. Third turn flats it out. And he's chasing a 4.78 at the expense of the South African.
Trouble for Luke here. Tell you what, I just felt I was about to say he doesn't have enough in that scoreline. Under 10 points. He needs something else. He's now only on second priority. Morgan Sibilik's chasing that score for sure. Some strong surfing. This is what I said to you, Giggs. He doesn't need to try and match what Joel Vaughan's doing. Do what he's good at. These maneuvers, strong off the top, deep off the bottom, slicing off the top, gets the finish. That's easily into the fives and above. It's going to be a strong score. He's going to attack that second place. He's going to be up in the top two.
Love that acceleration, that drive out of the second bottom turn. There you saw tangible acceleration as the rails and fins engaged for Morgan Sibilik. He'll just sit quietly now and think, yep, did I do enough? You are speculating, yes, and it could be at the expense of the last South African in the draw. Luke Schleipen would need to shark around the lineup and improve on a 4.1 of his own, and the clock is on the count. Has he beaten it? Looks like he could have. Little inside section for Luke Schleipen, and there's not going to be any solutions to that. So Schleipen's scorecard will remain static, and we'll remain waiting for that score for Morgan Sibilik, and we're feeling that it could be enough to go through to the next round.
Yep, last score to come in. I'm pretty sure and that will be the score. I mean, those turns were solid. They were deep off the bottom, and he stuck to his strengths. He did what he does well. Strong turns, solid surfing in the pocket.
Well, numbers in, and we're up to date, and it is a second place finish for Morgan Sibilik. Just want to make note there that Gatien Delahaye was holding priority at the end and didn't manage to find an opportunity to unlock. So we'll lose Gatien Delahaye from the Challenger Series of NT and Ballito. But there is your official result. Joel Vaughan, everything done absolutely on point. 8.5 and a 6.67. he set the standard for everybody else to chase in that heat. So the two Australians will come out on top. We'll lose Luke Scheipen and Gatien Delahaye. And wow, Greg, good signs of things to come for both of the Australians as we narrow the field down to man-on-man.
Yeah, dominant heat for Joel Vaughan. Morgan Siblick right at the end doing what he needed to do to get through that heat.
First heat in the bag in the round of 32. Stay with us. Lots of surfing coming your way from beautiful Ballito. We'll bring in Paul Evans for the call.
The Hydro board short is something that I've used for quite some time now. One of the main key factors still is the no-tie fly. It's comfortable, it's convenient, and it works. Ultimately, what I'm looking for in a board short would have to be comfort and then convenience. If you add those two things together with a spice of color, you've got the perfect board short.
The Changers are back in Africa. Time for the big guns to show up. Let's have a look at Kyle Abeli. Very recently of the CT, fell off tour this year at Margaret's. It's back here in Ballito, looking to go deep in the event. Kajiro Nishi of Japan, he's been spicy and sharp. Reef Hazelwood has surfed unbelievably well in the early rounds, looking smooth and relaxed as well. And Edgar Grogia, so much to appreciate in the aggression and power that he delivers. And here we go from the get-go, Greg. This was Reef Hazelwood down to business.
Oh, Reef's been studying this lineup all morning. I've been keeping an eye on him. Strong backhand surfing. So a good start. Couple of clicks in the pocket. See what number he can build. Live action.
Yeah, Nishi, look how smooth he is. That board looks so good. And then just getting his weight a little over the nose there and down quick. So he was on his way to a number there. Just interesting what I'm taking out of that from Reef early on. You know, we look at surfers like him with all that flair, and you kind of think the sort of surfing that he might do. You maybe reference what went down in the last heat from Vaughan, but he's down to business. He's being pragmatic. He's attacking early. He's not trying to get eights at the beginning of the heat. Just trying to post numbers on the board, and he looks like he's really ready to grind it out and compete.
He's so ready. It's one surfer that I did take an eye on. We'll just get back to that. We do have live action. Edgar working this one through. A little bit softer through that inside section, and he's going to wait to load up and doesn't get the completion. But back to Reef Hazelwood. Loved his warm-up this morning in the competitors area. He focused on himself, and he actually would do a warm-up, a little stretch in the surfboard area. Then he would go and look at the waves for 5 minutes, grab his book, old school, not a tablet or anything, old school book with a pencil. He was taking notes and looking up and down the lineup. Then he would go and warm up for another 5 minutes, come back to the front of the tower, get his book out, take notes, really focusing and taking his own focus, not relying on other people.
That's really interesting. I mean, I think it's fair to say the last few years he's been out-competed by lesser surfers. People that don't have the talent that he does have had better results, and it looks like we're seeing a shift there from him, and he is leaving no stone unturned in his quest to go deep here in Ballito. Loading up Nishi, a flat spin to a throwaway for him. He's already got a 4-5 in for his first wave. Early on in this seat, similar number for Reef, the 4-7-3 for the backhand work. Rapid fire staccato turns from Hazelwood. Good enough for a mid-range number. And looking to really get this heat, start off, start smouldering away, and then hope that something ignites and really catches fire, because the depth of the talent out there, and essentially you look at surfers like Kyle Abeli, also Grogia, think about how intense they are as competitors. They don't make many mistakes. They don't really give you second chances. They're so all over everything, kind of smothering the heat, that you need to sort of match that kind of energy, Greg.
Yep, definitely. And it seems like there's one surfer today that runs away with the heat, puts something special together, and then that second advancing spot it is always sort of open for grabs, and it becomes very important to structure a heat where you've got something to hold on to, and then make sure you're very sharp with priority at the end.
Grajia here loading up, little spring in his step off the bottom, and then blows out that tail, and the rotation just leaves him a touch high on the landing, and he won't get a completion, but already his second attempt at that in this heat, so expect plenty of that. That's been a move for him. He's a really powerful goal, almost kind of like power airs, as he just forces that tail around in the air and gets the rotation. When it comes off, it does look spectacular. Grajia making his way back out on the prow, and he'll be a little bit fired up from the point of view of gone incomplete a couple of times here, and we've seen him turn some of those relative disappointments into positive energy, good anger from Edgard.
Yeah, I like your analogy there. Strong, he powers. Nothing's going to be soft from him, right? He's just got too much muscle. So even a basic air, he's just going to be stomping that back foot through it, just growling through every turn.
Here's Hazelwood on the backhand. First hit is a quick one from him, just super rapid, board up and then on the gas. And then he'll get that rotation and he'll stomp that crucially on the inside. So there's the dexterity, that lightness of touch that he brings. He identified that ramp. He had some ground to cover, and good enough to stick that rotation on the backhand. Not easy to do. We've been talking about that landing section, and particularly in almost like sort of three different things happening at the same time. Well done to stomp that.
Yeah, he did the first good maneuver. I didn't think he was going to land that air. The landing looked a little bit awkward, and he did well to sort of reposition his weight for that landing, and stomped it really clean in the end of it. Got down to that smaller section, but still, he did get the combo. Good first maneuver, and then you just watched him load up and get the completion on that air. Of course, early on, you want to get those mid-range scores and put that pressure early.
Grajia again, here he goes, great looking right-hander for him, really nice on the rail for the snap, and then a steep section, and he hits it hard, so much better from him. Meanwhile, Nishi slices off the top, so smooth. The bottom turn is great, just opens up the lip for him, and then into it, that smooth, polished aggression. All right, here we go. We got a heat on here. Ibeli getting involved. That particular wave ran away from him. And in terms of scores, well, they're heading that way too. He just wanted to stay or get in the conversation here with that wave, but some numbers to come in, and this one already plenty of fire in it.
Interesting talking points here. We saw that exchange, the first wave, Reef, Hazelwood, getting that first click, loading up, getting the air rotation, landed cleanly. We then saw Edgard, strong, powerful turns, the two-turn combos, really angle grinding through those maneuvers, power. And then Nishi on that last wave, just clean, two really clean put together turns. And this is the replay. Watch the load up, watch the landing I'm talking about. Right there, he almost went forward over that front hand, but reconnected and repositioned his weight very well to get an exceptionally clean landing. And that he got a bit of height and rotation on that as well. So that replay, in my opinion, is going to help that score. And this, just those powerful turns to the judges' eyes are going to look strong with lots of spray as well. And then the last one of Kajiro, just clean through those turns, lots of spray and board up and over for the flawless finish. So talking points for all three of those rides in that exchange.
Yeah, something for everyone right there. If you freeze frame that landing about 3/4 way through the air, you'd bet your money on the fact that Reef Hazel was going incomplete. It looked like he'd overbalanced it, as you said, but somehow pulling that off, super nimble and light on his feet. And that was pretty spectacular. Meanwhile, Grajia with a beautiful looking wave just cupped out on him and attacked it. That combo that the judges love, the rail turn to open up, put you back deep and then into the lip. And Nishi on that left looking incisive and sharp. Grajia again here. Here he goes looking down the line. He's loading up with speed here. We'll see a ramp coming at him. There's a big rotation, and that's what we've been expecting. We've been talking that up, that is what he will try and bring, and he's desperately trying to show he's stuck this. and almost going peace sign straight into the rocks there. He was about 20 centimetres away from the rocks by the time he finished, and desperately want to hang on to that, because if that is deemed a completion, that'd be an important number for him.
Yeah, I almost felt like he had completed it before he did all that work, but then there was almost a question mark in had he, you know, considering that he rode it out for so long. But we'll get that replay, and but yeah, it's obviously got to get that clean ride out.
It's been a contentious point, hasn't it? I think that's a reflection on earlier heats and rounds, some of the stuff he's seen go down. Meanwhile, here we go, Ibelli on it, and a quick combo from him, just wants to get involved, does not want these scores, just to run away from him and the momentum in the heat. How many times have we seen surfers snaffle away while they're paddling back out from a ride? If you just sit there in the lineup, you can get a little bit caught outside of everything. So Ibelli getting involved. Let's have a look here. So this has been a contentious issue, really, this landing, and it all comes down. The air's great. Did he get the landing here, Greg?
It was a solid air anyway, massive. I thought like right there he'd already ridden out of it. I think he's done too much in some ways. He didn't have to sort of try and prove it. I thought he had already done. I think if he had just kicked out, I would have seen a bit of board ahead of the whitewater initially. But let's see what the judges think. If anything, he maybe ruined himself with trying a bit too hard at the end. But I guess it is such a fine line, and the judges are very strict on that completion.
It'd be harsh, wouldn't it, though, if you didn't get... You almost completed that twice. Good numbers to come in for Nishi. A 6 for him. 5.93 for previous to last of Gurgia. That's the 2 turns. And speaking of good scores, someone dropped massive ones, put on a bit of a clinic in the last heat. Let's go and hear from the winner of the last heat, Joel Vaughan, with Mike.
Joel, whenever you surf a heat, our hospitality area is packed. And when you landed the big air on the 8.5, this place went crazy. There was big cheers and some of the biggest hoots of the day. Walk us through that wave, and what was going through your mind as you approached that section?
I'm not too sure. I was just saw the wave and saw it had a good end section, and the winds are so good for airs right now. So I got up, and it was a little slow actually to start, and kind of just got up and sent it to the flats, and just stoked I rode out on that one, and yeah, stoked to get an 8.5, and stoked everyone was cheering for me.
Yeah, they really got the beach fired up. Tell me your prep for these heats. How has it been this week in Ballito? I know that you were a little bit sick yesterday coming into these rounds. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, usually I get up early and try to go for a surf, but not last night, the night before. I got food poisoning and I was up all night, really sick, and I was really lucky that they didn't run yesterday, and but I'm feeling way better now, and I kind of just rested this morning and ate a little bit of food and came down and just warmed up and got ready, and yeah, surf my heat.
Well, you're looking super good out there. We look forward to seeing your surfing in later rounds. Back to you, Paul.
Thanks very much, Mike. Well, some news in from the panel here, and I guess the equivalent of the teacher taking a big red pen and just kind of putting a lot of red lines through your work is the number that comes in for Gurgia, and it was deemed incomplete, that air. So, wow, that almost like he landed that twice. 2 makes, but actually none. And he gets a 117. Meanwhile, during this interview, Greg, this is how he responded.
All right, so he would have got that news. He's loading up again. And this time, I'm pretty sure it's written out of that one.
Yeah.
And he's happy with that.
You knew that's coming in. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is just absolutely to the script. Couple of attempts early on for the airs. Doesn't quite get there. Frustrates himself. Stomps a good one, but doesn't quite stomp it. Tries to get out in front of the rocks. Judges say no. And how do you respond to that? Crucial moment. Do you lose your head? Do you get mad? No. You do what Gurgia did. You do an even better air. Make sure you stick it.
Yeah, and I mean, the first thing, if he questions it, if you're a judge, you'll go, well, why did you keep riding? You never ever got out of the whitewater. You obviously didn't feel like you had made it. So there's always that comeback and not getting the score. But that last one, he stomped, and the claim, he was happy with it.
All right, here we go, live action. Let's pick up Hazelwood, just absolutely screeching down the left and just drifting out the tyres there as he gets that release off the tail and looking so loose and smooth at the same time. Hazelwood going onto the forehands.
Looking different on that wave, just really extended on that first maneuver and bringing that board sort of right back into the pocket with that drift, and did well to actually regain straight off the bottom and manage to extend into that second turn. And I think that's sure, as we see that score coming in for Edgard, a 7.43 for that aerial maneuver. So getting rewarded second time around very well. And Reef Hazelwood now down to third, but we'll see that replay shortly from Reef. I love those two-turn combos. I think it's Reef's best wave going to come through here still.
Yeah, bit of a shocker from Ibeli thus far. Still plenty of time, just under the 20-minute mark. But even on that, we saw vision of him. A late takeoff, and he went down. He'll go here, though, and he's got a good-looking wave from wide on the bank. Here he goes, loading up. Ibeli. And he'll flare out the tail of his own. Blow out that rotation, land it on the inside. And it's stomped crucially. Look at the speed here from Hazelwood. And he even covers, what, 3 meters or so just on the roof ride float to kick out. Just shows you how much speed he had. He's looking for a section. It feels like all of the energy, aside from the odd couple of less, all of the energy is just down on that ramp section on the inside. It's primed at the moment. Joel Vaughan mentioned the wind. And all of these surfers with incredible air games are looking at that and thinking there's big points available. Here's a look at Reef on the left.
Yeah, I love this left. Drives. And look at the spray. That would have looked so good to the judges. And then to get up cleanly over that second turn, I thought that was a fantastic two-turn combo from Reef Hazelwood. Yeah. And, you know, he didn't go to the air, but, I mean, just 2 strong maneuvers. And he's got so much torque, covers so much distance through those turns. He's got that strong, sort of bigger stature that allows him to do that. And, he's just so focused through all those maneuvers.
Good number, 6-5 for him with game on. We're going to get number for Ibeli too. He landed his air, stomped it, and he's going to get a score for that. And it's going to get him right at this. So we're going to have everybody with a number in when Kaio's score comes through, at least a decent number. He does have a couple of small ones in already. 18 minutes and 20 to go. Really enjoyable to call this one. And it's pretty tense and poised, and everyone with a shot at this. A lot of talent in the water, a lot of different approaches to surfing as well, which is always cool to see. But it does feel like a lot of that energy focusing on that ramp section at the end, and it's spectacular. And we do have that jeopardy. They're in the air, they're spinning. Are they going to land it or not? It's not easy to ride out of these. We've already seen that, particularly that one attempt from Gugio, just given a 1 for that. The incompletion for him, so now he knows exactly the sort of task he's got to do to make sure he gets the landing. And I guess the judges are really comparing Kaio's air with some of the other ones that have gone down.
Yeah, I think Kaio, the body language wasn't there for me. It's a very uncharacteristic start here for Kaio Ibeli. Can he reset? He has the experience. But Edgard up and riding again.
Here goes Gugio, your heat leader. First turn's a little sluggish and slow, and then he'll get a section here. I think we know what's coming. It'll get small on him, though. But that's a nice speedy rotation. Just got the body a little upright. The legs were straight. And that'll be a throwaway for him. Wave that way, by contrast to the last couple, just kind of running out of juice a bit on the inside through there, getting a little thin and stretched out. That's why he wasn't quite able to collect as he launched that particular one. We're waiting for Ibeli's number to come through. It will be a mid-ranger. It's not going to be, you wouldn't think, the number that he needs to get the second thus far, but it'll just put a platform for him. He's going to have plenty of time here. We'll talk about his experience. I feel like he likes a bit of adversity, likes a bit of grit. He's one of those surfers who you back him to get a score when he needs it. You almost expect him to bring his best surf in when he's against the wall a little bit.
So looking at that last score for Kaio, 5.13. So although not a good start for Kaio, he's still there. He's that 5.13, leaving him with just a 6.11 to advance. And with his experience, you've got to back him.
Hazelwood here, first turn, makes room for the second, gets it up vert and stabs it. So the combo on the backhand for Reef. Trying to improve that 4.73 is the backup number, 6.5 the high. And that wave just looked dreamy as he paddled into that. And we've seen him looking for ramps on that backhand. He did that rotation on the backhand earlier. Didn't get a massive return off the panel. That one came in as a 4.73. A couple of hits here for him.
Yeah, it's just a nice, strong first maneuver, but the second maneuver, nice and vertical in the lip. Mid-size wave. I think he's just trying to really improve that scoreline. He knows that Ibeli and Nishi are going to be right on his tail. Whoa. Massive turn and fall out the lip there on the completion for Reef on that wave. Further down, wider on our bank to the left-hand side. So I'm not sure if he got a turn before that, but really working hard here. Paul, to increase that scoreline.
All of the energy at the moment focusing on this section, a ramp section at the end of the wave. It's been a really entertaining clash so far. Gragia, the Brazilian, stomped a big air. He's got the lead and the high score. Hazelwood's looking good as well. Nishi and Abeli will try and come back at them when we return from break.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious blue flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Welcome back to the action from South Africa on the Challenger Series Heat 2, the round of 32 men at the moment. The Brazilian Gragia, he's got a solid hold on first place, locked in 7-4-3, big air, stomped it. Saw a bit of fire from him as well. He was just letting the judges know, I definitely made that one. He's got a 5.93 for a couple of hacks as well. The power from this guy at the moment, seeing him in first place. Reef Hazelwood, he's looked nimble, he's looked lively. He's looked sharp. He's in second right now, but I tell you what, it's not a big margin. And the likes of Kishiro Nishi, who I've been really impressed with throughout here. Something of a quiet achiever energy about him. I tell you what, get this guy a steep set wave, and he will absolutely hammer it. A really incisive surfer. Looking at the moment for 5.24. Bit of a raised eyebrow in the studio from myself and Greg, and the fact that Kyo Belly had a bit of a nightmare so far. He's got himself involved with the 5.13. It's not necessarily the sort of energy you expect from a surfer of his status, particularly the way he's competed on the championship tour in recent years. Meanwhile, Gragia, your heat leader, he'll keep doing that, why not? He'll just keep looking at that ramp section, the air blowing in. And if he lands another big one, the judges will pay out numbers. 12 minutes and 15 on the clock. I was just about to ask Greg what Kyo's going to do next. Here's the answer. Here he goes, trying to get past a section. And now we'll put that up on a tricky section to try and hit. And he does well to just kind of pull back a touch on that turn and get it done. Meanwhile, live action on the left. Hazelwood opens up the body. It's smooth. And he gives every turn just a little extra, doesn't he? Just see that tail release from him. Just nicely lubricated that board and loose.
Yeah, I was about to say, Reef's got to be very careful. Yeah, he's got a bit of a dipping scoreline at the moment where his numbers are not matching his top two scores, but he's just very lively through those turns. You got to watch out. Kyo Belly is coming, he's coming back hard. He's going to look for those big sections. And just taking a look at this ocean, this lineup, we've spoken about the air wind, but it seems to have tapered off a little bit. And there, just pushing that tail, and again, strong off that tail release. So 2 solid maneuvers. I'm pretty sure that's going into Reef's scoreline.
Let's see where this number goes for Reef Hazelwood. Looking to try and hold off the charge. And next way for Nishi, you feel it'd be crucial priority with him. He doesn't want to sit there for too long. The time will tumble away pretty quick. Number in for Kyo gets an improvement. He's still in fourth though. Still looking for that 6.11. He just replaces his backup. So not really what he was after. And that wave, it stretched away from him at the start, didn't it, really? And that was sort of the damage done in terms of the scoring potential.
Yeah, it made it a bit tricky. But Reef, I'm pretty sure, is going to extend that scoreline, and those numbers will change. But look at that ocean, Paul just glassing off golden beaches here, the Quadakuza region. We're at Willard Beach in Ballito, the jewel of the Quadakuza crown. And tourism, of course, one of the main economic drivers for the region, offers a wide range of attractions, the golden beaches, historical and cultural sites, and very vibrant businesses as well.
There we go, we've got a paddle live action here. This is your leader, Grajia. Nice section in front of him, and he's just patient. Opens up, there's that trademark carving whip from high in the pocket and then down to business on an inside. Very nice technical controlled surfing. And just as we say that, the curse hits him, and he'll throw that away, and most of that turn done. So he'll go incomplete down there on the inside for that last maneuver. It was a nice combo. Potentially, very potentially challenging his back up, 5.93. He'll just keep surfing here. Still waiting on the number for Reef Hazelwood to see if that makes the task bigger.
And of course, look at that beach. Plenty of spectators loving the warm weather and, of course, the warm ocean water. This is the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. And this is the premier sporting and tourism event for our region.
And this is the premier surfer on the Challenger Series, #1 in the rating, Samuel Pupo. Another surfer fresh off a relatively unsuccessful championship tour campaign, wants to go straight back and be at Pipeline in January in 2025. If he's going to do that, just needs to continue really the sort of form he showed us in Oz, making a final at Snapper Rocks, and back here in Ballito, somewhere he's competed really well in the past, and he looks like his preparation's very much dialed in. He's got another tough heat. I mean, they're all tough really at this level, but another heat against competitors that will not be giving him an inch. Meanwhile, let's go back down the beach, pick up live action. So heat leader, Grajia in green, and he's been all action. This is wave number 10 for Edgard. Just kind of prodding through there on a left-hander. Not sure we'll see anything dramatic in terms of an improvement on a scoreline there. Just wondering what Nishi's thinking right now. He's had priority for a while. He's got a 6, so he's in a good position. But he's going to need a bit more where that comes from, particularly by virtue of the fact that Hazelwood's numbers come in. And as you thought, Greg, he does get the improvement, 6.53. That's made things real tough for this guy. Belly now looking for nearly an 8, 7.9. That isn't it. Under that 8-minute mark. That surfing from Reef Hazelwood. You just mentioned it was catching a couple of waves, and he was getting stuck, and his scores were diminishing a bit. And then crucially, with that technical surfing on that left, just really turning the screw.
Yep, I'm loving his forehand on those lefts. Those turns are looking good. And, I mean, his backhand's looking solid as well. But, you know, there are these options, and, you know, you got to sort of hunt around, go left, go right, see what the judges are rewarding you, and maybe back yourself up with those sort of scores. And this is a recap. And this is Edgard, just so strong with these maneuvers and just whacks through every turn, and it's so appealing to the judges' eyes. This is Nishi. This was that 6-point ride that's kept him in the heat. Nice, clean surfing. He wants more of that for sure. And that big air rotation. And this was the one that he did complete and was pretty stoked on the completion as well. And then a couple of drifting, tail wafting turns from Hazelwood. And then this back up as well. Just love how he rotates that tail and gets super compact, bends those knees for the landing. And just a talking point, we look at Reef Hazelwood's name, and you'd almost want to pronounce it Hazelwood. A lot of people do. It's pronounced Hazelwood. And then, of course, we do think of Australian cricketer Josh Hazelwood. That has the different spelling. That's just Hazel. So another way of spelling it, but both pronounced Hazelwood. This is a replay as well from Hazelwood. And just a couple of strong turns. So right now, he's playing this lineup left and right, getting good numbers on both. So he'll feel good about that, you know, when he comes in and has a little debrief going, you know what, I can surf anywhere in this lineup and get scores to advance.
Yeah, looking really lively. I think one takeaway from that recap as well, you saw the wave that Nishi got for the 6. Actually looked like a better wave than Reef's less, but just Reef putting extra on it, and that's why you see the points difference, because that was a good opportunity. 6 was decent. I just felt like Reef's putting a bit more in. All right, had priority for ages. What did he do with it?
All right, so clicks up off that first turn, gets the second. Can he get a big third turn? Right out of it. So a point of different 3-turn combos. Maybe a tiny bit of a check turn to start, but the second two really unloading, and that heavy finishing turn going across the judges, free falling out of the lip. They might just go, hang on, we got something different here. This is solid.
7.03 the requirement for him. He sat for a while with priority. Scores built up around him. Hazelwood amped up the pressure with that 6.5 on that left-hander. Anishi, concise, sharp surfing on the backhand from him. You always back that last turn as it was just bottoming out. You always felt like he was coming out of that. Personally, I was backing him. Just the way his body position was. It was a sort of dramatic turn, but I just felt like he's going to make this, and he does. He completes it crucially. Will it be the 7 he needs with under 5? Here goes a belly, and he's way, way back, looking to go near excellent. What's he got here? And he'll throw that away, and he's not been at this at all. Something's not quite right. It's not happening for him. The wave selection, the way the waves are breaking, his rhythm with the ocean, all of those things, they're just not looking the sort of typical stuff that we've expect to see from Kaio Ebeli down the years. Nishi with the quieter approach, just that 5 waves rhythm, but the 5th one could be a crucial number. Greg, what are you thinking? 7 for those turns?
Well, we spoke about that first turn, and as I said, it wasn't a fully committed turn, but what he did is he gathered so much speed through that turn that coming into the next 2 turns, he was sort of really exploding, and when he got to that final heavy turn, he could ride out with his own speed.
Tell you what, we've got a heat on our hands here. 4 on the clock, numbers in. 7.5 goes to first place. So we had a question, a serious question asked of him. He loves it. And he was, tell you what, he was statuesque out there. He wasn't even looking around too much. He was pretty calm. At least he looked that way to us. And he has turned that, converted it into points. A 7.5 for him for sharp backhand work. We mentioned he's a danger man, this guy. Very different sort of energy from some of the other surfers in the water, but great surfing from him, and he's in the lead right now with 3.5 on the clock.
Getting back to my point, speed is your friend. You know, you take any extreme sport, you want to pull a maneuver. If you don't have enough speed, commitment, you're going to hurt yourself. Speed and commitment, you get the clean landing. And we saw that. And let's just talk this through. So this is what I'm talking about. Right there. Beautiful turn, but got a lot of speed off that maneuver. Again, drives and actually picks up speed on that second turn. And this one, driving forward of the lip, even though he had the heavy landing, free falling, he had full control because he was driving on his own speed.
Yeah, just the wave got steeper and steeper throughout as well, didn't it? I mean, there's nothing in the criteria that says how the last turn scores. If you did that same turn first, how it'd be different. But you just get that impression as he's building and building, and it adds a bit to the drama. And as it hollowed out on the end there, just belting it.
Yeah, I think the biggest turn on that wave came on the biggest section of the wave, and that's something you got to look at as well.
All right, so Grajia now in second place position. He doesn't like it. He wants to go back to first. Let's see how he goes about doing that first turn off the top, banking hard. And he'll set up here, and he'll give it some, and gives it a little bit of back foot. And has a look back at the panel as well. Meanwhile, Ebeli slicing, looking to try and get involved. Just over 2:15 on the clock. Nice combo of wrapping turns for him. He's going to need plenty more where that came from, though. And Ebeli will get back in the lineup here. He'll stay active, and he'll need to get skates on. Get back out there, see where this score puts him. If he improves on his 5, he'll bring the requirement down. Right now, that number is excellent. He needs 8.23 to get an advancing position and stay involved in the Ballito Pro. Hazelwood now in third, looking for 6.84. Bang, couple of late, steep, vertical hits. And he gets the completion as well. So the judge is really going to have to dial in here and make some comparisons and figure this out. 6.84 is that number for Reef Hazelwood.
I think Grajia is going to go a little bit higher on his wave. I think that requirement's going to step up a little bit. 2 very strong turns. I mean, that last turn throwing buckets of spray into the air from Edgard. So I think that, you know, he might even challenge going back up to first.
Yeah, that last turn as well, he sort of came out, he covered quite a lot of ground to get there, and then when you hit the lip and your line suddenly changes, just looks a bit dramatic, doesn't it? Offers something different from that more rhythmic surfing, which is kind of easy to watch, but doesn't always look as dramatic. So he certainly liked it. He was trying to sell that turn to the panel as well. He might. Final minute now, crucial. We're going to get numbers for everybody except Blues at the moment in the lead. We thought this was going to be a tight heat. We've been slightly surprised about Kaio Ebeli and where he is points-wise. There's just a quick up and under for Reef Hazelwood, who won't add anything
And
there.
any other heat, Kaya actually wouldn't have been looking that bad. You know, just this heat's been an exceptionally good one with 3 of our surfers above the 13-point total. So it's been a really cracker heat.
Feels like we're down to that stage of competition now with so much talent and so much intensity that this is what we're going to expect, and we're going to love watching all of this go down. Here goes Nishi. He goes left on a wave that Abeli was having a look at the right-hander on, and just belts that on a whitewater section. It'll go down in there. We get the number in for Grajia. Goes back to first, as you thought. 6.57 for him. Nishi in second now. As requirements for Reef Hazelwood and Kaya Abeli. To remind ourselves, Reef looking for 6.98. That's the number he needs. That right-hander is the one we're thinking about. Those 2 turns on that right from Reef. Pretty sharp, pretty speedy. Thinking about the 7.5 for Nishi. That was 3 turns, a steeper wave. You wouldn't have thought it's there, but is it half a point under it?
Paddling into that wave, Reef's wave, it looked beautiful, just blue. And then as he stood up, I just had a feeling as that camera pulled back, the wave didn't look quite as big as I was sort of hoping. Of course, when I say hoping, I'm hoping all our surfers surf well. And I just felt maybe not quite there. It's going to be a good score.
Yeah, it's with the panel right now. Reef Hazelwood, he's surfed well. He's covered a lot of bases. He's covered a lot of ground. He's gone right, he's gone left. He's done airs. He's belted the lip. He's released the tail. But will he get himself a 6.98? That's the numerical question being posed right now of our judging panel. Grajia just try to style out a late drop on a steep inside section. And that just sort of showing how critical it is, that landing section, how hard it is to stomp these turns in there, as he just tries to make his way in. But the panel really having a solid look at that wave of Reef Hazelwood and the 2 turns on the backhand from him. I mean, we were talking about his heat preparation, how he seemed to have everything covered. And then he was sort of, but not a frenzied activity, but he was just super busy out there, Greg. Kind of no clear strategy in terms of whether he was going right or left. He was just surfing opportunities as he saw them. And when surfers do that, generally, that's a good place to be. And here we go. I think we're caught up with numbers here. So Reef's numbers in, comes in under. It's not going to be enough for him. We are still waiting for a number for Kaya Abeli, which we don't suspect is going to be anything like the excellent score he needs to get through. So looks like results all in Grajia. And after a start where maybe his cage just rattled a little bit, he's dangerous when he's like that. A couple of incompletions. One deemed from the panel to be incomplete after he rode all the way to the rocks. He fired up, he stomped a big air, he's done big hacks, he's won the heat. Well done to Kejiri Nishi as well, who was asked a bit of a question and he answered in the best possible way. 7.5. Bit gutted to lose Reef Hazelwood and Kaya Abeli, but that is the level we're at on the Challenger Series. More live action right after this.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious blue flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
The action on the Challenger Series is firing up in Ballito. Having a look at Nat Young of the USA, Hiroto Ohara of Japan, Rafael Teixeira and Samuel Pupo of Brazil out in the water. And that last heat really just ramping up the quality and the level. Big energy down on the beach. Joining me in the studio to talk you through it. The Fruit Brew, Mike Fruit, mate. I feel like that the crowd on the beach here, they love their surfing, and they've been interested throughout, but that interest factor's gone up a bit because we saw some real quality surfing in that last heat.
I felt like the level lifted again in that heat, kind of like the Carlos Muniz heat that we saw the other day. Cheers for every aerial maneuver, whether it's landed or not. Ahs and awes every time they're hitting these sections. And it just seems like suddenly, 10 o'clock, everyone decided to come down to the beach at Ballito. And there's a real festive vibe on the beach. Paul, the schools go back on Tuesday next week here in South Africa. And I think all the adults have decided, you know what, I'm going to call in sick this Friday.
Yeah, good call. So O'Hara opening up backhand. Here goes Nat Young. He's already gone excellent in this event on the backhand on these right-handers. And he'll just give this one the treatment as well. So both of those two slightly going through the motions on good-looking waves there and just setting themselves up, trying to build a platform in this, which is going to be a tough heat indeed. They'll be well aware of the scores going down. And basically the antics going down in that last hit. All sorts of airs and rotations and good energy, as we mentioned, from the beach. And just intense competitive surfing on the Challenger Series in the round of 32. There's Nat Young. We know a lot about his experience. One of those surfers, very even keel emotionally, doesn't look to be too bothered no matter where the heat's going. And you know he's going to be consistent. He's going to perform if you give him the waves. O'Hara, so much drive from him. Let's see how he goes here. He gets so low off the bottom. And that board, the rail works really clean. He's going to try and boost here, and he does. Great whippy rotation. Very nice indeed. He's flamboyant. He's an entertainer. I love that.
I really like how you could see the reflection of the sandbank in the lip of that wave as he drove down the line. And as he went into that first turn, put the board onto almost one fin in order to project out above the lip there, Paul. And a very slick and spicy opening wave there.
2 scores from him. I tell you what, he looked up at the judges while he was doing that. It was almost going dry underneath him. He landed right on the rocks. That just goes to show the desire of these surfers. First of all, here's Nat on the backhand.
Knifing the turns. Look how he rotates his shoulders and straight into the next turn. Those pivots are coming off his shoulders. He moves his hips around as he gets up at the turn. Here's another one for Hiroto O'Hara. So he's had 2 very quick waves here. That last turn really puts an exclamation mark on the wave for him. This is the one that opened up across the sandbank. Look how nice and clean that water is. He throws his whole body into that bottom turn, and the speed projected out of that takes the momentum through that turn. Very quick surfing there from our Japanese competitor.
Yeah, super technical towards the end of that rotation. Love that. All right, here goes Pupo. Check the speed from him. What's he got for us here?
Straight to the air as well.
Very casual, as he doesn't put loads of body movement into that rotation. He sort of trusted his line from the launch off the bottom, and he just let himself spin, almost like a sort of lazy spin, and he lands it, and good enough with the legs to get it stomped as well. 5-5 in for Nat Young. Backhand rail work, just hitting the lip. Kind of stock surfing from Nat Young. Good enough for a mid-range number. Now we're going to get a score for a completed air from O'Hara. It was super technical, almost getting a touch inverted towards the end of that spin, and a really different approach, but a similar maneuver in terms of that air reverse from Samuel Pupo as well. That ramp on the end of the right with that wind that's blowing there at the moment is enticing our surfers to go above the lip and to rotate and to see what they get out of the panel. Here's a look at Samuel.
So Samuel, the #1 seed for this event, takes straight to the air on the first maneuver of the first wave in the heat for him. The wave didn't offer up anything else. He came out, he lost a lot of the speed in the amplitude that he got on that aerial maneuver, and so he landed on a section of the wave that didn't really allow him to project into the next section. So just the one turn there for Sam Pupo, the #1 seed coming into this event. You know, Paul, a lot of people have seen this heat on paper, and I think have also made the call to come down and watch this live and see the #1 seed in action here. We've seen him on the broadcasts through the year. Really look forward to surfing.
O'Hara, here he goes. There's that drive, goes beyond vert. Great first turn for him. And another one snaps off the tail. And again, so a really rapid start to the heat from him. He's wasted no time at all. Got the first left Belted a couple of turns for a 3.67. Then he's gone into the air on the right and then a left there, hitting it hard. All right, here we go. Wait for Teixeira to get involved, and he'll do so here. But a crumble, and he'll come around that now. It's nice and glassy, and it's steep. And a quick vertical hit, and he makes sure he gets that done. And then ejects out of there as well. So the board moved pretty quick on that last turn. It didn't have loads of welly behind it, though, you'd say.
No, he actually has changed boards. He was in the free surfs earlier in the week riding a black carbon board. I don't know the exact dimensions of that, but when I spoke to him on the beach, I saw he had a white board, and I said, what's up with the change of board? And he said there's a lot more power out there than it looks from the beach or on our broadcast here, and so he's opted to go back to a regular type of board that he's riding in the heats that you normally see him riding, not sort of a carbon or some sort of groveler.
Waiting for numbers from the panel here. We can see the start of a decent score coming for Pupo. A couple of good numbers, you reckon. Again, a drop for O'Hara as well, just based on the top surfing that we witnessed him doing. The beach is filling up and enjoying the show going down here. It looks pretty dreamy and serene when you're a couple of paces back from the water's edge. Out on the wards, I reckon it's pretty intense as well. I think it's some of the firepower and just the aggression from the surfers currently out there in Rashi's. 5.67 for Pupo at the moment. Good enough for first. It's going to change real soon, though. Hiroto O'Hara is going to get a couple of scores. And this one's setting up 35 minutes, 2 best waves from our surfers. And we're expecting this one to be entertaining. Speaking of which, last heat was a bit of a smoke up, really enjoyable indeed. Let's go and get some intel and insights from the winner of the last heat, standing by with Emma.
Edgar, we know you're not feeling well, but you did so well to, redeem that air that the judges deemed not ridden out. Then you did it again. What were you feeling? What did you do differently on that one?
So I'm super stoked about my heat. I got a good scores, and my first air it was incomplete, and I'm feeling with myself, oh my god, I don't believe, but I try again, and I'm feeling good right now, but not 100%, like 16%. So, but yeah, I'm so super stoked about my heat, and I'm feeling this moment, this vibe. I love this place, and yeah, heat by heat. I'm sleeping every day a lot, and to recover. So yeah, that's it, and I'm super stoked about everything. So
hopefully by your next heat you'll be feeling 100%. But
so updates there from Groggia. There's plenty more in the tank from him, but a well-surfed heat. I tell you what, look at the quality of the names he was up against there, and he'd be absolutely delighted with that one. Might take down some names, keep alive here. He's through to the round of 16, which is a really good result at this level on the Challengers.
The big airs are what is winning heats at the moment, and I feel like the morning changed as soon as Joel Vaughan posted that 8.5. The guys sitting on the beach and sitting in the competitors' deck watching every heat, they would have seen the judges give Joel the 8.5, and they would have realized, look, if I'm going to take the win here, I'm going to most likely have to go to the air.
Here goes Rafael, opening up that body, getting good shoulder rotations, using the arms as levers. Here's Samuel Pupo. Much more loose and liberated on the forehand. That's super cool. Nose picks that reverse, lands it, and good enough to give it a quick slap as well to finish. So your leader on the Challenger Series, just showing his class really. CT level talent for sure. Didn't quite happen for him this season. That's why he's back on Challenger Series, and very much a global name worthy of status on the Championship Tour. And just showing his quality there, even on kind of in-between-ish sort of ways for him. He can surf these and just really surf up the potential with so much in his repertoire and his armory. Good numbers in for Hiroto O'Hara. 6.93 for the air, so about a point and a little bit difference between his air and Sam Wells. That came at similar time in the heat, and then a 5-point ride, basically probably for that first backhand hit that he did. So getting a high score, and they're getting a backup as well. He's in the lead at the moment. You feel we've got a lot more surfing yet to come in this 23 2.5 minutes, and probably a decent score to come in for Samuel here.
Yes, he really willed his way into making that second turn, the one where he did the nose pick. His body compression was actually already into the next turn. He just needed the board to come around, and he went straight across that section. And just showing the talent, but the ability that he has to recover from that turn, which could have gone a little bit wrong. As the nose went in the water there, a little part of me thought, oh, he's blown this one. But he recovered so well and just carried the momentum through. And that tiny, tiny little half a second of difference is what separates the good from the excellent surfers in this event.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, particularly with Samuel. You just think of the speed, really. So, like, a lot of good surfers, a lot of real quality from all corners of the world. But as soon as he stands up on the board, the instant drive and speed that he gets from takeoff, just something a little extra compared to what a lot of surfers bring, and that's why he can get great scores. So O'Hara with second priority above Samuel, and he's trucking down the line here, and he'll get a float tail drop. He'll land that, get straight back on the accelerator. Want another section. Wave had other ideas. Don't think he'll threaten his top two there.
So just sticking to the old Richard Collins style floater on that one. Tail drops into it. You could see when he was on top of that floater, his eyes were still looking down the section, so his body was already in that next section. I think he had potentially was hoping for a second turn, but the wave unloaded very quickly on that sandbank and just ran a little bit ahead of him. But beautiful floater. But at this stage, it looks like you're going to have to go well above that lip in order to get into that excellent range.
Just going to ask you, actually, if you're that young at the moment, you've already got excellent numbers in this competition. You've seen all sorts of airs going down the last few heats, seen big scores getting paid off. Even in this heat, top score coming on a wave with an air. And in that young, it's not necessarily what we associate him with. What's he thinking? What particular sort of wave is he looking for right now, Mike?
It makes me think back to a heat of Jackson Bunch earlier in the event, where a surfer goes into heat with a strategy to stick to their strengths. You know, he is known for fast, explosive backhand turns, and he's going to be looking for a wave that is possibly. It's certainly looking for something that's not going to close out, because he may not have that massive air at the end. So he's going to look for something that's going to allow 2 to 3 turning opportunities, or one big hit where he can get the board up at the lip, because Nat Young is known for some of the most explosive backhand slick turns on tour.
Yeah, the leg strength that he brings is up there with anybody on this tour. Thinking about Nishi and that one turn he did for the 7.5 in the last heat on a really hollow section. Bread and butter Nat Young, so if he finds some sections like that, expect him to do damage and be aggressive as well. Never surf safe, always on rail, always on edge. 20 minutes and 20 seconds to go. This one's just set up nicely. Haven't had quite the frequency of waves maybe that we saw at the beginning of the last couple of heats, so just a little quiet just in terms of the fact Nat Young's only ridden one wave in 15 minutes. Then he had 2 rides from Raphael to Shara, so let's hope we just get a little more of a pulse through to the middle part of the heat here. See a very slight ruffle from that wind, and that is the air wind essentially that these surfers are using to get their board to stick to them while they rotate on the right.
Yes, Joel actually referenced it in his interview. I asked him to break down that 8.5, and he said when he got out there, he realized that the wind really is the perfect direction. He called it the air wind. It's a slight onshore coming out of the northerly direction. So if you're looking out to sea there, that's facing east. So a northeast will be on the left-hand side of your screen. If you look towards the right-hand side of your screen, that's a southeasterly facing direction. And good news, this event is today, potentially, over the next 3 days, is probably the smallest we're going to see it. The swell, having a look at that Surfline forecast, does trend down slightly through the day. Not by much. We're not going to see much smaller than this. But then there's a mega groundswell that we're expecting to filter in tomorrow.
All right, 19 seconds on the clock here at the moment. We do have a number 1 on the Challenger Series, Samuel Pupo, out in the water. Let's go and hear from his brother, Miguel. He's with Emma Smith.
Okay, McGill, obviously your brother's in the water. I know the nerves are way worse when it's a sibling. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it's definitely way worse to watch from the beach, but he's having a good year on the challenge so far, but I feel like he's relaxed, and it's just a matter of fighting the waves and doing the surfing.
And have you got the same strategy for your heat coming up, or were you not chatting about that before?
Actually, I got some more points to chase, so I have to be more aggressive in my heats, but yeah, I think he just got another good wave, and yeah, we'll see. You know, every heat is different, so you gotta adjust every time, and I'm ready, I'm feeling good, so it's just a matter of going out there and finding the waves.
Nice. Well, good luck, enjoy the rest of your heat, and good luck for your heat. Cool.
Thanks, my big brother watching on there. So far, so good for Sam. Well, he's in second prior to a number to come in. Looks like, as it comes in on our screen, it's just a small one. Actually, won't improve with that. He's still in second place at the moment. This one has just gone on simmer a little bit, slightly sat down. This was the wave that happened during that interview, Mike.
So this was what he was referencing, generating speed around that section, goes straight up to the lip for the first turn. 2 clean turns there. Gets a little bit of flair on the second one, but coming unstuck. So unlikely that it's going to go into his top 2. Didn't stick that last maneuver. It looked like what happened is as he came down from the air, that wave reverberated a little bit on the sandbank, kind of that washing machine effect, and makes it very unstable. Very difficult to ride that type of white water with the board under you moving so much.
Rafael Teixeira, right of your shot in second, priority third position. He's just sitting there right now waiting for an opportunity. Got a bit of a spread from our pack. You see in the center of your screen, Nat Young and Hiroto O'Hara. They're right in the middle of the bank, and then down on the end, Samuel Pupo. After that last ride, that's because he's got fourth priority, Mike. And at the moment, you know what? We have seen some good waves pop up down there. And while you're at the bottom of the pecking order, there's no point just sitting and watching the others paddling away. Something might pop up. That's why he's sitting there, right?
Yes. I won't say it out on the broadcast now, but I was chatting to Sarah Baum, and she let me on a little secret. There's a building behind us, behind the broadcast here, that she's lining up with for her heats, and she said she doesn't think any of the other competitors have spotted it, and she used that one to line up the first wave in her heat.
Line-up tactics, a crucial part in putting a good heat together. Someone that's done that so far, really from a lively start, is Hiroto O'Hara, who came absolutely storming out of the blocks. He's leading this one. 16 minutes to go. More live action from the Ballito Pro right after this.
People don't realize what they're doing to the oceans. We got to hand it down to the next generation. It's going to be such a pity for people not to be able to experience what we've experienced.
And a very warm welcome back to Ballito, 11 a.m. here. A beautiful morning, sun's out, crowds on the beach enjoying the action. And the heat out in the water started strong with the likes of Hiroto O'Hara. We had him in the studio. He's always good value, giving us some insights a couple of days ago. Right now, it's the day job. He's back in the singlet. Looks like Pupo's asking for a change in priorities, asking for something. That'll be with the panel in the tower right now to deliberate on. He'll go surfing right now, though. And here he goes. He's looking for a ramp here. He'll find one, and he'll get that rotation done, just corking through. And he'll grab that for a finish. So Pupo in second place position, sitting on that 3.97. Doesn't like to sit with a 3. He'll look to try and improve. That's why he's leading the Challenger Series.
Have a look at how he took off on this wave. It was like he adjusted his feet as he took off. And we'll get to that one, Paul, but it'll be interesting to have a look at that replay as he took off on the wave. Looked like he had to adjust his feet, seeing what was down the line.
13.5 to go, and this Pupo making his way back out at the moment. This heat started strong and went a little quiet. Let's see if we get some pulses of energy here and fire things up. Nat Young's been real quiet at the moment. Just a one-wave ridden, 2 for Teixeira. Numbers in for O'Hara, you see there, there's been an improvement from him. A 6.3, he's dropped in, adds to his total. And so his lead, basically, by just doing most of the running in this, it's been lively, it's been sprightly, and he's in the lead here. This is Pupo.
So this was during the break. We didn't see this one. Wow, look at the amplitude on that. So a lot of height. And, you know, you don't often claim, you can't claim every wave, but that was worth a claim. Hiroto O'Hara now answers also with the wave that was during the break. And just the 2 turns there, but whew, that one of Sam Pupo got the height, got the flair right in front of the judges' tower, and throws in a little bit of a claim there. You don't claim all waves, but the ones, if the number 1 seed in the event is claiming something, you must know he feels good about it too.
Yeah, it's mad to say it, but for Sam, well, that is almost like a standard move for him. He's so good with that pop, just crazy how he gets that done with speed and gets the landing too. This is going to be a good number for him. 7, 5, 6 is what he needs to threaten first, and there's every chance he's getting that right now. Let's see how close he goes to the excellent range with it. Tell you what, it's a flat 8. So he goes excellent with 1 backhand rotation, a big one. You see him there splashing the water. That's a happy splash. He loves it. And after a start where he didn't do much wrong, but it just took him a little while to get going, to get through the gears, this is much more what we expect from Samuel Pupo leading the Challenger Series, and decent reward from the panel, an 8-point ride.
I think we're still waiting. That was the backhand one. We're still waiting for the score to come in for the forehand one. So within the space of 2 minutes, he stomped a massive backhand there, and he managed to get one on his forehand as well. I loved the way he claimed that. It was almost like a performer at the end of an incredible stage performance bowing for the crowd. That was pretty cool.
Nat Young, statuesque with priority. He needs to get going here. He's looking for a number 773. It's a pretty solid one. He's already got into the excellent range with backhand hammers in this event, but he hasn't done in this heat, and he's only been tempted to stand up once. Also, Teixeira, just 2 ways ridden for him, and they've not been of epic proportions points-wise. He's in second place of priority, and they want to get involved here. And when you sit for a while and your adversaries build up points around you, you're going to need to respond and react, and they're going to need to do that in the next 10 minutes or so. But we have these more extended lulls. The other heats has been waves coming through. Maybe it doesn't play on your mind as such. Even if you maybe don't get the score, if you're just surfing, you don't have to think too much about where you are. But when it's all quiet like this in Bakan, Mike, you're chasing numbers down. It could be tough mentally.
Look at Sam Pupo, how he's paddling so aggressively across to the left-hand side of the beach. And we have seen some lefts come through in the earlier heats, in the women's heats especially. We saw a lot of lefts ridden. So where Sam's going, there is a right also on the other side of that. It's one of the, it's a hollower section of the beach. It's way down in front of a place that is called Surfers Lane. It's the main parking lot down here at the beach where the locals come and check out the waves and park their cars while they surf. And he's probably gone another 80 meters down from where he was.
Yeah,
quite an interesting tactic.
Nat's heading that way as well, isn't he? Seen something here. He needs to get surfing under 10 minutes. Doesn't like this. Pupo's in the spot though. He's gone all the way down the beach. And he'll go left here. Here goes Samuel Pupo. He's loading up. Loads of speed across this section and over the section without the board. And he was looking for that round. But just the wave held up a little bit, actually. And the faster bit was in front of him. He couldn't quite get there. But you see the intent from him, and why not? That's the sort of heat smarts that he brings. You post big numbers. Then you head down and look for something else. Get out of that priority rotation. Just sort of find your own line up to surf. He's leading this one. Pretty solid lead. It's Hiroto O'Hara currently in that second place position. And those two have had the lion's share of the points and the waves in this. Between Nat Young and Rafael Teixeira, just 3 waves ridden between them. And ultimately, definitely not enough. Improvement comes through for Samuel. For prior to that left, he got a right and did a rotation. The 6-3-3 for it. All right, Nat Young needs to fire up here. A bigger wave for him, a little sluggish, and he just gives that one a quick hit. And now he'll go into the lip and give it some tail. And he won't hang on to that. So after waiting an awful long time, and we said how good he is at those turns, he'll go incomplete. That's bad news for him. Loading up is Pupo. We realise there's a bit of wobble going through that inside runner. And not a ramp or a section for him to aim at. Hiroto O'Hara keeps an eye on things, has a little look round, sees where Nat Young is, just making sure probably that Nat Young did in fact fall on that, as you'll see his board pop up in the white water. O'Hara with a couple of sixes. 7-4-1 is what he needs to go back into first place. Currently occupied by Samuel Pupo. But it's Teixeira really now with priority and the onus on him with 8 minutes to go, Mike. He needs to do something here.
Yeah, he sure does. He's going to need one of those set waves. Not worth taking off on a medium one at this stage because we're down to well within the last third of the heat. And going to have to use that very smartly. They're quite far down the beach. They've moved off onto that second peak. Rafael, up until now, really also surfing to his strengths, which are the big backhand turns. Nat Young, I thought he was going to maybe take to the air there on that small one. But those kind of waves are not really going to get the score unless he punted sort of 6 foot in the air right there. Would have been a challenge to find a 7-7-3 on that wave.
Yeah, I mean, he started off the heat, he got a wave, he went through the motions a little bit, was cruising, a touch, hit it pretty hard, he got that 5-5, and you're thinking, yeah, he's going to build from here. And he's been out of rhythm in a couple of ways. Out of rhythm with the ocean and the fact that he hasn't caught waves. And even when he has, he fell on that steep backhand section on his previous to last wave, which you'd be backing him to make those kind of turns and get good points for him. And then even then, just a little bit out of sorts, looking for an air section. It's not necessarily what we thought was available on that wave. All the sort of stuff you'd expect to see him getting points. Let's check the recap and check the good early work, the fast start of Hiroto O'Hara.
Hiroto got the air in on that first wave. Great rotation, landed it nice and clean. Little claim as well. This was his second wave, which was more of a turn-based wave. Went for the 2 big hits, both critical turns. Then this was Samuel Pupo. Oh, that was the one with a lot of amplitude with the little claim. He almost looked like a hood ornament at the end of that. And then this was very shortly after that, went for the frontside version, the frontside aerial reverse maneuver. That time he didn't quite claim it, but very similar. So more than capable of doing it on his backhand. A couple of seconds later on his forehand, gets the full rotations in and stamps his authority on the heat.
Yeah, I think what Samuel's saying there, we saw that from Ian Gouveia in the early round as well. He's talking about the landing, and that's been a real talking point. It's been sort of a contentious issue between obviously the panel and the surfers. So if you don't get out in front and don't get it landed, and I think Samuel was going, there you go, that's definitely landed. Meanwhile, nice turn from Teixeira. He needed something. Will it be enough? He needs to get going here. But his last turn was nice and vert there. Good flow between the sections as well. He's way back though, looking at the moment for an 8.9, so he's way off the pace currently.
Just back to that, what you're saying about the end of that wave. If you contrast it to Edgar Grogier's type of one, the landing on that was very clean, and he almost illustrated and emphasized that. That second turn there was lovely. I like how the fins drifted free. So the board pivots like that on the top of the lip, and it happens when all 3 of your fins break free. So now the board's essentially got nothing to hold on to, and the board drifts across. And the skill of the surfer really is able to engage it back in the white water and then ride through. I like that backhand turn. It wasn't a standard backhand turn. He added quite a nice flair to it. And that's maybe what was missing for Nat Young. When he came out of his turn, it was also very critical, but if you look at it quickly, the board actually tilted to the side and threw him off balance.
Pupo loading up here, your heat leader. What's he got? He's already gone 8 points for a big air on the backhands. There's the grab on the forehand. And that wave, just the landing not quite as clean for him, but nevertheless, it's another wave for him, just showing his form and his exuberance and the fact that he's feeling confident, particularly with that 8 locked in, but just in general with his station in life, leading the Challenger Series. Bit of a marker on your back as well when you're the #1 rated surfer, and that can go a couple of ways. You respond to that pressure. It looks like so far with 4 to go, he's responding in the best possible way in this heat, because He's surfing well. He's showing us a little bit of everything. He'll find scores on in between waves. He'll surf well with priority. He's ticking a lot of boxes.
He's actually surfed. He's actually done 4 different types of aerial maneuvers, showing incredible variety in the heat, and putting on a little bit of an air show. Yeah, so he's done a front straight, a straight air with a grab. He's done a big backhand rotation air, a forehand rotation air, and then we had that first one, which by comparison to the other 3 was quite average. That was the one that he opened with a 5, 6, 7, where he got the turn, and it didn't really have the speed. The board landed quite flat on the wave and didn't project out. So if you look at the 4 maneuvers he's done, the first one, big rotation air, landed flat, didn't ride it out. The second one was that huge backhand air where he got massive amplitude and had a little bit of a claim with the judges, showed them, like you said, Paul, look, I rode this one out. Backed that up with a big frontside air, and now he's just done another one, a 4-5-3-4 frontside air with a grab. And that is incredible variation. His talent and his rating, he's justifying his rating in this heat.
Yeah, Samuel Pupo certainly enjoying himself out here, and he'll know in terms of peaking in the event, the round of 32 is not the place to do it, so it'll just show us exactly the kind of quality he's got, but it'll also be thinking about going real deep here. And obviously we're a long way on the Challenger Series with 3 more events yet to run, but a final state performance here, go deep into this one, and it'll be safe to say he's going to be very much in that conversation for qualification back for the Championship Tour in 2025. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go in this. Teixeira's improvement of his high score means he brings the requirement down, but it's still pretty hefty. 7.83 is what he's chasing. Nat Young, who's been off the pace in this, is looking for 7.73, and there's not been the frequency of waves gone down here, and most of them have gone to the man leading it. He's ridden 8 waves in this heat, and that's why for the 2 in the middle, really, it was waves 4 and 5. All of a sudden, the left-hander, the backhand rotation, then back on a right to follow up immediately after the 8 and the 6.33. Healthy numbers for Samuel Pupo at the moment. Check out the leaderboard there, and you can see the surfer still in. Ian Gouveia, he's coming up soon, right behind him. And then the numbers shaded out of people that have fallen out of the draw. We will be shuffling the pack here in South Africa, Mike.
That has been the big story, especially in the women's as well, where we've seen a lot of the top seeds go down early rounds, and it's going to be a big shake-up in the points at the end of the Challenger Series here. If you look at the scores on the board there, that in order to shake this heat up or make any kind of significant change, one of the surfers in that 2nd, 3rd, and 4th is going to have to post something in the excellent range. And the judges have already shown us that they'll reward something like a giant backside air with an 8. So it's going to require something in that range to make any sort of change in the last minute here, Paul.
Yeah, counting down 50 on the clock. Pupo has shown his class in this, shown his repertoire, and shown why he's leading the Challenger Series. Will stay involved in Ballito if everything stays like this. 2nd place, Hiroto O'Hara's got first priority. And Nat Young will just sit there and think, you know what, I've only paddled for 3 waves in this whole 31.5 minutes. It's going to be a real tall order for him to try and claw his way back into contention here at the moment. He is heading out of competition in the round of 32 here in Ballito, South Africa. Rafael Teixeira, who blazed and shone in the early rounds at the moment. Not a lot to get overly excited about from his point of view. Looking for 7.83 in a very becalmed ocean. Counting down final 5 seconds or so here. And it will be Samuel Pupo and Hiroto O'Hara. Strong starts from each of them. And we've seen the moods and the rhythms of this ocean vary and fluctuate throughout. And after a couple of heats where it was a frenzied action, you know, 30+ waves being ridden, all sorts going down. This one's had extended periods of calm. But when waves have come through, it's been surfers like Samuel Pupo who's been able to capitalize and maximize those opportunities. Another heat with excellent numbers in the scorebook. We love that. And well done to Samuel Pupo. We'll bring this in, collect it, have a little debrief with his bro, who's still alive here, will be surfing soon, was watching on from the beach. It's been another enjoyable one, and we'll wrap up Heat 3 for the round of 32. O'Hara, Pupo will advance from this. We've got some heavy hitters, some power coming up in the water soon. We're going to see Lucas Silveira, David Silva, Ian Gouveia, and Cowley Vast. Gig Cilliers going to come back in the studio for the call. More live action from the Ballito Pro real soon.
The Hydro board short is something that I've used for quite some time now. One of the main key factors still is the no-tie fly. It's comfortable, it's convenient, and it works. Ultimately, what I'm looking for in a board short would have to be comfort and then convenience. If you add those two things together with a spice of color, you've got the perfect board short.
Welcome to the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill, the World Surf League's Challenger Series here on the east coast of South Africa. Getting later into the morning as we greet you from the beautiful coves of Ballito, and another big heat to unfold. Round of 32, heat number 4. Former World Junior Champ Lucas Silveira will take on a former winner here in the name of David Silva. Of course, former Championship Tour surfers in David Silva and Ian Gouveia. And, well, about to be minted an Olympian. Could he have a gold medal around his neck in about a month's time? Koali Vast will make up the heat in the water. It is a good morning from South Africa. Gig Saliers alongside Mike Frew for the call. And certainly an entertaining day. Again, a stellar day down on the beach here in Ballito, Mike.
It sure is. A lot of people have taken Friday off. The beaches are packed. The hospitality area is full down there, gigs, and everyone enjoying the festivities here as part of the Ballito Pro. So much going on this week. There's been music, concerts, there's been DJs in the retail area in the evenings, and of course the best surfing in the world.
Carnival atmosphere here as we go straight to the replays and Koali Vast.
So Koali is taking a little bit of rhythm that he's built up through the event. He did surf the QS 1000 as well, so he's had more experience in heat out there this week than the other three competitors, the three Brazilians who he's up against here. And look at that. Wow, David Silva showing the form that took him the win at this event a couple of years ago. His strength is the big backhand turn, Gigs, and he's utilized that to good effect on that wave, really rotating the shoulders, projecting himself up there at the lip.
Oh, how about that wave exploding? Did you see David Silva trying to reptile his way underneath that, just getting obliterated? But Mark, you mentioned that backhand of David Silva. It's always so eye-pleasing.
I drifted the tail on that one, unweighted the back foot, and the tails drift. The fins disengage from the wave, and it lets the board drift along. He puts a little bit more back pressure on it. It engages, and he rides it out of it nice and strong. And really, that is David Silva's strength, the backhand snap here at Ballito.
Well, what I'm noticing, Mike, is how far down the beach over to the north end competition is focused in on. Let's have a look at Ian Gouveia. He'll pick up a left-hander. We saw him do this at Sydney about a month and a half back. And he's just double-checking equipment there. Quarterfinals from his visit, and he's going to go for an equipment change. That was early on in the heat, literally first lap, and he needs some new tires.
Yeah, so what happened there, Gigs, is he went for that big turn and the board landed on the flats. So he probably weighs around 70 kilograms, and you took the full weight of 70 kilograms onto the board in the flats, and what that's happened is it's creased the fiberglass on the board. The board hasn't snapped, but you don't want to risk the rest of the heat with a damaged board. So he's indicating there to his caddies and his support team on the beach to try and bring him a new board. What all of the surfers do here is you'll see them go down from the competitors area down onto the beach with two boards. It's quite, it's not rare. This does happen quite often. These guys are using very lightweight equipment. Generally, their boards are glass quite light, Gigs. And
Looks like Sam Pupo is going to come in for the caddy. As you mentioned, just creasing the board early on there, so no real scores on the scorecard for Ian Gouveia just yet. Once again, just making mention of his 2 quarterfinals over in the Australian leg. And his Team Brazil support squad just waiting to switch out equipment. That Sharp Eye looking good underfoot in 2024 for Ian Gouveia. As we mentioned, quarterfinaling in both the Gold Coast and in Sydney. Here he is looking to be part of finals day in Ballito. This is a man who knows the winning feeling in Ballito. David Silva, lovely alley-oop on the forehand rotation. Just goes incomplete. Meanwhile, prior to that, he did get a 6-1-7. Let's have a look at Lucas Silveira, one of the gentlemen of Brazilian surfing. He's been around for an age as well. Never quite ended up at the top of the qualifying or challenger series as over his crusades. He's had those wild card appearances. Now a dad, his kid almost 2 years of age. And Lucas Silveira, you feel at some stage might just get one of those breakthrough results. We've seen it come later on in many surfers' campaigns. And perhaps this is the year for Lucas Silveira.
He is surfing very sharp. He's showing good form here so far in Ballito gigs. And what a beautiful canvas to showcase the surfing on today. Look how glassy that wide pullback shot. Can you believe it's actually the middle of winter here in Ballito? It's school holidays, and you can see all holiday makers and surf supporters enjoying their day down here in the Quatacusa region of KZN. Lovely beach day. I think we're set for a great weekend of surfing gigs. And this, if you look at the ocean right now, is probably the smallest we're going to see it between now and Sunday.
Well, we were chatting off screen about the Surfline forecast. Of course, so we saw that southwest buster yesterday usher in this new south swell, and we are already seeing it on Surfline's numbers. A bigger, stronger ground swell expected for tomorrow. We could wake up tomorrow with some hissing 6 to 8 foot right-hand blowing barrels here. It's a speculation, but it could be possible. Right now, we're happy with the head-high conditions on offer for our 4th day of competition. Priority being pulled here by Kaoli Vast. Let's have a look what he brings. 2-turn combo of his own. And the dump truck there, the Ballito dump truck, will not allow completion for Kaoli. You go back to the lineup. Still plenty of time. 35-minute heats on offer. And, well, we're barely 10 minutes into this one.
I was chatting to Kalia the other day, and I was asking him how he adapts from a place like Chopu and reef breaks that he primarily surfs around and over at home. And he said on the other side of the island in Tahiti are some beach breaks where he does a lot of practice for this. And then leading through his junior career, he spends a lot of time in France at places like Hossegor, refining his approach to beach breaks and multiple peaks.
Of course, Tahiti underneath the French region. So he's grown up with that competitive framework around him. Of course, those fun beach breaks in Papaete itself. And an all-round surfer, a great name of the sport, with still so much ahead for Kaoli Vast. Here goes Ian Gouveia. And on the new equipment, will just come with another incomplete. So slow start for him. Has he done the board change already? No? All right, so we going to see the equipment change now. I thought he'd just have a last roll of the dice.
I think he was probably just waiting to ride a wave in on that one. That one looks like it's been colored with Posca pen or a Koki underneath. That new board that he's taking out doesn't have any color on the bottom. So doing the exchange now, be interesting to get a close-up of that board. Probably had the crease, maybe not too bad. He felt he could get another wave on it, gigs, but obviously would play into his mind going into those big turns. But now with a freshie under his chest, he'll be paddling out. The competitors today are actually given 90 seconds, so 1.5 minutes to paddle out, not the traditional 5-minute paddle out, because they are surfing very, very close to the beach. Even though the wide screen there makes it seem like they're relatively far out, they're actually surfing about 30 meters from the beach, gigs.
It's about as shore break as Ballito can be for the 2024 edition of the event. Let's crunch into a few numbers quickly here, Mark. Through the best of it right now, a 6-1-7 for David Silva, 2-turn combination on the backhand. And, well, just a peppering of 4s from both Kaoli Vast and Lucas Silveira. Meanwhile, let's go down and hear from the winner of that last heat. We'll go down to Greg Emsley.
Sammy, I was chatting to your brother during your heat. He was way more nervous for your heat than his own, but it looked like your feet were totally glued to your board. How was it out there?
It was really fun. Actually, my heat went pretty quiet, and we didn't have any sets, actually, so I had to just kind of grind all the small waves and go for the airs, and I'm glad I landed most of them because I haven't done airs for a while, so I'm happy I still have the talent to do it.
And how are you feeling about your brother's heat coming up?
It's same as him. Like, I get more nervous in his heats than in mine, so it's hard to stay outside and just watch everything go down, but I think he's going to do pretty well. He's really experienced guy and he's been on tour for a while, so he should do pretty fine.
And obviously you guys have an amazing Brazilian squad with you at these events. How important is that for you? You know, these heats are critical for you, and what does it mean to have that support?
It means so much. I feel like all the Brazilians will have this kind of group for a while now, and all these new guys coming into with Ryan, Kainalo, and Leo Casal. Been doing a few contests as well with us, and just, you know, putting all the good energy for everyone. We've been watching everyone's heats and just trying to give them the best feedback possible so we can all keep advancing, and hopefully we can put more Brazilians on tour next year.
Nice. Well, good luck for your brother's heat, and all the best for the next round.
Well, leading the Challenger Series rankings coming here to Ballito, Sam Pupo is into the final 16 here at the third stop, and expect requalification at the end of the year for Sam Pupo. Can he take fellow countryman Lucas Silveira with him? Nice tidy snapping turns from the Rio de Janeiro surfer Lucas Silveira, now already into his early 30s, a family man, and does a lot of surfing with Carlos Burle up on the southern beaches, just down from Barra to Tijuca. And always great to have Lucas Silveira back in the country. He was here last year, did a free surf trip through the Transkei, capitalized on a few swells at Jeffreys Bay. And as I say, just a gentleman of the sport, Lucas Silveira.
Straight into the top turn, very quick surfing. And rather than just go for the tag on the end, he actually flared the turnout on that second one. Carly Vast, this was a lovely looking wave. Look how it stood up on the sandbank. A picture perfect backhand maneuver into the second turn there. Stuck with it well to finish on the whitewater and put a bit of an exclamation mark on the way for the judges' gigs.
Yeah, strong and sturdy through the turns there. Just saw how long he held that rail in transition. Carly Vast finding a 7.07 and a 4.67 for an early lead in the heat. Meanwhile, straight back at it, Josh Kerr's in town, and he's influencing the other competitors. An attempt at a corrupt flip there from Lucas Silveira will go incomplete. I trust that you're all enjoying the show with us. Lots of fun, everybody. Mike, you mentioned it's a carnival atmosphere here, and, well, no one's at work now. It's a Friday afternoon in South Africa. It's just almost midday, and everybody getting in and around the action here. Little peep behind the athlete area, Callum Robson in heat preparation, and he'll be watching David Silva here, absolutely unloading. And of course, a previous winner here. Let's see how Ian Gouveia can match him. Two-turn combo, and well, cut, copy, paste there as the two Brazilians attack on their backhand. So three goofy footers in this encounter, and all of them using the backhand combos to good effect here, Mike.
Spectacular backhand surfing, and that is how to do backhand re-entries. If you want to show anyone, or you want to improve your backhand surfing, have a look at this clip, this 30 seconds right here. It'll teach you a lot about how to do a backhand turn. David Silva on that first one, adding a little bit of flair. He got right up to the top gigs. He flared it out, came down, and I felt like his first turn was better, while Ian Gouveia, I felt like his second turn was better. This is Ian Gouveia's. So look at that. The first one is kind of a setup turn. Then he goes bang and hammers the second one. Meanwhile, this is David Silva. Got some great flair. Drifted off the second one and actually got a bit of an airdrop out of that second turn. And you don't often see these guys claim, but when they do, you know that by their standards, they felt like that was a solid turn.
All three Brazilians in the lineup using two-turn combinations, all of them on their backhands. Silveira, the natural footer, going left. We're waiting for that number. And, well, it is now in. Lucas Silveira fetches a 4.7 for his repertoire. Now scorecards still remain open for David Silva and Ian Gouveia, who momentarily are down in third and fourth. We are expecting a situation change when we look at the requirements, at least for David Silva, only needing a 3.13 to change the shape of the heat.
Yeah, and this heat is quite spread out in terms of the scores at this point. The previous heat was very, very close. This one, if you look, we do still have those scores outstanding, but I'd imagine once those are in, it's going to be a much closer battle on our hands here.
Well, mechanical backhand attack from David Silva in 2024. Can he be part of that championship tour in 2025 again? He's got a 9th on the Gold Coast. Not a great 49th in Sydney. Of course, didn't survive the mid-season cut at the championship tour level, did David Silva. Wasn't part of the picture in 2023. And again, back and you think of his wins, you think of his momentum. But falling to that mid-season cut. Here's someone that we want to see at championship tour level in the very near future. We're going to see him in the Olympics, and we're going to see him right now bring completion. Koali Vast looking for his progression through the Ballito Pro. And he'll leave the scorecard open again. He'll be wanting to say goodbye to the 4.67. Already a 7.07 in the score can. And down to 18 minutes to go. Judges will have a ponder on that, and he'll be firming up his position. Meanwhile, a new heat leader in David Silva, who's added another 6 to his scoreline. So Silva leads. Koali Vast looking to strengthen that second place position as we come down to around the halfway mark in the heat now, Mark.
I like how Koali Vast drops his back knee as he goes into these turns. So there's the first one. Watch that back knee, how it maneuvers around. So his stance on his board quite different to the two Brazilians, Ian Gouveia and David Silva. There's quite a big difference there in terms of how he approaches his backhand surfing. So he's using his knees, bending from the knees a lot when he's going into his backhand turns, and you'll see that back knee especially drops down as he puts pressure on the back foot in order to rotate the board up, where David Silva and Ian Gouveia are surfing very much from the hips by comparison.
Got a close look at Koali Vast there before the wide shot, and he was just puffing away. So working hard in the lineup is our French representative. Of course, Koali Vast about to be part of the Paris Olympics over in Tahiti. Think of Vayen Ferro still in the draw here, and Ballito as well. Exciting for both of those young Tahitians to do the trip over, keep their focus on championship tour goals, and yet be, can you imagine, being in either Koali Vast or Vayen Ferro's feet, and being in their shoes with the Olympics on your doorstep, being the host nation. What an exciting time for these young French surfers. Of course, when we think Koali Vast, his expertise at the break in Tahiti, well, expecting that he could very well have an Olympic medal around his neck, Mike. Meanwhile, we'll go live action here. Ian Gouveia snapping on the left-handers here. He's got to bring himself into the heat here, down in fourth at the moment. And it is a throwaway for the Brazilian, who really does have a 6.07 in his scoreline, but is right now lacking that backup score. Meanwhile, just under 16 minutes on the clock. Heat leader David Silva with a pair of 6s here. Meanwhile, Koali Vast, we've been talking about him, that man on screen. Let's go back and think about his amazing runner-up finish back in Chopu in 2022. Stormed through the field on the championship tour.
Absolute freight train barrels. Look at the color of that water. Tropical, postcard perfect, deep in the barrel. Absolutely critical surfing and well-timed on that, which is a very, very shallow, one of the most dangerous reef breaks in the world. And Koali Vast showing the confidence and the local experience there to play second in Tahiti in 2022, right in front of his home crowd. It's a heavy barrel that even at that size, Gigs, and he's grown up there and has such confidence at that wave.
Well, repeatedly winning trials at that venue. It's now going to be home for the Olympics coming up. And we got the wide shot back, and we love looking back at those moments. But right now, Koali Vast has got to fend off an attack from Ian Gouveia. We're going to bring you the tape. We'll pull it back now. But we just saw the wide shot there. This is a heat on our hands here in the round of 32. We are halfway through the round. David Silva leading, Carly Vast in second, looking for a backup score. Still sitting on a 4.67 there, Mike, but Ian Gouveia making a threat here in the second half of the heat.
I tell you what, I think he's been watching old tapes of Christian Fletcher. That was a huge frontside straight air. Looked like he grabbed the rail as well in terms of the angle we saw it from. So stoked that he went and high-fived the photographer as well. I think that maybe Cody McGregor in the water. And where they are now, it's sort of waist deep. There's a lot of sand on that bank. And haven't had a lot of those lefts come through like that. We saw it in the ladies' heats gigs, but as we came back to shot there, I'm sure we will see a replay of it, a massive punt.
It's a beautiful day here in Ballito. We're gathering some scores. The surfing is exciting. The weekend is almost upon us. We trust that you are enjoying the show from beautiful South Africa. We'll let the judges play some catch-up here at the Ballito Pro. We'll see you on the other side of the break for the updated numbers.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious blue flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Welcome back to the show. It is the Ballito Pro coming to you from the east coast of South Africa. Stop 3 on the World Surf League's Challenger Series. It's late in the morning and almost around midday as we greet you from the beautiful beaches of the Kwadukuza region. King Saliers and Mike Frubru on the call. And an exciting heat out in the water. And judges still having a ponder. Just before the break, we saw Lucas Silveira going to the air for the rotation. Ian Gouveia with the front hand grab. And we'll just settle those numbers with around 11 minutes to go. And have noticed a little bit of a breeze again. We saw that north wind going left to right across screen. Now a little bit of a sea breeze coming out of the south-southeast mark.
So Ian Gouveia on his last wave, taking advantage of that wind that's just come through. I'm sure we'll see a replay of it. Here's a replay of last of Lucas Silveira. It was a big punt. Didn't have that much amplitude on it, but he did get the rotation. This was the one I really liked that we haven't seen the close-up of. Big front side air with a grab.
Love the pop on those. Lucas Silveira, this is Lucas's last wave. We're still waiting for the score mark.
Oh, big power gouge. And the judges seem to have loved it so far in the event when you ride out of that kind of thing. So rather than just go into a normal turn, close-out turn or lip line there, he actually chose to put his arm back and almost do a Larry layback in the middle of that turn in what you call the dump truck section of the Ballito sandbank here as part of the Ballito Pro.
10 minutes to go and the heat has changed shape here. For the first time we have a new leader in a while. Ian Gouveia with that front side straight pop has gone into the lead. 7.33. Judges ate it up and well, Ian spotted that wind shifting and he played it perfectly there, Mark.
So Ian, very similar height to me, probably 5'3", 5'4", and if you take the distance from the flats to the amplitude of that height, it was probably a good 10'1" into the air there. So a really high air in terms of height. He also grabbed the rail, which is difficult to do. He didn't land on the flats or even on the face, which is a little bit easier. He landed in that churny white water, rode it out nice and clean, and the judges loved it. He went from 4th place and shot into the lead. Big change there, Giggs, in the last third of this heat.
Yeah, single maneuver as well for a 7.33 indicates to us now the highlight score of the heat. Championship Tour, former Championship Tour campaigner David Silva dropped down to 2nd, still in running as well. Have a look how tight this heat has become. Lucas Silveira now up to 4th. And that big heavy slam at the end there, 6.4. Previous to that, the backhand rotation on the left-hander for a 6. Lucas Silveira brings himself right into discussion here. There's a grid of all the activity. 8 waves in the lineup for Silveira. His last 2 making the biggest difference, a pair of 6s. But he still needs to chase a 6.54, so just slightly more than his last wave. So we're expecting Silveira to be part of the story here. 8.5 minutes to go. Koali Vast still sitting on his soft opening score of the 4.67. Plenty of time for him to get rid of that with the priority and a little over 8 minutes on the clock.
The heat was really spread out at the beginning. The first, I would say, 15 to 18 minutes, there was quite a big difference between 1st and 4th place. And then after that last wave, the massive punt by Ian Gouveia on his forehand, it's brought everyone into contention now. If you're a betting man, it would be very difficult to call which of these 4 surfers are going to advance through the heat at this stage, based on the arsenal that they have in their pocket that they could unleash on the next set of waves, Gigs.
Well, you look at it all packed into this 4-man heat. 2 of those surfers have multiple Championship Tour experience years under their belts, Gouveia and Silva. Of course, Lucas Silveira, we saw his hand up really early back on more than a dozen years ago as a World Junior champion. He mixed it up with that class of rising stars like Italo Ferreira and Filipe Toledo. So Silveira is no slouch in the lineup, still part of the discussion in 2024. And well, I'm thinking Koali Vast is going to become part of the story very, very quickly now. His requirement's just a 5.93, so a lesser requirement for our surfer down in 4th. So this is anyone's game as we go to the finish line. 7 minutes to go. And looking very forward to the upcoming heats as well. Consistent swell here on the tide push as well, Mike. And you might think that the way the sandbars are lying here in Ballito, a slightly better mid-tide into full tide really suits those inside sandbars.
Yeah, even in that very strong wind yesterday, they called the events off because it wasn't, there weren't enough consistently good rides in the heats. But the guys went out there and free surfed exactly where these 3 are on the left-hand side of your screen, and they were really punting. And it was an air show in the afternoon with everybody free surfing. Here we go, it's our heat leader.
Well, high priority for Ian Gouveia. Back to the air, he's going to go. Just holds on to that. Does he? Does he? No, he doesn't, but you just saw that board wafting just a little bit over the axis of the center of gravity, and Ian Gouveia will just go incomplete, trying to better a 6.07. We saw him earn a 7.33 for a similar approach just a few minutes back before the break. And, well, he's trying to hang on to this first place position here, get into that round of 16, be part of finals day. He's got that feeling in 2024. And Ian Gouveia bringing so much value this year. Here's Lucas Silveira. We know what he wants to do. He got a 6.4. His best score came out of just one single big power hack on the forehand going right. So he wants to replay that as quick as possible here with around 5.5 minutes left to go. And Koali Vast has been very patient in the lineup. Just looking, still holding that priority. And we're starting to tee up that next heat as well. Alistair Reginato has been on a campaign along with Marco Mignot, Callum Robson and Emrod. That's a big one coming up as well. We love the value of the Challenger Series. Looking forward to seeing what Alistair Reginato can bring us.
I'm also looking forward to Marco Rodriguez. We know he's done gigantic airs here in the past. There's hardly a Ballito Pro highlight reel that's gone through in the past without something from Emrod.
Well, always so much value from our former championship tour surfers. Let's have a look at the heat recap. It was a quick out the gates for David Silva, former championship tour surfer, looking to earn his stripes here, 6.83 to get it going. But he was quickly matched by Kali Vast, who brought his own combination here, including this 707 for a 3-turn combo.
So Kali gets that end section nice and clean to finish off that wave. Then we saw David Silva turn the dial up a little bit on that one. That's the one that he claimed, and he felt like he had really stamped a bit more into the heat. However, not to be outdone, Ian Gouveia ramped up another notch before going to the air as the wind came through mid-heat, straight in front of the water photographer. I felt like that was the turning point of the heat right there as the wind came through. High fives the photographer. That reminds me of the old Rob and Kelly moment at Pipeline, the Ballito version.
Love it. That punt was the single best score on the recap. There's 7.33, and it has Gouveia out front. And we're down to 3 minutes 40. And, well, Kali Vast has pulled the trigger during that recap. We'll see if we can pull back the tape. I don't think anything significant has happened. I'm just surmising that. But we'll confirm it all shortly. Down to just over 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go. This judge's scorecard is open for Kali Vast, and he sat on that priority for quite a long time there, Mike. Let's have a look at what he achieved.
So he's sitting very far down the bank. The wave tends to close out very quickly there, so he had to get his first in fast, and then he goes into the end section. The problem, I think, with that wave is it wasn't the biggest wave. He did get 2 clean turns in, but if you compare it to the type of turns we've seen over the last 33 minutes, probably not 2 of the biggest turns of the heat.
Well, watch what's happening here. Sprint battle on the go. Everyone is sharking and snaking around the lineup now with just 2:45 on the clock. Kali Vast on the search for a 5.93 in the lineup. Meanwhile, David Silva will use priority. He'll snap away. Section still to play with here for the Brazilian. And he'll go in and out with the clock moving down quickly now. Gouveia in the mix here, still our heat leader on paper. Scorecard open for David Silva, and confirming last of Kali Vast, a 5.6. Only nudges him from 4th to 3rd. We're still looking for the 5.93, and that remains the cold fact. 5.93 requirement. David Silva with a score still to come. Does that requirement for Kali go up just a touch as we hit the 2-minute mark?
So David Silva had to use his priority on that one. The other 3 competitors were like lions on a scent as that wave came through. He was pressured into it. He had to take it. Otherwise, one of the other 3 would have been on it. He went into a big gouging turn, second turn. Was the score enough, Gigs?
No, it wasn't. 5.33. So, situation remains. Kali Vast in second priority, chasing the 5.93. Lucas Silveira will still want to punish a forehand big carve and try and earn a number of a 6.54. Here's Kali Vast. He's sneaking around the lineup now. The rest of the 3 Brazilians are going to be like a pack of bees over him. We already see David Silva, who is in that second place position, but has a higher priority, albeit the 3rd prio is going to try and swamp Kali Vast. So a little bit of a playoff here on the chessboard between Silva and Vast as we go down to a little over 1 minute to go.
Oof, my heart was in my throat when Kali had a look at that one. I thought, yeah, we go. We're going to see the big action punt, but the wave not playing the game. With 1 minute on the clock, I can see stuff happening out there, Gigs.
High velocity. Ian Gouveia will want to protect the lead here inside the last minute. 2-turn combo. Not sure that he's going to better either his 7.33 or his 6.07 with that. But on the other side of the peak, is there anything unfolding with the cat and mouse between David Silva and Kali Vast?
So 3 surfers still out there, waves rolling through from that last set. Not as clean, a little bit of cappuccino effect left over. He's got to go big here, not much time left. Goes for the club sandwich. Doesn't come out, no. Loses the lettuce half the way down.
Lucas Silveira has to play the big cards on the search for a 6.54. He'll be incomplete. David Silva's going to use a priority as we go down to 10 seconds. Mechanical, robotic backhand hits for David Silva, but a blocking tactic as well. Did he leave enough space on the card for Kali Vast to get involved in the heat? I see his scorecard is open, so perhaps a split peak. And this one was a rush to the finish line here, and we'll just let this simmer for a moment, as will Ian Gouveia, as he just sits there and soaks up. That was a lot of surfing in 35 minutes. We're both just sitting back here now, just allowing this to all settle. It's like you hit a cracker and then all of the fragments are flying around. One more score still to lock in for David Silva. Either way, he is our second place surfer, so that is going to be the official result. Ian Gouveia on a run on the Challenger Series in 2024. And he is going to get that heat win. Care of those two big hits to the sky, 7.33 and a 6.07. Great to see him back in good form in 2024. And David Silva, former championship tour surfer, will go with him. And we'll lose Kauli Vast and Lucas Silveira. Stay with us. We trust you're enjoying the show from beautiful Ballito in South Africa.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious blue flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Welcome back to the show. It is beautiful Ballito on the east coast of South Africa. The World Surf League's Challenger Series, the third stop unfolding here, and always so much action to unpack. It is officially midday, so Kunjane, Sawabona, greetings from beautiful Ballito. Gig Salia's alongside two former championship tour campaigners from the Rainbow Nation. Welcome back to the studio, Paul Canning. Great to have Greg Emsley with us as well to break it all down. Paul, what a day we're having. Another great edition of the Ballito Pro.
Oh, no, it's incredible. I was just out at the beach now, and it's just such a vibe on the beach, and everyone's enjoying the action. It's absolutely a pearl of day. I mean, Ballito's really showing off today. It's shining, it's glistening. The pros seem to be loving it. Really punchy conditions. Yeah, a lot of action.
Great to have you with us as we stage up another heat for you. It is the round of 32. We cut the field in half. This is the last time we're in the four-man format. Alistair Reginato, young performer out of Australia, in the lineup as the highest seed in the heat. He'll take on Callum Robson, no stranger to the surf fans around the world. Callum Robson from Evans Head. He'll be campaigning here in the Challenger Series singlet. And of course, former championship tour surfer, so many's favourite in the air, Emrod, Michael Rodriguez in green. Marco Mignot, steady campaigner for him. Don't write him off just yet as we get stuck into another great heat here at the Ballito Pro. And Greg, wasting no time was Callum Robson.
Yeah, obviously a powerhouse surfer, very polished, very experienced, and those turns were just strong. Nothing too flashy, but just strong, well put together waves for a good start. That's how you want to start your heat. Put some pressure on the board very early.
Well, as we said, Paul Canning in the booth with us. Great to be sharing insights and thoughts along with Greg Emsley. Let's have a look at Marco Mignot building some speed inside section, just gets it out in the flats. Not exactly the biggest, nuggetiest wave we'll see in this encounter, but he gets the scorecard moving forward. And meanwhile, Emrod flexes the snap to get going. Another bolting turn right there, sending spray to the sky. And Greg Emsley's eyebrows are flexing everywhere. He loved that.
Oh, just so much extension on those turns, and just how hard he pushed on those rotations for that extra little bit of spray that came off the rail of that board. And you just think about where we are in competition, round of 32. You know, you look back to round of 64, all these surfers were standouts in that round. And you might get the odd surfer in round of 64, maybe not on form, yeah and there. But once you get to round of 32, every single surfer's on form. And they've got you by using certain strategies. And then they'll stick to those strategies. And you can see them playing out early, getting those scores off the bat.
So many experienced surfers in the lineup here in the Challenger Series, particularly here in the Ballito stop. And someone that's on fine form in 2024 is Ian Gouveia. Let's go down and hear from him.
David, great heat win there. You really used your strong point, which is your backhand turns, to take the win. Tell us about that end section of the peak that you seem to be focusing on the whole heat.
Yeah, for the hits is very strong because the Kauli for the backhand is huge. And then the end for the backhand is really good, but the air is amazing for the left. And then Lucas' surf is very strong too, but I'm very happy to take for three good waves in the heat because the heat is very strong. But I look for the outside is odd. I have the right for that way is better for to put it for 2 turns is pretty good. I think so the good score. And then yes, I go to the take for 2 good waves that way.
You've won this event before. You're the winner. Your name is on the trophy from 2019. How does your preparation and how do you aim towards the final and making that final again now?
Yeah, this place is amazing for these guys. I love for these places, and I win here for 2019, and then but for these years I put a lot of training, a lot of focus for these events because they're very important to point for in my ranking. And yeah, let's go to the next round.
Great job, and we'll see you in the next round. Fantastic surfing on your backhand. Back to you guys.
Well, Ian Gouveia looked just like David Silva there. That's because it was David Silva sneaking in that last score and showing his pedigree. And, well, the Brazilians bringing such a strong performance again to the lineup in 2024. Meanwhile, Greg, we were talking about Emrod and his performance. 6.67 to get the scorecard going.
Emrod, that first wave, as we see the replay here, was just so extended. And just watch these turns. Whack the spray. But watch the second turn. The extra belting. The extra, he held that rail slightly longer on the way down. And it shot that fan of spray into the air. And just a strong start. 6.67. You'll definitely back that to start. And he's up again. But just a quick look at that one. Obviously, we dream about that little northwest wind. Beautiful looking offshore conditions. I quite like the look of this slight southerly on the wave. It's giving like a little lip line, like an aiming section, somewhere you can really go to. It's like saying, come to me, hit me, because it's got that little section on it.
Well, let's see if Alistair Reginato gets something out of the light breeze now coming from right to left across your screen. He almost does, and almost goes up the brickwork there. Tide's starting to push in here in Ballito. It is midday. We're about 2.5 hours into the tide push, and the swell has settled down, surf line right on forecast with the swell just settling in. And I think we're going to see a lot of punts now over the next couple of hours as well, Greg, because those sandbars in 2024 definitely suit the mid to inside lineups.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of punts already, and yeah, I think definitely it's we're going to see a bit more, and we've spoken about that. The tide's actually helped the waves over the last couple of days, so we'll see if it makes it more punchy as this tide pushes up and riding. Emrod again goes to the air. Gigs, you called it. We're going to see a lot more airs, and how clean was that? And when you start with a 6.67, you can start really playing around a little bit with your maneuvers.
6.67 to start. He'll quickly back himself up now and drop that little decimal. Callum Robson, nuggety power surfing from the Championship Tour surfer, but just for a 4.5. So that score a little bit stunted. But PC, you'll love this.
Oh, yeah, no, that was incredible. The filmer there, I'm sure, is getting incredible action. I think it was Ian Gouveia that did that massive air in front of him in that last heat. And yeah, being a goofy footer, I loved that last heat. We got all natural footers in this one. But yeah, I'm sure he's getting some incredible footage. He's standing in like knee-deep water, and they're just doing all those airs and air reverses around him.
Yeah, that sea breeze just wafting right to left across our screen with the tide pushing. course, we saw it going the other way 2 hours back through the low tide. So we've seen punts to the air, getting scores, unlocking heats and getting those heat advancements. But essentially, a lot of it has been those nuggety turns in the lip. If you can get 2 of them in the critical section, you're getting the big payouts here, Greg.
Yep, absolutely. And, you know, you talk about Paul Canning. I've seen a lot of these goofies with those big hammering turns. That was Paul's go-to in the day. But, Paul, you must admit they're adding a bit more spice to it. You know, both male and female, they've seen some really good critical maneuvers coming from our surfers. The timing, I talk about the timing and placement because they're just so on song here. And you must be loving some of that goofy footer approach. We did see David Silver in that last heat as well.
Oh no, it's amazing to watch. The technique is just incredible of some of the guys now, and you can definitely see the training is a lot more in the sort of legs and the glutes and that. You know, we didn't for us in our generation, it was a lot of like shoulders and upper body. We didn't really put that much into like really gym work in the legs. Some of these guys walking around the competitors area, I mean, you can see they're really training hard and very, very strong legs. And yeah, I mean, as I say, the technique on some of the backhand surfing is amazing to watch.
So if you want to do turns like David Silver, go and get a little screenshot of his thighs. Take it to your personal trainer and say, I need thighs like that.
Yeah.
Then once you've built those thighs, go and try that turn 1,000,000 times over, and then you could be close.
Yeah. Well, we go all the way back to the 80s and start talking about Tom Carroll if you want to talk about thighs, right? But I mean, Tom was the first one to really bring that muscle group building to the sport. I mean, think through the 90s, were there many guys that were really pushing the gym and fitness program as much?
I think we almost went thinner. We wanted to be light. Remember the thin banana-y surfboards, quick maneuvers? So we did the gyms, but I think we focused more on speed work, cardio, really fit, but maybe not the muscle work in that area as much as obviously Tom Carroll was just the machine. But now it's come back into the sport. It's a very important part of it.
Well, probably a combination of both, right? I mean, if you look at the modern moment of the sport now, it's strength and agility. It's both of those factors.
Greg, I remember us powering the sand dunes there at Signos one year in France, working up the legs.
Yeah, we had our routines and they were good. I mean, it made us fairly bulletproof at times, but yeah, I think, you know, we think back, the sport's progressed and I think back to a lot of things from the career and how we could have possibly improved, but we didn't have all the technology they've got now. But the heavy landing maneuvers that the surfers are doing now, they've got to have muscle to support knees and ankles and obviously hips and all of that.
Well, if you just joined the broadcast, a lot of brew banter between 2 former championship tour surfers in Paul Canning and Greg Emsley. And well, it's fun, it's festive, it's all happening down here at the Ballito Pro. Let's go down and find Mark Frew amongst it.
We're here on the VIP hospitality deck that is sponsored by Corona, Vodacom, and Samsung. And everyone's arriving. It's Friday afternoon. It's just gone 12 o'clock in the afternoon, and people are enjoying some cold beverages. The beers are cold in the fridge. Lunch is about to be served. Let's take a walk through here and look at the view that they're getting. So we've got some lovely Corona lounge area here. Folks are all enjoying a cold refreshment. We've got the Coronas that are cold in the fridges. We've got the lemons all ready for their drinks. I'll try and make my way through the area. It's really, really crowded here. Folks have come down and it's getting very busy here on the hospitality deck. And this is what they're here for. This is what we're here to enjoy. A cold Corona sunset and watching some of the best surfing in the world go down here in Ballito this afternoon. Back to you guys, Gigs.
Well, Mark doesn't have a Corona in his hand yet. He could have a Corona Zero, technically. Of course, great to have Mark Frew in and around the competitors area doing the best Strider Wasilewski impersonation he can as we get Alistair Reginato into frame. And a good combination for him as he's going to answer to the requirements in the lineup. Right now, slowest start for the young Australian. But that one will bank very nicely for him as we're down to 21.5 minutes to go. Good fundamentals to that surfing there, Greg.
Solid wave. One small little catch in the middle of it, but I love his approach. Vertical up into the lip. He attacks the lip as well. And he's looking for those waves now with the higher tide that has a bit of a run on it and covering a bit of distance and getting sort of 3 maneuvers on. So he's definitely eyeing out those sort of right-handers running down the bank.
Well, the Sunshine Coast surfer with a reasonable run through the first 2 stops on the Challenger Series. Not a great number on the Goldie, but backed it up with a 9th place, 1 short of a quarter-final. Let's have a look at how he takes us apart.
That first turn was just fire, and then straight up there, that slight little catch, but then finishes with that third turn just straight back up vertical. And you got to say that first turn and that last turn were on the money, and even the middle turn pretty good. It's going to be a very nice number for Alistair to do his first banking number anyway.
Well, currently sitting in that 2nd place position, Callum Robson also looking for a backup score still. So this was a much needed one for the young Australian in red. There it is, updated for a 5.9 as a solid building block score. And that's going to be right up there amongst the best of the heat thus far. Best single wave PC, that 2-turn hit from Michael Rodriguez for the 667. But Reginaldo bringing himself right into it now.
Yeah, he's sitting in a good position. You know, the way the sandbanks formed this year, there's a bit of sand just to the right of the screen, but you can see now he's just had that sort of mid-score, but he's in a nice position because now he can sit slightly wide to the left, and every now and again there's a really good, when the bigger sets come, there's a really good right off the end of the peak there. You can see there on the wider screen. So he'll be feeling pretty confident. Can't go straight back to the main peak, but hoping that a wide one will come.
Michael Rodriguez back at it, heat leader. Will just power away, exploding turns in the pocket. See an intensity to Michael Rodriguez, an intensity to Ian Gouveia, to Sam Pupo. The Brazilian squad is here and they mean business in 2024 as they all try and find their way back to that top 10 come year end and back to the championship tour jerseys. But Emrod looking on point with his 4th wave of the heat there, Greg.
Yeah, there's just a bit of this right hand is really opening up now. We've seen a series of these waves. So again, 2 solid turns. That's going into his top 2 for sure. I don't know if it's quite as well stamped as that opening score of his. You know, you got that 6-7, but it's up there. I think it's going to go into his top 2. Solid surfing, and I'm just seeing that right-hander going into that little bit of a sort of rip bowl down wider on that peak, and it looks really fun. It's got that little coping, gives the guys a couple of turns, and it's sort of offering 3 turns a wave.
Yeah, definitely the sandbar to the north of the break. You're just looking at an oblique angle. All surfers moving around as well. Spoke of that incoming tide. It is a king tide or a spring tide. And so about 5 feet of water to fill in. And we don't see that as a problem because, as we mentioned, the sandbars this year are sort of more hugged in and around this rocks in the foreground of picture. So definitely still some pockets and opportunities. Looking for some exciting surfing to continue this afternoon as we move into it. And if you're in and around the greater KwaZulu-Natal area, come down and enjoy us. It's officially the weekend. It's been a carnival atmosphere. Of course, Paul Kenning wearing that hat for O'Neill. It's been a big, again, another big carnival atmosphere. 2 weeks for you guys in the area.
Yeah, it's been an amazing festival. Yeah, we started with the juniors about 10 days ago now, the South African juniors, under 12s to under 18s. We went into the JQS, then into the QS 1000. We actually had a very, very strong international field that came for both of those events. So it really pushed our local South African juniors. And now into the Challenger, a lot of side activations. We ran a Women of the Wave. We ran an outreach tag team. So yeah, it's been a very, very busy week, and we've been very lucky. You know, I live in Durban, but you know, so involved in the event. I always talk to the locals in Ballito, and they always been, for the last month, they've been telling me, oh, the sand hasn't been so good. But I mean, we've had waves every day now for 10 days. Nice land breezes in the morning, so it's worked out very well.
Ballito always reliable for the Challenger Series stop, and a little bump in the road there for Callum Robson as he'll just get stuck. Saw that earlier with in a couple of warm-ups this morning, a little bit of a rib. 2-turn combo, who's for someone who's been very quiet in this heat thus far, Marcus Mignot, bringing his first real number to the judges' scorecard. Prior to that, just a couple of smaller numbers. And he'll be trying to build house now with 16.5 on the clock. Don't underestimate Marco Mignot. Of course, he knows how to fetch numbers in the lineup as well. But Michael Rodriguez, meanwhile, a 6.93, Greg, is just pushing the pace on this heat.
Yep, that actually came through at his best number. I thought it would be just under the other wave. But let's just have a look at Marco's wave. Beautiful slice off the top and straight up into the second maneuver. So a little bit rushed into that second turn, but I love how he got his board up there and the free fall out. And then Callum Robson, he sort of hesitated. Did we see Callum when he paddled into his wave? He wasn't 100% sure that was the wave he was wanting, but then pulled the trigger. And when I saw that big wall ahead of Callum, I thought this is actually the type of wave Callum wants for his surfing. He got the first big click, and I was expecting him to really drive and get a massive finish, but just hit a bit of a bump in the road, as you mentioned, and coming off. But, you know, Callum is a calm customer. You're going to have to just keep an eye on him, especially if you're a competitor in the water. He'll reset, and he always seems to be within the firing line to get the score needed. So he's going to stay quietly in this heat and make sure he fires at the right time.
Callum Robson comes to Ballito, a lot of experience under the belt, not making the mid-season cut at the championship tour level in 2024. He's back at it here with a bunch of other familiar names, and still 15 minutes to fix his situation in this current heat in the water. Always think back to Callum Robson when he really came into full cry, making that finals against Philippe Toledo at Bells back in 2022. And as we ponder all of these fond memories, we'll just lean back and breathe in a Friday afternoon here. We trust that you're enjoying the show with us. It is the World Surf League's Challenger Series coming to you from Ballito. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
People don't realize what they're doing to the oceans. We got to hand it down to the next generation. It's going to be such a pity for people not to be able to experience what we've experienced.
Welcome back to the show, the World Surf League's Challenger Series. The third stop, always so much fun to break down. Kik Cilliers alongside two former championship tour surfers from the Brew Brigade of the late 90s into the double O's, Paul Canning and Greg Emsley in the booth. And no real action to report while we're away at break. So let's get a good brew story from you both. Of course, the generation of professionals just before Geordie Smith would break through for his appearances. Paul Canning, Greg Emsley. Love having you guys in the booth. And, well, we'll get a couple of stories out to you before the heat's done. Meanwhile, Marco Mignot with a throwaway. It's not going to count anything. Did find a 6.1 in the lineup, though, Greg, with that two-turn combo before the break.
Solid score. And judges really would have looked at that first open face carve on the rail, and then with that heavy-hitting landing on the finishing turn, well controlled for a solid number.
Well, Greg and Paul, with the upcoming Olympics, let's throw a couple of chitty chats in about Chopu. You both had your visits there over the years.
Yeah, I was actually laughing with Greg the other day. I mean, 10 years we were on tour together. I don't think we ever would have expected we'd be doing a web, spend some time on the web together. So it's great to be with you guys.
And talking specifically about that Olympics upcoming, And Chopu PC, I think you went all the way to a semi-finals the one year. Is that right? A quarter or a semi?
Yeah, I was quarters. Yeah, my highest result was semis, which was at Bells actually. But yeah, I did have a really good one year at Chopes. Probably my best wave of my life, I think. The one I nearly died on, but actually came out, and I think I got a 9.8 for it. And I was on the inside and basically standing in sort of knee-deep water on the reef, and CJ was in the heat, and he got a 10. so I paddled back. Well, I got the jet ski back in the channel and got back to the lineup, hearing my 9.8, but still in second.
Well, CJ Hopgood could do that to you. And of course, while we're talking Chopu, great fun unfolding in Ballito. Greg Emsley, Alistair Reginato going textbook there to the air for us. In search of a score of his own. He's lying in third, needing a 2.71. The heat's about to change shape.
Yep, that was pretty impressive. And Alistair sitting for a long time with that priority, looking for that opportunity, and really pulling a nice air rotation on the backhand. So not looking for a huge number to go into the top two.
We'll try and pull back the tape for that, because that was a flawless and meaningful score for Alistair Reginato. I think of Joel Vaughan last year going to the air for some excellent numbers. The young Aussies are here in force. Meanwhile, Marco Mignot to the air for his own version of it, just behind the coping for the landing. But that gentle sea breeze, that southerly breeze right to left across the screen, and everyone's trying to capitalize on it now.
Yeah, so here is the replay, and loads up and gets a very clean landing. So one would think that's going to be a good number and put him in a solid position. And here is a replay for Marco as well. And does the reverse. So just a really one single maneuver, but strong. So he's got to throw away a 2.5 as well. So waiting for those scores for second and third right now. And of course for Michael Rodriguez also has a wave. And here it is. Let's check this replay. Just picking these bomb right-handers. Emrod just loads up again. Just this board's looking amazing. It's throwing so much spray and whacks at finish for the claim. And that would have felt like the best number for him. So let's see if he does extend that lead.
Well, we saw 2 turns for a 6.67 earlier for Michael Rodriguez. Now backing himself up with 3 very strong sparky turns. Nice smug grin on the face of Greg Emsley and Paul Canning beside me here. They're enjoying the show. We trust you are all as well, from wherever you are tuned in around the world. It is the Challenger Series stop here in South Africa, and we are loving it as a community. Everybody that's visiting, it's just good vibes in and around the contest site. And another amazing Ballito Pro unfolding, Paul.
Yeah, no, it's been incredible. And like our tagline this year, Lena and Kunjla Yempi, which is Zulu for "This is the battlefield." Obviously, KwaDukuza well known for its iconic battlefields through the years, but this is really an oceanic battlefield. And through all the different events over the past 10 days, and now into the Challenger Series, it's great to watch all these rivalries right from the juniors and into the Challenger. And a real oceanic battlefield.
Yeah, absolutely. We love the fact that we pay respect and homage to the KwaDukuza region, to the rich history of the Zulu battlefield, as you mentioned, being the tagline this year. It's fun each year. O'Neill, as a brand, gets to co-sponsor. I think of other years past. Last year with everything, the theme is blue.
Yeah, we believe it's really important that the stories we tell really pay homage to the KwaDukuza region and the people that live in KwaDukuza. And we just make sure it's utmost important that the tagline and the campaign this year, obviously, the Zulu Shield and the Knobkerry and the Assegai, like our trophies, and on our poster this year. So yeah, it's really fun. We start working on it in January. And really make sure that the taglines are really celebrating the KwaDukuza region.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible, the support of the local council and municipality, the KwaDukuza region. Of course, an international destination now, really getting to showcase all the beauty of it. And talking about showcasing, some numbers coming in that we can hang the story on as well as we go down to 6.5 minutes to go. And a big number in for Michael Rodriguez, the Brazilian, a 7.43. Greg, we thought that that number would go north of his already very good score early on, but fundamentals to his surfing brings one of the highest scores of the heat.
Huge scores, and he felt it, and he didn't claim those waves early. He waited until he wanted to improve his scoreline, then came with the claim. So clever time to claim and telling the judges this is my best wave and getting the score. But he ripped that wave. But for me, the talking point, the 767 from Alistair Reginato, that huge backhand air rotation, clean landing, puts him in second place.
2 pairs of sevens now part of the heat story. Both of them built in 2 separate ways. Powerful forehand surfing for Rodriguez for the 743. The backhand rotation for Reginato for the 767. And this guy must now chase Marco Mignot. He's got to go into the 7s and above. A 7.48 is the requirement for the man on screen. And where is Callum Robson in all of this? Holding priority and really a lower set of numbers for the former championship tour surfer. He would need to engage pretty quickly now if he wants to sort his trip to Ballito out for a payout on the rankings, as we're already down to 5 minutes to go.
Wow, so Marco Mignot with a pretty crazy air as well. Watch this, watch how technically difficult this was. Up, gets a grab, and rotates out of it. So technical grab, they do look at things like what sort of grab is it? A big rotation in the air. It was difficult landing. His back foot did come off for a second, managed to regain, but landed clean. So in the air, lots happened. How much of that the judges will take into consideration, I'm not sure. But I thought it was pretty sick, and Marco felt good with that air as well.
Well, Marco Mignot in 2024, head down and campaigning here on the Challenger Series. Saw him showcased as a wild card in Peniche. With surfing like that, it's easy to see why the tours and competition were picking out his talent, but this one not quite coming together. Still has 4 minutes and 15 seconds to fix the situation as he still chases a 7.48, but all credit to Emrod, Michael Rodriguez and Alistair Reginato, the young Australian, sitting with 13.57 as the cutoff for the heat. Those are some big numbers for both Marco Mignot and Callum Robson to chase.
Huge numbers, but I'm still interested to see where this last score goes for Marco. You got to say to yourself, is it better than Alistair's? Alistair's was super clean, but I just thought it was technically a bit of a harder air. And if you discuss it, which one was the more difficult, which one was more critical? And when I asked those questions, I personally put it right very close to Alistair's air.
Well, Marco Mignot's air was with the wind, whereas Alistair Reginato on the back end was into the wind. So judges might be discussing that detail as well. Technically difficult landing for Marco Mignot. Might even try and pull back the tape if we get a chance. Either way, we are expecting the score with now 3 minutes to go. Emrod's rock-solid surfing, 7.43 and 6.93 sets the tone for the heat lead at 14.36. So good numbers coming out of the lineup here with the tide push this afternoon in Ballito. And we'll just hang on this moment, waiting for Marco Mignot's number, 7.48, to advance at the expense of Alistair Reginato. Remember, Alistair Reginato can still improve if he can find his way in the takeoff zone. He is in the 4th priority, but he has a 5.9 that he could be working on right now as we see him break way down to the north side of the beach. And here is Alistair away from the pack. Is he going to try and get something like this? Just landing at the back of the coping, so incomplete with 2:20 on the clock. And it's been a quiet heat for Callum Robson, and it's going to be one of those heats for Callum Robson as well. And it does happen, even to the best. Callum Robson will be thinking about packing his bags. He's got a big requirement of a 9.07. And that is the ups and downs of competing. Both Paul and Greg will know that story very well.
Yeah, not that well. It's not a story you want to know.
You missed the point of the throw, guys. It was about the highs and lows of competing. I wasn't picking on you, Greg. I tell you, working with these former professional surfers is a real big task in 2024. We're loving the show. Trust you are as well. 90 seconds to go, guys. It is the round of 32, heat 5. And where does the last few moments of this go? Marco Mignot found a 7.3 for that air early on. He still remains in third, down the line chasing a 6.28 combination for the young surfer with the French flag in his wind. And well, Marco Mignot not quite perhaps on the way to the next round. 6.28, are we seeing a 6.28 there, Greg?
No, it was just too frothy, that wave, difficult to surf, all that bump, foam, your board doesn't grip to it very nicely. He had a good go. I knew that score would be very close to Alistair's 7.3, so a good number, but in a heat as high scoring as this, you've got to back it up with another good number, and he's going to be just short, sadly, but he's put on a good show and really loosened up Marco and with his surfing. And he's just got to, like you say, pack your bags, but hold your head high, because he's put on a good performance.
Marco Mignot finding a 7.3 in the lineup, also a 6.1, but it has him down in third. We spoke of Callum Robson just having one of those heats. Can he have a little glory moment here at the end? Big inside-out huck to incomplete. And that will be the story for Callum Robson's visit here to Ballito in 2024. As the heat comes down to just over 10 seconds to go, that will be the thoughts of Callum Robson. He'll be thinking about the Huntington trip now. He'll be thinking about the 4th stop on the Challenger Series. And that was a high-value entertainment heat. And I see Emrod's scorecard still open as well. But that man, Callum Robson, the mid-year cut, a reality for him. And he'll be thinking about the remaining 3 stops on the Challenger Series for the year. Upcoming US Open of Surfing at the end of August, and then on to Portugal, to Ericeira, and then over to Saquarema in Brazil. And we love all of the parts of the competitive surfing, everyone visiting Ballito, everyone having a good time. But that man, Michael Rodriguez, on screen, good numbers in the lineup for him, Greg, 7.43 and a 6.93 for the heat win.
Solid, and hopefully Mark Fruit can ask him some questions on that board. He hasn't changed equipment. You can see that sort of grey and yellow design. He's found a magic board. He's going to stick with that throughout this event. We'll get some more info on that, but looking solid, putting together clean, big maneuvers, lots of spray. Alistair Reginato has had a good run so far. Just exciting surfer as well, so looking forward to seeing them in the next round.
An official result there, Michael Rodriguez, Alistair Reginato through to the next round. It's been real fun having you, Paul Canning and Greg Emsley, to break it all down. We'll be calling in Paul Evans and a special guest in the name of Samuel Pupo, and he'll be with us. Stay with us. It is the Ballito Pro from South Africa.
The Hydro board short is something that I've used for quite some time now. One of the main key factors still is the no-tie fly. It's comfortable, it's convenient, and it works. Ultimately, what I'm looking for in a board short would have to be comfort and then convenience. If you add those two things together with a spice of color, you've got the perfect board short.
And a very warm welcome back to the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. Time to bring in a very special guest into the studio. #1 in the world on the Challenger Series. Welcome, Samuel Pupo.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, you just surfed a little while ago. Something of a slow heat, but you look like you having fun out there, going through your strides.
Yeah, it was really slow heat. Actually, we had good conditions before my heat. and somehow I just had a feeling that I was gonna go slow, and then just starting to catch a lot of waves and trying to do my thing, you know, go for big airs, and I'm glad I landed them.
Yeah, we enjoyed it from here. We're going to see your big brother in action as well. He was watching on during your heat. We had actually a live cross with him watching on. He was kind of nervous watching you. How do you enjoy watching your brother surf?
To be honest, it's so much harder to watch his heats than to go for my heat. Really, it's tricky, man. You know, just you want to do the job for him, but you can't. You just can just sit and watch and let him do his thing. So it's harder to watch than to actually do it.
Yeah, 35 on the clock here. We're going to see Miguel Pupo taking on Nolan Raposa, Jackson Bunch, and Heitor Muller out in the water. Only two can advance to the round of 16. A little bit of ruffle out there in the lineup. We have seen that win been favourable. Some big airs, mainly on the right. So you got good points for the backhand air on the left, which is really cool to see that. But as we'll just watch a paddle here and an early effort straight down to business. Miguel Pupo, roof ride with some speed over a section as it gets a little soft and confused, and he'll be out there. So Sam, just think about your year this year. Obviously, you're disappointed to fall off the championship tour, but you replied in the best possible way. How did you manage to just pick yourself up and go all the way for not just a final on the challenge, but a final in unbelievable waves as well?
Yeah, man, I feel like it's bad to say, but I felt like I got used to doing this. You know, I went through this last year, and I was happy that I got to bounce back really quick in the Challenger, winning Snapper last year. And I felt like this year I just had to do the same thing, you know, the same mindset. Here's go Heitor.
Yeah, don't change your winning formula. Here goes Muller, just whipping off the tail. That board looking really loose for him. And as conditions maybe not as clean, not as easy to surf, it does look like surfers like that, particularly light on their feet, they'll have a bit of advantage out here. We've been talking throughout this event basically about the Challenger Series. It's almost like a tour within a tour, and that you got you guys that come from the Championship Tour with that sort of extra quality, certainly the more experience. Then you got these young guys coming up as well, and they're hungry and they want it, and they're bringing something new. And I guess that's inspiring for you as well to bring the best out of yourself.
For sure, man. There's, you know, so much talent going on in Challenger, and as you said, from us coming from the CT, I feel like we have more knowledge in heats. Here's go Heitor again. Tries in there. So I feel like we have an advantage on that, kind of, because on the CT, all you can do, it's like you can only make one mistake if you go up against a guy like John, like Gabriel. So when you come to the Challenger with that mindset, like, oh, I cannot make many mistakes, you're probably going to make more heats than some of the other guys. And that's been like my mindset, like not letting my performance go down. You know, keep my mindset like as on the CT and keep my level up. Here's go Jackson.
All right, Jackson Bunch here. Look how steep and vert he gets. That backhand just nudging that board up in the pocket with loads of whip. A real positive character, but interested to see his take on things. And his read in the lineup are looking sharp and sprightly there. And Greg, we've seen the shift in conditions. It's been something that we've seen, this wind kicking in. How do you think this is going to change any, in terms of the approach of our surfers? Are they going to try and do anything different?
So it's for the moment it's fine. It might pick up a little bit into the afternoon, but it's got a nice little ridge on the lip of the wave, so it really gives you the opportunity to blow that tail a little bit. You can also really hack at that wave, like get those big turns, and then of course the nice aerial rotations where you've got that little launch pad off those sections. So for me, it's very high performance conditions right now. It's perfect. We are slowly starting to see that southerly wind maybe picking up a little bit. It is forecast not to get too strong. So hopefully with this pushing tide, we'll see nice sections holding up for the surfers and giving them that beautiful launch pad to smash off.
Just over 28.5 to go in this one. No major scores to bring in thus far. That quick change in conditions, you might think that might leave a little bit of question in the minds of summer surfers, maybe the lesser experienced ones. Of course, we do have that massive experience of Miguel Pupo out in the water as well at the moment. I'm just wondering, Sam, well, where Miguel's at the moment, everything is achieved. What do you think his goals are at the moment? Where's he at with his own headspace? What does he want to do in surfing?
I feel like he's in the best moment of his career, really. I feel like this cut really it was hard for him because we didn't expect that. You know, he's a really good surfer, and those 5 first stops are really good for him, especially pipes. So it was kind of shock for me, for him, but I feel like having me next to him now, that pushes him a lot. Like I'm not gonna let him settle down, feel satisfied with his career. I'm like, let's go. We're gonna do it again. You're gonna get back there, and just giving that energy to him that hey, it's not over. You're still super young. I feel like you're in the best surfing ever. So don't let this cut let you down.
Yeah, it's something that he's mentioned as well. I mean, he looks super relaxed within himself as well. He does look very comfortable where he is, but he's mentioned about having you on tour and how that inspires him on. He gets buzzed when he sees you making heats. Let's see how he goes in this one. So far, Jackson Bunch with the 5, and that mid-range number for him. A couple of backhand whips, good enough to put a score on the board. The first kind of meaningful one in this, otherwise been a little bit scrappy so far in this one. In terms of those strategies, Greg, you paddle out, everything's like, you go, okay, I'm going to do this, I'm going to head over there, I'm going to try and do this, and then you go out and then you just sort of sit for a while on your surfboard.
Yeah.
What comes into your mind?
You've just got to be able to adjust your strategies. You obviously got a plan, but if things change, you've got to be flexible enough to change with it. And so, sort of your halfway mark in your heat, you've got to look at where your strategy is, where the other surfers are sort of sitting. And then again, in the last 10 minutes, where am I? What do I need to do now? Am I okay? Do I need to chase a score? And then, of course, the last 5 minutes, the important 5 minutes. Okay, do I have to backpack someone if I'm possibly getting through? Make sure they don't get a ride, or I've got to break away. So you've got to constantly re-look at your strategy and plan according. And that the most flexible surfer is going to win. And you think about strategies. I mean, I always, as a competitor, would look at who I'm surfing against and possibly premeditate their strategy, because a lot of guys will stick to the same winning formula and they'll have the same strategy all the time. And then you get to certain guys, you just could not read them, like Kelly Slater. You just wouldn't know what his strategy is. There's certain guys like Adriano de Souza in the day, he wanted to start on the inside, get the first wave and lead from the front. If you could challenge that, good luck. But it was very difficult.
Yeah, that's true. That's true, actually. Just kind of adapting yourself to what your opponent is going to be, As you said, I felt like in my heat, I had guys that I felt like I was the best guy in the air in that heat, so I just wanted to take advantage of that and show that if there was going to be an air in that heat, it was going to be me. So just knowing what your opponents are, and as Miggy is in this heat, and I feel like all these guys are light-footed surfers, so they're all very dangerous in this kind of condition, especially Nolan. But they all can do air, so I'm really excited for this.
So I like what you're saying, and I touched on that quite a bit. If it's pointless if you're a power surfer going out against you and trying to match you at an air because you're going to come off second best. Then you need to focus on your power. But looking at 3 goofy footers in this heat, Bunch, Pupo, Raposa, they've all been on form, very quick, very strong approach. Then maybe Heitor with a slightly different approach. He might have a point of difference that he needs to look at in this heat as well.
For sure, we see him going more to the right side of the beach. That means he's probably going to looking for the right, for his forehand, forehand? I don't know, sorry. But he's going to be looking for the right, so
yeah.
We see the contrast there with all the goofy guys looking for the lefts.
24 minutes on the clock here. We're talking through a heat with Samuel Pupo in the studio. Let's get some thoughts from Enrod. Michael Rodriguez, winner of the last heat, standing by for a chat with Mike.
Michael, you've been coming to Ballito for many years, and you are the entertainer in the heats for us. Whenever we see your heat, we know there's going to be big heats and big scores. That heat was no different. Talk us through those top two scores you had.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to talk about it. I was thinking to do airs in my heat, but before the heat started, the wind changed, come for south, so change everything, change my plans. And I'm going to turns, and yeah, I have to make it and to work the plan.
You've been coming to Ballito for many years now. What is your favorite thing about the Quadakuza municipality and the Ballito, apart from the surfing?
Oh man, it's just everything. It's kind of hard to choose one, because everything here is just amazing. It's always sunny, a lot of people in the beach, water is warm, a lot of waves. It's been here, I think I got here like 10 days ago, so it's super fun to be here. The food is amazing, the people here is just incredible. I have a couple friends here. So yeah, it's pretty hard to choose one, but I think everything about Ballito is just amazing.
Well, well done. Your best result of the year, a 5th on the Gold Coast and then a 17th, so you've already done better than that. And we look forward to seeing you in the next rounds. Back to you, Paul.
Thanks, Mike. Michael Rodriguez, a big smile from him. He's got loads more in the tank as well. Such a lethal surfer and knows how to bring his best towards the pointy end of events as well. We need some action in the water. We might get some. Here's some lines, thankfully, coming through because this one's been really slow so far. Little start the quality too. What can Bunch do about that? Here he goes. He'll launch here. Big rotation. Silky smooth, and he stands upright. So very well stomped and well. What do you think of that air?
Yeah, I mean, as we said, you know, we thought he's going to go for the air, and he went for it. That was a really clean full rotation with the grab. I feel like we're going to see an excellent score here.
Let's see where this one goes with the panel. He made sure he got it stomped as well, which has been something that surfers have been needed to watch in this one, just making sure they ride out. He definitely did that, no question there. See the outboard motor go, and he's fired up after that. And this heat needed something just to catch life, needed a bit of a spark, Greg. We might get it here.
Oh, it was just, you know, when he loaded up, sometimes you're going, I hope I'm not going to be disappointed. He's going so fast, but there was no disappointment. Beautifully rotation, full rotation in the air, and I mean that clean landing, hands behind the back. Pretty cool all in all. Yeah, I agree with Sammy. I know you don't want to probably see that score because your brother's in the heat, but it's got to be close to excellent, that for sure. And talking of your brother, in Afrikaans, a brother is a broer, and that's where the word brew comes from, shortened. Just so your brew's in the heat here. But we're going to cheer for him when he gets that wave.
For sure, here's Nolan using his priority. First wave for him. Going left, good turn. Second turn, nice slash. That's a good start for him.
So Nolan with a couple of turns. But it's going to be hard. You know, those sort of turns were really good, but that standout maneuver coming from Jackson Bunch, and there it is. Paul?
Yeah, massive number in for Jackson. Excellent range, as Samuel suspected. 8.67 for him. That's huge. And what a boon to this heat. And now he's in a really strong position, leading this one. Got priority to his backups of 5, and he's looking really good indeed. Let's see the reply from Haidt or Muller with second priority as he waits for his wave. There's the spread from the panel. So only half a point difference between them, and all averages out. That's a really, really good number. And we just needed a little bit of quality in this. It was just a touch lackluster. Not really the surface in the water, just the waves hadn't really come to this one. And then we get that section come through. We're mainly looking at rights. There's the against the grain left. And we got into the excellent range. A little bit of a paddle and a grimace there from Miguel Pupa as he has a look down the line, still thinking on about finding his opportunity. I confused Giggs the other day because I was making a cup of tea. I asked if he wanted a brew, which is what we call a cup of tea, and I think he looked at me, it's like, he maybe thought I was saying he didn't have any mates. Would you like a brew? I might help you find one, but yeah. South Africa, Samuel, I want to ask you about that. It's a really unique place. Everyone's delighted to be here. I just wonder, how much can you get to enjoy a place when you're here? Like, you're here for one reason, to get back on tour, and so it's business for you. Is it easy? Are you on a surf trip as well? Does that maybe come after you finish competing? Just tell us how that plays out.
I feel like it just goes from one person to another person, really. For me, like, it's hard for me to enjoy the place while I'm competing. I'm all about just being in the water all the time and testing all my boards. So that's a hard one for me, but I've seen other guys just go for, you know, tourist places and enjoying everything, enjoying the food and going to different places. So I feel like I'm not really that guy. Sometimes I am, but not usually. But I see other guys doing it.
All right, live action here, Muella. Great hit from him. Really extends that one. Almost kind of loses the footing on the wax. Does well to hang on. We don't know loads about Haidt. Can you tell us much about him?
Yeah, he's a young guy coming from, you know, the regionals from Brazil. He's a really good airless, really powerful guy. He's still really young. I think he just came off the juniors, so it's a new face for us. And I see a lot of quality in his surfing. He's really strong. He's really good at picking his waves and where he's gonna do his turns. And he's a really dangerous guy from what I've seen, especially on the rights. He's really good in airs on the rights. I'm not sure on the left. I haven't seen it yet, but as I said, he's a strong guy. He did one turn on his first wave, and it was 3.5. It was just one turn. That's how strong he is. So
He's definitely surfing with the speed. 17 minutes and 40 to go in this. Jackson Bunch has stomped a big full rotation on a left for an excellent number, 8.67 for him. He's leading this one way out in front. He's got priority as well. The young Brazilian Heitor Muller is chasing him down in second. He's some way back. He's got a bit of work to do, as has Nolan Raposa and Miguel Pupo. We can go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, more live action from Heat 6 in the water and Samuel Pupo in the booth.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
In Ballito, South Africa, it's the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. And a solid crowd on the beach here, a little bit of a breeze kicking up as well. And we've seen our surfers use that as a major air wind and get some huge numbers too in the water right now. Surfer out of Hawaii, Jackson Bunch. Excellent score for him, 8.67. On a left-hander, big, juicy, full rotor. And a massive number for him. He's just ridden two waves. It's just one wave ridden by this guy. Nolan Raposa, concerned look on the face of his coach Myers before we went to break, because Nolan's been sleepy in this. The good news is plenty of time yet to go. 15 minutes on the clock here for him to fire up. And surfers have been busy, haven't had loads of points on offer as well. So it has been the quiet approach from Bunch has paid off so far. Here's another look at what Heitor Muller got done.
Yeah, so Heitor's, I love his approach, just super fast and he's got a beautiful whip off the top. So that was a good combo from him. Probably the best wave we've seen from Heitor. And that is definitely, I think, going to replace that 3.5 in his scoreline. So exciting. Another exciting Brazilian coming out of the woodworks. And it's amazing. Sammy, you know, like I look back through the years, and a chap that I used to get looked after by in Brazil with Oakley was a chap, Luis Pinga. And, you know, Pinga was, you know, we would stay with him with the Oakley team, and he'd look after us. And all the surfers from Adriano to Gabby, Jadson, Italo, Kaya, and as Gromit said, come surf with us. I remember Gabby surfing with Royden Bryson, who was on the championship tour at the time. Royden was an area specialist. He had all the grabs, and Gabby would be this little kid learning from him. You getting coached and managed by Pinga, and how's that going? All good?
It's going really well. As you said, Pinga has been doing this for a really long time. He discovered many talents in Brazil, and I just felt like I never had a coach besides my dad in my life, so I feel like I needed that change, having someone that's not from my family to actually give me an outside look on what I'm doing, you know, actually being really honest about my decisions. And Ping has been doing a good job. Unfortunately, we didn't make the cut, but we almost got there by one heat, and then had a really hard heat against Sean at Margaret's and had a good run in the contest. So I feel like since then I've gained a lot of momentum with him and working together, and feel like we're getting a good results under the belt.
for me, that will be a small bump in the road for if I know Pinga. He's going to be having much bigger plans for you, heading more towards the world title if I know Pinga, and he'll have a strategy for that. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see you getting there, Sammy, and you're in good hands. And Luis Campos, Pinga, he's been around for many years, put a lot of work into the Brazilian Storm.
Yeah, I mean, some people call him like the mastermind behind the Brazilian Storm, right? The guy put it all together.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and you know, I look back years from when I was mates with him, you know, in the 90s, he was starting to work on this. And, you know, like, you don't always take this stuff that seriously. It's just a guy doing a lot of work. And when you look back and how he strategized, and even now when I chat to him, it was just a mastermind. It's just what he did and how he brought everyone into it and used international surfers to make the Brazilians better was just next level.
And what about when he's not with you at events? Do you call him? You talk to him much during this event, or are you just doing your thing here?
I feel like our work is a lot more about just mentally be ready for my heats more than actually my surfing. Sometimes we talk about surfing, but it's really about how I'm going to approach the heat and what my strategy is going to be. And he really does a good job. He knows how our mind works, and he's been getting to know me well, so I feel like we're getting there.
All right, here goes Miguel. He needs a wave here. He's got priority, and he'll use it. Big section, a lofty float way up there. Good spring in the step, and he wanted another section. Samuel wanted him to get one as well. And that wave just stretches away. He'll still have time, though. Get back in the liner. 11 minutes to get a couple of waves at least. All right, here goes Raposa. He needs to get going as well. And not with that wave, he won't. So a soft opening, and then that one just ran away. So after fireworks in his last heat as well, it's a very different ocean he's dealing with out here. And it's so hard, I guess, to carry momentum. You guys will both be able to speak to this from one heat to the next. You're in one heat, everything's going your way, waves pop up, you're paddling back out, you're getting scores from fourth priority, and then all of a sudden, next time you paddle out, it's a different ocean.
Just thinking about that, you think about his last heat for Nolan, he was finding those waves early on. You've just mentioned that. And earlier we were talking about surfers sort of being their own coaches and really knowing the ocean and focusing on it. We saw a picture before they paddled out, and Nolan was standing with his coach, and his coach was pointing, and he almost possibly looked like he wasn't 100% sure. He was trying to get backup from his coach on what to do, and maybe relying too much on the coach. And that is a big slice from Jackson Bunch, unfortunately not holding on to it. Obviously, I don't know that for sure. It's just an image I'm picking up in my head. You know, you want to know inside what your strategy is, and then sort of check with your coach. Are you happy with that? And then you know, maybe unless you're completely out, the coach might say, hey, I don't know about that, and possibly change that a little bit. But you need to know what game you want to play as a surfer for sure. And here is a replay from Nolan Raposa. Oh, that's a good turn. So he's found a bit of open face down the line. Can he get a finish up and over that section? He does. So that's going to certainly help his top two cause. And
Yeah,
the run around.
Super important wave for him. You could see how much it meant. There's that interaction with his camp, as you mentioned, Greg. And he's just taken on some kind of instructions that will probably be almost certainly be positioning out on the bank here. Meanwhile, live action, quick in and out. Jackson Bunch, just over 9 minutes and 10 to go in this. We've got scores to come in for Nolan Raposa. Bunch leading this one with that excellent number, the full rotation there. Here goes Miguel Pupo.
Come on, Miguel.
And absolutely swinging down the line, big air. And doesn't quite stick that rotation. Had some good speed, great elevation. The rotation looked on point, and obviously a bit of frustration there from him, just trying to get that board back as the whitewater pulls on the leash. He still have 8.5 minutes or so, and he gets back into the lineup, but Samuel just flipping the rolls here slightly. Where's Miguel's head at?
It's really tricky because there's not many waves, and once you get an opportunity, you have to actually make it. Especially with the other two guys having scores already, they're probably both going to be close to Nolan and Miggy all the time now, from now on. And I feel like Nolan did a good job to put himself in a heat at least with the right. He's probably going to better his best score and put himself in a better situation to catch one more wave. And Miggy has to start the heat from the zero, you know, get his first solid score to actually have a shot at the heat. And that's a tough job to do with 8 minutes and not many waves coming. So we'll see what happens.
You look close with that air, though. Hey, I mean, what do you reckon happened there?
It was all about the landing, really. I feel like when he launched, it was just perfect timing. The grab was perfect, and I felt like it was just the wave was tricky to land where he landed, and there was not much that he could do, really. I felt like he did everything he could, but I feel like the hard part now is mentally, you know, where his head is going to be at, like, what's he going to do?
Here he goes on the backhand, big crack of the which, just a one turn, and a little bit of a sigh as he looks down the line and maybe just starting to feel that energy with the ocean. Just not quite clicking for him at the moment. Not much more he could have done with that wave. Why not go it? You might as well. But in terms of the points that he needs to sort of unpick the lock here, he's going to need a bit more where that came from.
Wow, big score from Nolan there. That was 8-point ride.
Huge
as we said.
Absolutely massive. Raposa going excellent. And from a heat which had been pretty slim pickings in terms of quality, that one big air on the left, the progression. And then just the hammers there. Greg, that end section stood up sweetly, begging for the treatment. He gave it to it.
So let's have a look at this replay. It is a good size wave, and with a higher tide, it's very steep. And that turn right there, critical. The judges do love it when you fall out of the lip and get the spray. And then again, hammering off that section. So getting the two big turns, and it was a good size wave. It really did bowl out as well, and that just would have looked spectacular from the judges' view.
All right, here we go. It looks like Muller with priority. He'll use it here. A nice running right-hander. There's that whippy top turn that he's got, and then gathers it in again, just snaps one, and gives it the treatment as well. And he likes it. He's fired up. We're game on here, under 6 minutes. And this one, I mean, Nolan Raposa had nothing going prior to that. That was just his third wave ridden. And you're thinking, what's happening with him? You know, we're speculating on the coach and all that sort of strategy and tactics. All of a sudden, thanks very much. 8 points. Here's your heat leader bunch. Bang! Whips into a vertical stab on the backhand. He'll just keep the flow going. 5-point ride, his low number. That's what he wants to work on. And meanwhile, Muller with extra cadence to his paddling as he makes his way out the back. Needed a bit of energy of his own. And just hearing Nolan Raposa score gives him a requirement of a 5.98, just over 5 to go. Let's see what the panel thinks of that.
As we see the Brazilian guys, Mateus, Edgar, and Heitor's dad was on the right.
What do you reckon they're saying? He's got the score?
They're probably checking it. I think it's going to be really close.
So he needs a 6, basically.
Yeah.
5.98.
We'll see. Here's the wave. That's what I said. He has really good timing. You know, you can see the spray coming off the back, and it's scary when you're his opponent. You know, watching all the spray going off. And Jackson needs a better 5 here. I think he might do it as well. That was really good timing. Jackson is just so talented.
Really crisp surfing from Bunch, the heat leader. We're waiting for a crucial number for Muller, just picking up vision on the inside of a fired-up Nolan Raposa. We touched on some of his emotions in the early rounds, and now he's such a cruisy character around, but in the water, he fires up, and he needed to get something going in this. He's found it, and he's found this wave.
Yeah, so let's check this replay. Loads up. Oh, so gets the air rotation nice and clean. And he's pretty happy with that as well.
Whoa. More action here on a running right-hander. That one just kind of a bit awkward and chattery, and then just runs away from Muller. He won't add too many points with that, but we're waiting for his crucial score. All right, here's Miguel Pupo. Needing to get out of combo at the moment. It's clean and crisp. But it'll need plenty more where that came from. He's chasing down Surfer in second, currently with an 8, and a chance of improving as well. Surfer in third also. Really strong chance of adding to his total. It's going to be tough for Miguel with 3.5 on the clock here. And he'll just try and draw upon some of that experience. Get himself in the lineup, see if he can get a wave, see what happens for him. But at the moment for you mentioned it's much harder to watch from the beach than it is when you're out in the water. This looks tough for your big brother.
So tough, man. It's hard to watch, really. You get so nervous, you know. You want to kind of make the decisions for him, but you can't, you know. You just got to sit and watch. And I felt like that air that he didn't land would have made a big difference in this heat. He would probably also have an excellent score.
For sure.
So, it's just a big mindset game now. Just trying to get yourself calm and knowing that it's not over until it's over.
Where do you think he'll go to with that score, those 2 turns?
I think he might get out of combination. I think so, but we'll see what Nolan's score is going to be because he's in second and he's trying to get to first. He doesn't need a lot to go to first, and that's just going to increase the score needed for Heitor and Miggy, and it's just going to get harder and harder.
It'll be interesting to see where Nolan's score goes. It was a beautiful air, but maybe a smaller sort of insider wave. So I don't think they're going to go over the top with it. Could get him maybe to first or possibly improve his second place position. I think the big score we're looking at is Heitor Müller, his last wave. Is that going to be enough? And it looks like it has just dropped.
Well, crucial number in for Heitor, 6.1, jumps up to second place. Here's the heat recap, and this is an excellent full rotation from Jackson Bunch. This was Müller.
Yes, Heitor, I love this new approach. I love the color of the board and the vest. It just adds a bit of spice to the quick surfing, the fire off the top. And this was that excellent score from Nolan, falling out of that lip for that first major maneuver. Did well to get out and onto that drifting turn. And riding, covering a lot of distance, getting an excellent score.
Yeah, we went for numbers for Nolan, aren't we? Now he's back in third. He needs 4.93. We're thinking about that air he did on the left, right? That it was technical. Didn't quite have the energy and the speed for some of the other airs we've seen, but it was nicely done. And you're thinking just for a mid-range number, is he going to get there? Well,
We'll
no,
see.
soon enough. Yeah,
I'd love a replay of it. Hint, hint.
It's small wave surfing. It's hard to tell, are the judges going to judge the side of the wave or not? It was really technical, but he doesn't need a lot, so that's really the question.
And a bit of a foamy wave. There was quite a bit of foam on that face. Oh, look at that turn. Miguel Pupo stinging those sections. So finding is probably his best wave, but just that's what he's been needing, the bit of flow. And he's looking good. It's not like he's not on form. He's looking sharp.
Just really unlucky. I felt like he was so out of rhythm with the waves. We saw. So Nolan's going first. He got a 6.13 on his air. As we said, it was really technical. I felt like the judges were really looking at that. And Jackson goes back to first again with his right-hander on a 5.5. So what a heat, man.
Wow, what an electrifying, particularly finish to that heat round. About the midway point, it fired up. Jackson Bunch with a massive air to really kick things off. And then Nolan Raposa, he belted out a big 8. And then a little tussle between Müller and Raposa. We're just waiting for all these numbers to get tallied up. But actually, it's just a score to come in from Miguel, but he's way off the pace at the moment. Needs a couple of scores. And Heitor Müller, his numbers are all in. He's in third anyway. So at the moment, certainly Jackson Bunch, a performance from him. Again, with a heat that didn't have loads and loads of waves to offer. He was good enough to really unlock the scoring potential out of a slightly crossed up lineup. And that air weaponry is so good to have in your arsenal if you can do that and impress the panel. Someone, of course, that knows how to do that is our very special guest, Samuel Pupo. Mate, thanks a lot for joining us. It's been really good to have you in. Hard luck, never easy watching your brother go down. But best of luck for the rest of the event, mate.
Thank you, man. Thank you, guys. It's really good to be here. I'm stoked that I'm making heats. I've had a hard time here before, so I'm stoked to still be going in the contest. And unfortunately for me, it didn't go his way, but he's going to be fine.
All right, well, we'll see. Keep a keen eye on how well this guy goes towards final stage for a big result in South Africa. We'll take a quick commercial break. We'll come back with more action from the round of 32 from the Ballito Pro. Stay tuned.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Welcome back to live coverage of the Challenger Series from Africa. And we'll go straight into Dylan Moffat, who's wasting no time at all to get going. So just chomping at the bit to get points on the board here. And I think overall, always a wise strategy, particularly when we do get a few lulls as well. And conditions ever on the change. Moffat's not hanging around, so opening up strong. And we just saw official confirmation of that last result as well. Jackson Bunch with an absolutely monster total. I'll be very surprised to see if anyone gets near that or certainly beats it today, even the rest of this event, even all season on the Challenger Series, because those are absolutely huge numbers from him going through with no Raposa, went excellent himself, and a heat which didn't look like it offered much. Just goes to show how quickly things can change around, Greg.
Yeah, it was a slow start. Everyone was battling, and then you get two of the biggest heat totals, obviously first and second, but just insane how quickly things can change. And obviously what we're seeing now with a little bit of an onshore, sideshore breeze and punchy semi-closeout conditions, those big airs are going to score, is going to be the score, and judges basically adjusting their scale slightly here.
Some heavy hitters in the water now. Let's have a look at Jacob Wilcox taking on Levi Slauson, Dimitri Paulos, Dylan Moffat, who we've seen already in a quick action, a fast start in this. Here's Slauson, and he's up here. Look at this wave. It's pretty big. The section stretches out in front. He tries to get up there with a spring in his legs. He does get up, but he doesn't get back down, and he's on the inside here. 35 minutes, two best waves up for grabs, a spot in the round 16, which of course means they're only one round away from quarterfinals and already setting up a big, big result. Interesting as we continue that conversation between the new crew, the younger generation coming up, nipping at the heels, and then some of the dogs of war, Jacob Wilcox, you know, with all his authority and his experience, the fact that he went perfect 10 here last year. It's been really interesting to see how that dynamic plays out, but certainly in that last heat with Jackson Bunch, part of that new energy and exciting prospect for the future.
Oh, incredible. And just looking at this heat, Levi Slauson, we saw him with that great air rotation yesterday, so that's going to be a talking point. Dimitri Paulos just always solid, and then Dylan Moffat 2 days ago using a lifeline to get into this round.
Yeah.
He was packing, his bags were half packed, ready to go home, and Luke Thompson getting the interference after the heat. And Dylan Moffat suddenly found himself advancing.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Luke Thompson was previously on Dylan Moffat's Christmas card list, but I reckon he might be now, particularly if he stays alive here and goes deep into the event. You know, it's those sliding doors moments, isn't it? It's those things that, you know, your fortunes can suddenly pivot, and who knows what's going to happen.
Yeah, we'll watch this one closely, but yeah, you never know when your opportunities present themselves, and certainly opportunity for Dylan Moffat. And yeah, I'm sure he'll just go, I'm going to try and capitalize on this as much as possible.
He's got a tough heat on his hands here, though, as we mentioned. Wilcox with the CT experience from this year, and of course previous years with about a dozen wildcard showings down the years. Such an accomplished surfer at this level. A clear standout Slauson, who's been boosted and just looking loose and liberated. Dimitri Paulos, I'd say, is probably one of the more underrated surfers. Particularly last year around on the Challenger Series, there's a couple of names that really stood out. There's sort of several that, you know, we're used to seeing. But for me, some of the performances he put in, the aggression, some of the board speed he's got in his turns, He looks like a really incisive character with a ton of spark. Let's see what he can do out here. He's going to need to bring some of that and really sell some big turns to the judges in order to advance. Here's Slauson, drawn out bottom turn, really nice off the top in terms of the smoothness. What's not so good is that the nose goes underwater and he goes down.
Yeah, so it's, look, at the conditions are now full high performance conditions, but a touch of bump on the wave, so you've got to focus on you know, a lot of that rotation and that spark off the top, but you don't want to be driving down on that rail too far down off your turn, because you can catch that bit of bump on the way through. So you want to be quick off the top, whipping that tail, getting the job done early, right out nice and clean, straight into the next bottom turn, and the next turn should follow.
30 minutes and 15 seconds to go, and there's plenty of time for it to fire up. Someone who fired up this entire beach, the booth, and particularly the judging panel. Let's go down here from the winner of the last heat with monster numbers, Jackson Bunch.
Jackson, that was the highest heat total of the whole event. Talk us through at least one of those excellent rides.
I mean, I just was really excited to go surf. I surfed after the contest yesterday, and after they called it off and the wind was blowing like it does at home, and sure enough, right before the heat started to blow a little bit, and I just knew that I could definitely go to the air if I had to, and just had two really good air sections and ended up sticking them.
Nice. Yesterday you said in your interview that you're going to play to your strengths of your backhand turns. Today you did a crazy forehand air, so you had to obviously adapt your strategy.
Yeah, I mean, back home the wind's blowing into the lefts every day, and I'd say I'm pretty used to it, and yeah, the wind started blowing into the lefts and just kind of just went out there surfing like it was home. Yeah.
Cool. Well, you look great. Good luck for the next round.
Thank you.
Jackson Bunch absolutely delighted with mammoth totals, and you know, a young surfer, he'd be pretty confident. He spent most of his sort of younger years winning a lot of heats, I'd imagine, but coming onto the championship tour, a long way from home, great surfers out in the water with you. To get a total like that, what's he going to do in terms of his headspace, Greg?
Yeah, well, interesting, and he's talking about that wind. We're going to see more southwesterly wind through the weekend. It's the same direction as what those trades blow in Hawaii. Of course, not the same direction, but the same feel into those lefts. And the trades are, of course, an easterly wind trades, but this on our coast, it's the southwesterly winds that blow into the lefts. And I know what he's talking about. It's got that same feel, and it gives him that opportunity to really boost.
Chippo Wilcox here, first crack from him, gathers himself off the bottom and loads it up and gives it another solid crack. So Wilcox, 2 turns in combination for him, and realizing with a bit of time ticking away, just 2 on the board as well. He wanted to get involved. You can see those conditions ever on the change. It's pretty dynamic out there. The upside of it is an air wind going into the left. The other side of it is some of these clean open faces are going to be harder to find. If you can identify them, it's time to attack. That's what Wilcox did there. That'll be with the panel right now as he makes his way back out. So far, nothing massive in terms of scores coming through. We're still waiting for Poulos to get involved here. Let's get another look at Jacob Wilcox.
Yeah, so of course Jacob is strong with these backhand turns. So smaller wave, but just powers through 2 major turns. And then again, you'll say, okay, that's his strength, 2 strong backhand turns. And now you think about the mindset of your 4 surfers in the water, talking to Sammy and how he went out for his heat, and he went, well, on paper, I'm a better aerialist than these other guys. I'm going to go to the air. So every surfer's got something going on in their mind, and then you've got to put it all together in a heat.
Wilcox again here. Thought I'd have a go at that one. And the wave just ran away, unable to get out and get on the attack. Will stay in motion, though, and stay alive. Sometimes there's a lot to be said for that, rather than just sitting in the lineup, particularly when you're at the bottom of the priority order as well. So he'll pop out in a slightly different part of the bar. Meanwhile, having a spin, looks like Moffat. Here he goes. He's got a nice looking wall to work with here. And a dynamic turn as he really opens up the body and extends. And gives it a good tap. It will just be the one hit from him, though. And let's see how he goes towards building up his total. 367 he got very early on in this heat. We've got a 6 in for Wilcox now. So first legit score And that was that 2-turn combo. He's got another smaller number to come in as well. But Wilcox with the 6, first real sort of flash of quality in this, Greg.
So surfing to his strengths, 2 big, strong hits, a 6, he'll take it for sure. He's going to back it up with a smaller score. Dylan Moffat on that wave, just not, he wasn't feeling it, got that 1 turn, was hoping for a bit more. And then Dimitri Polis, sitting with priority, he hasn't had a wave yet, but he's playing a different game here. He's going to wait, maybe looking at the tide that's pushed in a little bit more. There's only a few waves that are going to stand up nice and steep with that good shape. So he's taking a different approach. Of course, already nearly 10 minutes into this one, and waiting with that priority, and he's hoping to get a decent wave. But it's definitely a slower start for him.
Yeah, nearly 10 minutes gone in this. He'll look to fire up soon. There's something that's kind of piqued his interest a touch here. Maybe a left from up the beach for Wilcox. He'll let that go. It turns out to be a right wide for Moffat. Over the bumps. And just flicks that one away in front of the rocks there. That rotation. He came to it kind of late. Meanwhile, all right, Slauson. Another missed start there. Just way behind on that particular section. Won't be adding particularly to anything that he's got in his total. He's still on throwaway numbers. So he's really looking to get started in this one, as is Poulos. He's on the prowl there and having a little look around. I think he definitely thought about getting involved with that set, but just couldn't find himself in the right position. Things shifted a little bit north up the beach there.
It's definitely shifted, and it's a bit lully at the moment. The tides come in, and I know further down the coast, the surfers have been expecting that bigger swell to fill in through the day. I've been on text with a few mates through J Bay, East London area, and it's sort of taken its time. It's stuck quite westerly, that swell. It hasn't quite filled into the bays there yet. So I think we're still going to see a quiet afternoon. Yeah, we're not going to see too much of an increase in swell today. We'll look tomorrow for hopefully some bigger surf. But yeah, that swell needs to really hit down the coast first, start filling into the bays before it can wrap up into the north coast here.
You do have that, the surf scene here does have that network, doesn't it? The Bush Telegraph, where you guys like. But I just wonder, for example, if I texted Greg Emsley and he was at home and I said, "Has the swell hit yet?" And if you said, "Nah, it's not here," might you be lying? Is there a little bit of that going? Nah, it's nothing here. Meanwhile, it's absolutely pumping. Any of that going down?
Not really, but I do get a lot of those calls. It's like, has the swell hit there? And it's, you know, and we got these real-time buoys, the buoys we call them, off our harbours. So they're set about a kilometre off all of our ports. So you've got from Cape Town, Mossel Bay, there's a platform in the middle of the ocean off Mossel Bay that picks up that outside swell, Port Elizabeth, and then there's one off East London. So you can actually track the swell as it's coming down the coast, but then again you've got your direction of that swell. Is it moving in? So you might see it on the FA platform, for instance, and you'll phone the guys at Vic Bay. Anything there yet? Cape Town's been smashed. Nothing at Vic Bay. Okay, J Bay guys are hoping. Then you're asking the Seal Point guys, is there anything on that bommy out the back? And then the guys from here, has it hit East London yet?
And so here would be one of the last places basically on that chain to get the swell. This is where it needs to fill into.
Absolutely. So yeah. And it depends on the angle as well. You needed to start bending in southerly and really wrapping in here. So let's hope in the next day or two there's quite a bit out there, and we'll see. I've been in the booth for a while, so I haven't been on the Bush Telegraph to see what's happening, but maybe by now they're getting surf down the coast already.
Yeah, I mean, the Surfline forecast has been pretty confident. I know Giggs, who's like really dialed into that sort of stuff, he's pretty confident about the weekend as well. He thinks certainly some improvement in the size of the waves coming through here. So we're looking good to finish, hopefully, in the best conditions. But right now we're dealing with a full afternoon of competition and some really crucial heats out in the water at the moment. It is Jacob Wilcox in red. He's got that 6 locked in, still sitting on a 2. And then other than a 4 from his compatriot, Dylan Moffat, there's nothing really to tell you about in this heat. It's not been a lot happening at all. There's been nothing happening for Dimitri Poulos, who's as yet to be tempted into paddling for a wave in anger. Wilcox will have a look, though. Here he goes, off the bottom. He'll just redirect that board up into the lip, through it, and again, giving it a crack. So Jacob Wilcox staying in motion here. He wants to get rid of the 2, which I dare say he will.
Yeah, so Jacob is you know, if the waves stay like this, he's adapted to the conditions very well. He's picked up that his first wave was a 6, 2 strong turns. He's gone, okay, if I can get a 6 there, let me get another wave close, and that will quickly build some scoreboard pressure on our other surfers. I would rather probably be in his position, getting some scores on the board, rather than, you know, you've sat now someone like Dimitri Polis. What wave does he actually choose now after sitting 15 minutes? Eventually he's got to pull the trigger. Does he go, you know, does he eventually go for an average wave? He'll say, well, I've waited this long, I need a good wave, like I've got to prove why I've waited. So it becomes tricky decision-making time.
Oh, those Coronas are slipping down nicely, aren't they, in the VIP for people without too much of a vested interest in the heat. If you're just a neutral spectator, you come down, you're enjoying the show. It's beautiful sunshine here in Ballito, and a delightful afternoon to watch some of the very best in the world go at it and try and set up a big finish to a crucial week of surfing here in South Africa on the Challenger Series. Our stop 3 of 6, 4 results count. Back-to-back events in Australia. Fired off the year in really good conditions at Snapper, and particularly some pretty meaty, powerful swells as well at Narrabeen. And right now in South Africa, we are looking at an improvement in conditions towards the end of this event for the most crucial heats of all. Someone that did well out here last year to the tune of an amazing backhand tube and a perfect 10. Jacob Wilcox, the Western Australian, is in the water right now. He's got that 6 and he's improved his backup 4.17 for him. And in terms of maybe just sort of shifting your expectation level, I think that's a pragmatic approach that we're seeing from Jacob right here.
Yep, definitely is looking sharp. And I guess when you, and on 4th priority, you might as well just keep riding waves and hope that you get the sections that stand up for you and build that scoreline. But it's pretty much Jacob. It's all his heat right now. And not a huge total, but certainly a solid total looking at the conditions. But possibly we saw that last heat, how it really fired at the end of the heat. We had all those better set waves coming through, all the big scores towards the back end of that heat. So possibly we will still see that shift in this one. Lots of time, just under 19 minutes to go, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. The situation evolving with the conditions. That last heat was a bit of a slow start, and then all of a sudden we didn't see those massive numbers coming. Highest score of the whole event for Jackson Bunch. Huge numbers, and even getting through in second, Raposa with an excellent ride, an 8-pointer. Hefty numbers for those two. And it's almost maybe as if the challenge that was sort of posed to them by the conditions early on in the heat fired them up to bring that excellent surf. And let's hope we get a bit of that in this one. 18 on the clock. Still, it is our Australian pair in Wilcox and Moffat who are in the advancing position. The American Poulos. He's just sitting there. What's going through his mind right now, Greg? 17 minutes gone. Hasn't caught a wave. He hasn't caught a wave. He hasn't really seen anything to interest him. How do you keep, you sort of, basically got to maintain his pre-heat strategy. How do you do that?
Yeah, well, it's been his plan, I guess, you know, live by the sword, die by the sword. You've got to stick to your strategy and back yourself. He's got no choice but to wait. There haven't been, you know, really any set waves in this heat. You think about Jacob's 6, that was still a mid-size wave that he surfed really well. So, and not too many other good scores on the board. So, you know, he's got no choice but to wait. What I would do if I was him is probably paddle around, move my legs a little bit, kick around, make sure there's a bit of blood flowing through your body. Because when you've sat this long, over 15, it's going to be maybe 20 minutes by the time he catches his first wave. You could be a bit slowed up, muscles a bit tight. So I would do a bit of warm-ups.
Yeah, a bit like when you're watching TV in bed and one of your legs goes to sleep. no one wants that.
No.
Particularly not in a Challenger Series heat. 17 to go in this one. It is still the Western Australian Wilcox with the best of it. His mate Dylan Moffat in second place. It's not been a classic so far. Slauson and Poulos, they're going to need to surf around about 16.5-minute heat. We can get a quick commercial break. Beautiful scenes here in Ballito. More live action from the challengers right after this.
People don't realize what they're doing to the oceans. We got to hand it down to the next generation. It's going to be such a pity for people not to be able to experience what we've experienced.
The Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by Quaducuza Municipality, by O'Neill, by Monster, by SMG Yamaha, and by Corona. This is living. The Ballito Pro. This is the battlefield.
Welcome back to Ballito. Challenger Series stop 3 of 6 back in Africa. Delighted to be here and enjoying what's been a really fun event so far. We've had all sorts happen in terms of performances. And we're looking for some surfers to step up right now in an ocean that suddenly got challenging. And we're as we were in terms of the scoreboard, other than, in terms of position, sorry, overall we're as we were. But we do a bit of movement here. And it's good to see Dimitri Poulos getting involved. And after a sluggish start, not just getting involved, getting himself a 5, Greg.
Yep, so yeah, to wait that long and then nail a solid score, he's done really well. Because it can get intense and your mind starts playing games on you. Have I waited too long? Have I made the wrong decisions? So opening wave after waiting that long, 5 points. I'm pretty sure he'll go, I'll take that.
Second highest number that we've seen go down in the heat so far in, what, 21 minutes or so of surfing. Not loads of action in this one. Let's hope it fires up a little bit. You can see just how close to shore that is around a high tide here at Ballito. And that's shifting conditions, bit of wind blowing up too. And it's all just a question, I guess, of perspective as well. Jackson Bunch talking about that left, reminding you of the trades at home and the air wind that he's got. Meanwhile, here goes Poulos, loading up, and that wave just sat right down. And that's been the problem, Greg, that deeper water and some of these in-between waves that come through, they're just going soft, disappearing.
Definitely, it's that high tide started to affect it. So it's got a bit tricky out there.
Oh, Slauson. There we go. So spring in his step from basically nowhere. He's got nothing on the board. Hasn't even got a 1 in his 3 previous attempts. Much better from him. You just saw the drive that he got and the sort of bounce off the bottom. Nice projection up into the first turn and able to carry that speed through. And again, similar sort of vibes to Poulos. That's going to feel so much better for him.
Did really well. You know, he almost took a wave that was an average, like quite a quick wave, and turned it into something purely because of his speed. And he got up into this first section and covered so much distance and then got that board vertically up into that second turn. So really turning that wave, not nothing into something, but an average wave into what looks like a good wave. And then Poulos, similar, just managing to get a couple of turns. And I like how he pushed that last turn and went, I want a little bit more spice out of this one, and then flung the tail around to try and get a little bit, catch a judge's eyes and get a bit of a point of difference there.
Yeah, a bit extra from him. He's going to need that. He's chasing down here in terms of points, but also just momentum. He's had none. But a shift has come for him. He's got a score on the board. Now he's going to look to go again, find something else, and just keep trying to chip away at these numbers. They are not big ones. His requirements are very modest indeed to attack Moffat. I don't think he'll be surfing towards that now. It's still 11 and a half minutes. He just needs 267, but that won't be in his mind at all. He's really looking to go right through the scale and try and post his high score. That'll be, I think, where Poulos is at. Slauson, when his number's in, well, it is in. A 4-3 drops for him. So puts him in a much better position numerically. Still sits there in 4th at the moment. And that is our situation as we go down towards that 11-minute mark, and we're just waiting for something to happen in this, for it all just to come to life. Plenty more action to come. We're going to finish up this round real soon. 8 heats, of course, in the round of 32. And we're going to see surfers, some real quality coming up in this very next heat. The likes of Cheyenne Crawford, George Pitar, who we're looking at, Winter Vincent and Justin Becrae. So some real powerful campaigners and some surfers that will have a little bit of a question posed at them if they're keeping an eye on the ocean and exactly what's going down in terms of their strategy. But names like George Pitar, Greg, have you been surprised to see how well he performed in Australia? He got those wildcards into the championship tour. He looked so liberated, and particularly on a tour where the cut coming and everyone looks a lot like they're feeling the burden a bit. He just looks so carefree and happy.
Just such good surfing, and you know, from a coaching perspective, if you had to look at it and the maneuvers he was doing and how much torque and drive he got through the turns, it was just something different. It was just so electric, and I loved how he attacked those waves, and he's definitely one of the guys to watch in this event for sure, and of course getting onto the championship tour, I reckon he's going to be there in no time.
Yeah, already with some experience, and not just experience but some performers as well, taking down some names, and he does seem to be pretty well-rounded, kind of level-headed individual as well, and that's an important part of it. Like we were just talking with Samuel Pupo in here, and it's just amazing. Like you have to remind yourself how young sometimes some of these surfers are, because the amount of maturity, the amount of traveling they've done, and kind of like the university of life, but just to be so sort of level-headed and sort of getting to know themselves, really. I think that was the takeaway with Sammy. Like he really understands where he's at. You know, we're asking about when you're in South Africa, do you get to enjoy it? And he's like, well, from my point of view, and just being able to kind of figure yourself out so young seems key to doing well on tour.
And and with that, your winning routine. So he was saying, well, I'm not really a tourist. I'm here to train, and he has to surf a lot, and he knows how to win, and that's his routine. He knows he wants lots of time in the water, and we've seen him bring that to the table. And it is the university of life. You just mentioned it. It's but it is cool if the guys, you know, can stay around and just do a little bit of tourist stuff, or even just surf the waves around you. You do find yourself often rushing to the next destination or possibly home. You feel like you're missing out on something at home. But just to take a breath and do a day or two extra, I think will help all these surfers.
Moffat here in action. He waited a while for this wave. What's he going to do with it? Wraps up with the arms to start, and then a little sting to finish on the closeout section. A combo for him. We just saw the Aussie squad almost a bit camera shy up there in the stands. They were. I think they'll be a little bit more enthused with surfing like that. From their mate Dylan, who surfed his way all the way down towards the end of the beach. What do we got here? Priority is with the American Poulos. Going to use it. He does. Here he goes. Loading up with the speed. And then into a big section. And a great hit from him. And that has been a tricky part of the wave to ride out of. Dimitri Poulos really needed to make that, but he doesn't.
Yep, incomplete. And that was, we haven't actually seen a big single maneuver for a little while. And that one, you know, it was a bigger wave. He needed to capitalize on that make, because the judges could have gone, wow, we haven't seen one big maneuver just on its own like that for a while. And it could have been something that Dimitri could have capitalized on. So a mistake from him. And it seemed like he had ridden out of it, and that whitewater just engulfed him and sort of chewed him up and didn't even spit him out. It just left him there in the middle of nowhere, but incomplete.
It'll be disappointment for him. He'll have time, though. 7 on the clock. He'll get back out in about 5 seconds' time or so. He'll be awarded 4th priority as he gets into the lineup proper, and then it'll be all about trying to find something. His requirement is tiny at the moment, 2.76. Last time we talked about that, we said he wouldn't be surfing to that requirement. At some point, that will seem more significant a figure, but right now he's still just looking for a wave and to show a bit of quality. Not loads to get excited about so far in this one. Moffat's number, it's an improvement for him though. He'll enjoy that. It's not a huge one, just about half a point on what he had. 4.03 becomes his new high score. He's still in 2nd place. And with a total of 8 points, that's where he is at the moment. It's good enough for 2nd. We're hoping that it isn't really good enough. Not anything against him, but just in terms of the quality of the spectacle. We're hoping that it's not good enough in 6 minutes' time, because we want to see a bit more surfing go down in this. We'd like to see some surfers just get opportunities and go on the attack. Here goes Dylan, and he'll open up on a nice steep section here. Dynamic use of the board, and again, so a good combo of turns. Not wildly dissimilar to the last one, but just maybe a bit more in it.
It looked just more controlled, and he had time to sort of push that tail and almost, it was just a little bit slower and gave him more drive through those turns. I thought it was his best wave, and he looked confident. That first turn was very well placed, and he had a nice bit of spark on that 2nd turn as well, even though it had a bit of a higher tide look to the end of the wave, going a little bit fat. But I think together, putting those 2 turns together, that's going to be his best score. Let's just check this replay. And he drives off the bottom, and there we go, nice chip off the top. And then this section, nice slicing sort of snap. So, yeah, I think it'll be there or thereabout, but for me, it's still his best wave.
Yeah, it is. Judges agree. Good number for him. High score of the heat as well. 6.5 for him. So a bit of quality. The panel rewarding that. And that'll be great news from his point of view. I think he'll just breathe a little easier now. By no means job done, but certainly that's the kind of score he's really been hoping for since the very beginning of this heat. He stood up in the first 30 seconds. And you're thinking about trying to get a 6 or something like that from then. And it's just not happened.
Yeah, he'll take that because, you know, his scoreline in second before that was sitting at 8 points, and he was gifted the last heat, courtesy of Luke Thompson, and I don't think he was going to get gifted through this one on 8 points, so he needed to get a good score.
All right, goes Wilcox here, backhand for him. Just a slightly soft opening section. He adjusts the feet. Eventually, it'll get steep for him. And he'll try and just blow out the fins and reverse that around, which won't happen for him, so unable to add to his tally there, and something of a missed opportunity. Just that wave looked good, does it? Paddle towards him, kind of broke just in front of him. He almost took off at the midway point, and the wave kind of creased and stopped on him a bit, Greg.
Yeah, so it's almost now a little bit of dangerous times here for Jacob Wilcox, who has dominated this heat from the start, but suddenly now you're in second place. Someone like Dimitri Polis looking for a 5.18, and Levi Slauson needing a 5.88. Very much within their reach if they find the right wave.
Check the recap. Started pretty well for Wilcox.
Strong off the bottom, off the top turns, and that was for that 6-point ride. And this was Dimitri's opening wave, and he's just looking sharp. He spins the tail on that one, so that was his opener 5. And this is Moffat with that first wave. Just a couple of turns, and then this one was his best number. Really sparky. I love this second turn. He finds this section and almost a bonus section. A lot of waves are flattening out there. That one nice and steep. Gave him that flick off the top into a snap and threw lots of spray. So a lot of positive surfing there. And of course, Dylan getting the 6.5 on that last wave. Sitting in the lead now. Jacob Wilcox in second, but keep an eye on Dimitri and Levi. They do have the higher priority, and they will have one more chip in here for a shot at attacking that advancing position.
Yeah, great time for Moffat to get the high score of the heat. Bit of a sleepy one so far. He leads it at the moment from his fellow Australian Wilcox in seconds. Meanwhile, Moffat will paddle and give way to Slauson. Here he goes, and he'll flare up, grabs the rail, and then gets sort of shot back out of the white water. It didn't want him. And he's unable to stay on the board, so he won't add to his total there either. We know all about his air game. He's absolutely lethal, but he's not been able to stick it. Certainly not there, and he kind of have to find something else as well, and it will get tough for him. Poulos as well with a wave. We can see he's caught a wave, and I'm not going to say panic stations, but it's around about that time. He just got to scratch away into anything now, Greg.
Yeah, so it looks like Dimitri possibly had a left-hander there. He did have priority, so he's used that priority.
Yeah, minute 40 on the clock here. And we're all caught up, I believe. Meanwhile, live action. Here goes your heat leader, Moffat. Almost stumbles off the bottom, gives it a good crack. Loads of spray from him. Really sweetly timed. He's very, very close to the rocks. He goes past them. He kind of skids it, and that's very nicely done, actually. Well done. Woof. Just blowing out the tail down to the flats. Desperate moves there from Poulos. We're going to get numbers coming prior to that for his left, though.
So a lot of action at the end of this heat. But Dylan Moffat, tell you what, I reckon if he went out there with large fins, he's riding small fins after that wave. Because just skimming over those rocks on the inside, and here's the replay. But it's amazing how he's taken control of his of this heat and his opportunities, and he's just gone, I'm going all the way. Watch this. How did he not knock all those fins out on that wave? So a couple of scores are dropping.
Getting down to final 30 seconds here. I think we're all caught up with numbers, are we? It looks like it. Moffat's number in, 5.77 for his last effort, and just consolidates that position. It's him And Jacob Wilcox at the moment in the advancing spots. Priorities with Slawson Pula second prior. I don't think, well, will that count? Actually, could possibly be a little lump coming through. Tense moments for them. Not had much to get excited about in terms of action. Couldn't get anything going. Here's Wilcox just finishing off a left, having a little look around. It doesn't look like we'll see a wave ridden by the chasing pack in the form of Dimitri Poulos and Levi Slawson. So a heat really, which we're expecting big things from. Not a lot got going. It was really all about Dylan Moffat. Kind of built up a one-man head of steam there. And we talked about the gimme that he's had, how he advanced through yesterday. And look how much it means to him. Absolutely delighted to get through that one. I mean, you come through with big numbers like Bunch did. That's good. But sometimes get through the tough ones. That means a lot as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And these were the two guys that started early. They worked through the difficult heat, and again, proving that that quick start is key to getting through the heat. And yeah, he'll take that ticket he got in the first heat, add this to it, and go, I'm finding a bit of form, a bit of fortune, and I'm going all the way.
Going to have some big hitters in the water. Crawford, Pitar, Vincent, Becrae. We're going to bring in Gig Silius for the call. More live action. Last heat of the round coming at you live from Ballito real soon.
The Hydro board short is something that I've used for quite some time now. One of the main key factors still is the no tar fly. It's comfortable, it's convenient, and it works. Ultimately, what I'm looking for in a board short would have to be comfort and then convenience. If you add those two things together with a spice of color, you've got the perfect board short.
Welcome back to beautiful Ballito on the east coast of South Africa. It is the World Surf League's Challenger Series, round of 32 and the final heat of this particular round. The last time we'll see four-person heats in the water. It's a good afternoon from myself, Gig Silias and Greg Emsley, as we break down Shion Crawford, the young surfer out of Haleiwa. On the north shore of Oahu, he'll be taking on two Australians in the form of Georgie Pitar, the up-and-coming Winter Vincent, and, well, don't underestimate the French flair of Justin Becrae. It's a good afternoon. And, Greg, big day of competition. And another big one coming our way.
Very big day of competition. It's been some exciting surfing. We've seen some huge heat totals. We saw Jackson Bunch with the biggest heat total of competition. Just exceptionally good surfing on point. We've seen it mixed up with some seriously big maneuvers. And now into the last heat of a round of 32, and certainly last but not least, it's a big one on paper.
It is a big one on paper. Looking at the lineup, greeting us here for the final heat just before 2 p.m. in the afternoon here in South Africa. The tide is filled in, and a couple of fuller waves on the inside sandbar, but still opportunities for our surfers to fetch scores. Particularly the last two heats. You mentioned Jackson Bunch a heat or two back, but combinations of turns is going to be the secret here for the fuller tide at the mid-afternoon mark.
I think the trick here, Gigs, is obviously you've got to find those good waves, but not all of them are working out. Some hit that inside sort of deeper water quite quickly and go a little bit fat. Others, you know, you get one turn and next thing they got a little bowl on them, and you get an extra bonus section. And so I think you got to swing away, but there's obviously it's a little bit inconsistent, so you're only going to get so many opportunities. yeah, you know, we spoke about it, Paul and I, in the last heat. You know, you got to be one of those surfers that can take an average-looking wave and turn it into a good wave.
Yeah, definitely saw Dylan Moffat turn some good scores. Here we go with Shion Crawford coming around the corner. Is there an inside section? You see the beach just starting to breathe with that backwash. Tours and Competition will be looking at that detail. Southerly winds blowing right to left across your screen. And had a word from the lower south coast, about an hour and a half drive down. Former world champion Ant Brodovich just saying the southerly is blowing harder than what he thought. Also some reports from as far south as Seal Point and Cape St. Francis. Our friend Eric Stedman down there just saying the blinder is starting to roll. And well, the reports are the weather is Ms in the mother city of Cape Town. So one of those big winter storms rolling up, and these, we saw that buster come through yesterday just in a lead to what is going to be a lot of swell still in the waiting period for us here in Ballito. Let's have a look at Justin Becrae, inside section for him. Nice solid maneuver there, no nonsense, just clean approach. I think Greg, you'll be agreeing with me on the higher tide right now. There are a couple of chips from that side shore wind on the face. You just want to get that board up to velocity, get it up to speed, and then just keep your rails nice and free for a couple of turns.
Gigs, definitely. So, you know, we've seen a few of those opening waves. Talking point, Shion Crawford taking off behind the whitewater and sort of hanging there, hoping for something. A lot of our point breaks along our coast, you can take off and take your time behind the whitewater and then get onto the open face and get a couple of turns. But not here at Willard Beach. If you don't get out onto the face straight away, you're going to get left behind. You've got to get ahead of this wave and get those hammers in very quickly.
Judges working on a good score for Justin Becrae, and he'll be trying to emulate what Dylan Moffat did down in that last heat. Let's go down and hear from the winner of that last heat.
Dylan, obviously that was a pretty stressful heat. As you said, it was a little bit slower than the other heats. You've already improved on your last event. How important is this event for you?
Yeah, it's good. Like, I'm only coming into this event as an alternate, so just kind of stoked for the opportunity to surf in these events. I love competing at this level and trying to push myself and traveling with like a good group of Aussies. So always love coming to South Africa. There's a good family that really look after us here, so it always makes us feel at home. And I'm stoked to make a couple heats along the way.
Amazing. And is there anything you want to say to friends and family staying up late at home watching you?
Yeah, for sure. If you're up, I know it's pretty late, but cheers. Thanks for tuning in. Happy to make another one.
Amazing. Well, good luck for the next heat.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. Cheers.
Well, good to hear from Dylan Moffat. He's into the round of 16. He'll be back for man-on-man format. And still plenty of time on the clock. We're getting a first meaningful number coming here, Greg. A 4.33 and on the scorecard for Justin Becrae. He's heading out there, but his wave previous for the 4.33.
So just getting some early scores in on the board. So right now, looking at the last couple of heats, you've got to aim for that sort of 11-point total minimum if you want to advance.
Well, having a look at the clean lines here. Winter Vincent has put on a stellar performance in Ballito. We've loved the speed and edge that he has brought to the lineup. And the young surfer out of Sydney, Australia, Winter Vincent, is just trying to pick his way through this lineup this afternoon here in Ballito. If you just joined us, we are around 2 p.m. local time. And Shion Crawford, no real numbers for him just yet either, Greg. And Georgie Pitar, we're waiting for him to get going. We've seen George showcased in the Championship Tour jersey. Saw him go to 17th at Bells, but jeepers, how was his performance in WA at the Margaret River stop? George Pitar, stellar performance from him. We're waiting to see what he can bring to the lineup here this afternoon in the Challenger Series singlet.
It's amazing you mentioned the name George Pitar, and it's like such a well-known name so quickly. It's he's put on such a performance over in Oz, a complete standout performance, just incredible approach to his surfing. His rail game is just insane. and it's an exciting story to talk about. But Winter Vincent as well, loved his approach. You know, his super smooth style, that beautiful bottom turn up into that lip on the top turn. And yeah, something that I'm going to leave Ballito with is how impressed I am with a lot of the styles that I've seen come to the table this year. It's just, look, the surfing's looking so good. It's pleasing to the eye. It's not just about attacking, going for those heavy-hitting airs. It's the guys are doing them with style and putting the combos in, and it just looks good, which I'm stoked about.
Yeah, absolutely. Lots of new names starting to emerge on the radar for us here, as you would expect in the Challenger Series. And, of course, a lot of the campaigning ex-championship tour surfers, just to keep them honest and keep a level. And that's what we love about the combined theme here on the Challenger Series. But certainly a young push on the way, and that's what keeps advancing the sport. New names like Winter Vincent, Sheehan Crawford and George Pitart tell that story. So we love it.
And you talk about the Australian story as well, the support in the tower. They had a bit of a dip in their surfing a couple of years back. It's amazing how they've shot out of that dip.
Absolutely.
And even further back, you go to the World Juniors, ISA World Junior Surfing Games earlier this year. They had won the event by Friday or something. It was like a record margin.
Let's have a look at the flexing rails of Winter Vincent. Clean, but a smaller wave, just not finding everything he was hoping for on that. He's sensing that everything is slowing down here on the high tide, Greg. So say we're exactly 2 p.m. here local time on the east coast of South Africa, smack on that high tide. It does tend to just slow down the rhythm a touch. We do have, and we did have, the round of 16 on standby. We'll just be waiting for that call. Considering what we have still on the forecast ahead, Greg, a very good weekend still lining up with fairly windless conditions through the mornings again. It's that typical pattern here in Ballito, those offshores. And then, well, tomorrow some more southerly winds just to drive that swell along. We are expecting a lift overnight again.
And what do you think we'll see, Gigs? Just, you know, like we look at what we've got, we've got an idea of what the sandbanks are like. Are we just going to see a slightly bigger version of what we got at the moment?
Good call. I think tomorrow, yes. Significantly bigger bump in the morning. And of course, so those southerly winds will kick in again. We'll review the surf line forecast overnight. And we'll be back early tomorrow to figure all of that. But right now, the business of the round of 32, the final heat of the four-man format unfolding. Trust that everyone has had a great week at work. We trust that you'll sit back and enjoy the show. Lots of surfing entertainment care of this Challenger Series stock promised for the weekend ahead. And for now, we'll just cruise along with it, as we are still waiting for some real numbers to come out of the lineup. Speaking of that potential of George Pitart, you see him holding priority. He's only rolled the dice on one small decimal throwaway score. So being selective in the lineup here, Greg, he's trusting that there is some rhythm from that southerly pulse. He's going to want to find a bigger wave in the lineup. And if he can just get two big solid tags on it, he'll bring himself right into the story, because the highlight score right now, just the 4.33, which belongs to Becrae. Georgie Pitart coming here to Ballito for the third stop on the Challenger Series, ranked 6th, the 21-year-old. And as you mentioned, just the Australian push, a tangible thing in 2024. And that's exactly what Winter Vincent will remind us of right now. Two-turn combo, lovely release of the tail in over the rock section there and in between. But a good spicy wave from him, and that's going to serve him well, as he'll add that easily to his top two scoreline. He'll say goodbye to the 2.93.
Best wave of the heat, definitely. And it's amazing how, you look at George Pitart, he had priority on that. Let Winter go. And as Winter was paddling into this one, you could see it draining. It had that outside double up section up over that, and then really pushed that tail. I mean, pretty much getting a bit of air on that maneuver and blowing that tail for a very well stamped finish. And
almost sense some similarities between both Georgie Pitart and Winter Vincent in their longer, more angular body frames, and how quickly they set the rails, how quickly they accelerate. But we're enjoying Winter Vincent's first visit here to Ballito. Didn't see much of him prior to this at the Challenger Series in in Australia, 33rd and a 65th. So this is the first time we're really seeing this will be his, no matter what, this will be his best result thus far in the Challenger Series level. And, well, we'll wait for that number to come. Maybe even try and pull a replay of it as we just go to a slightly slower, crumbling lineup here for the final heat of the round. But Greg, 100% right what you said there. 5.83, nice loose rails, and Winter Vincent goes all the way to the lead in this heat with 20.5 to go. And here goes Georgie Petard. It's been a slower run for him. He'll want to just answer, and that one's not going to engage, not getting out of second gear. And that, are we speculating, is a little bit of a mistake because he sat with priority for an age for that wave.
Yeah, George has to be careful. Yeah, you can see he's getting a little bit flustered, a bit frustrated. You know, that wave just hasn't worked out for him. You just got to keep swinging. And there we go, that nice clean float. And watch there, pretty much gets a bit of air. But how loose was that tail of Winter Vincent? Just a really nice surfing to watch. But George Petard, we just saw him lose priority paddling for that one wave. A bit frustrated with himself. But these are those conditions, you know, and he's probably a bit hard on himself as well, because that wave that Winter Vincent got as well, he was up for that. He let it go. So probably 2 mistakes in a row there from George, but still time to reset.
19.5 minutes on the clock. Lots of time, as you say, Greg, for Georgie Petard to reset. Let's go down and hear from Mike Frew. He's down at the beach for an update on the conditions.
Thank you, Giggs. I'm down here on the beach. Look at this crowd. It's a Friday afternoon here in Ballito. If you can believe it, it's the middle of winter in the Quadacooza region here in South Africa. And we're joined by thousands of people on the beach today, enjoying the best surfing in the whole of South Africa, possibly in the world today. Tonight we've got a music concert. We've got big swell arriving for the weekend, and we've got sunny conditions for the next 3 days. We're really, really excited for what the weekend holds in store for us, and everyone is pumped. And if you just look across there, as far as you can see, there's people on the beach. It's the busiest I've seen Ballito. And I'll tell you what, Giggs, we've got some of the biggest swell arriving over the last 3 months. So I'm so excited. Back to you, Giggs.
Well, isn't he an excitable chap? Mark Frew, absolutely on the froth. We love it. It's great to have him in and out of the studio. Of course, Mike Frew working with the O'Neill brand, our co-sponsor. And let's have a little look at George Petard. Nothing to mention there. But yeah, just a beautiful place to be, Ballito, this time of year. We boast of that subtropical climate. And certainly with the school vacation on, everybody packed down here. And a big show and a big carnival, Greg. You were here for the QS 1000. You were here for the Rookie Rippers as well. And just such a great festival atmosphere in and around the Ballito Pro every year.
We've spoken about it, the entire contest. It's a family vibe, it's a beach vibe, it's what we want as surfers. It's using the beach for what it is. We've got the Quadacooza region, and you think about the golden beaches. Oh, it's just beautiful. Offshore winds in the morning. A little bit of a ripple this afternoon, but still high performance waves on offer here.
Dolphin Coast, clear water, that Mozambican current bringing in incredible visibility. So much to do and see around the Quadacooza region. Diving, fishing, surfing, and everything in between. It is the place to be in winter. We trust that everybody is enjoying the show. We'll take a quick break, and we'll come back for more to wrap up the round of 32 at the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill, just after this.
Welcome to Quadacooza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Quadacooza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Quadacooza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaDukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
The Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaDukuza Municipality, by O'Neill, by Monster, by SMG Yamaha, and by Corona. This is living. The Ballito Pro. This is the battlefield.
Welcome back to the beautiful beaches of Ballito on the east coast of South Africa. Play host to the World Surf League's Challenger Series. With us for the final heat of the round of 32 in the four-man format. This man on screen, Winter Vincent, has found himself a 5.83 in the lineup already. And he'll snap away again as he tries to build his scores to get himself into the round of 16 and the man-on-man format. It's a good afternoon from myself, Gig Saliers, alongside former pro surfer, Olympic coach Greg Emsley. Greg, the tide has filled in quite a bit. Scores just softening a bit, but Winter Vincent knows how to ride these bowls.
Yes, Winter's been keeping super busy, and he's got the right approach. And this does look like, Justin Becrae just absolutely going up into the air. So quite a technical maneuver, considering it's become a grovel out there a little bit. You know, you got to manufacture some scores, but to have that opportunity and do that maneuver, he's going to be pretty happy with that number.
Justin Becrae going to the sky for a 5.5 will nudge him up into the lead in what is quite a tight heat here. No one's into the double digits just yet. Just after 2 p.m. and we are on the full tide here in Ballito. We speculate that we may wrap up the day's competition with this. 13.5 on the clock, waiting for that final update. But Becrae in the lead with a 5.5 and a 4.33. Winter Vincent with the single best ride of a 5.83, Greg. And we spoke so much about Georgie Patar, his visit here last year for a 9th in Ballito. We loved his invites as wildcards to the 2 championship tour events. We saw him showcased at Bells, but really came into his own as a wild card over at Margaret River. And I mean, if it wasn't for John Florence's perfect 10 in that semi-final, well, Georgie Patar would have made the finals there for sure. So no shame losing to John, but Patar bringing an A game to his surfing in 2024. Of course, taking out the yellow jersey of Griffin Colapinto in the draw as a wild card. But right now, it's a different story for him here at Ballito. He's got a flat set of scores and he's got to get moving because look how high his requirement is. It's going to have to be built on 2 waves here, Greg.
Yep, and these surfers just seem to be battling to, well, George Patar and Shion Crawford just don't seem like they've adjusted to the conditions. They would have watched all day, seen offshore winds, fun sections, a little bit lower tide, and it's like their bodies aren't ready. They haven't adjusted to more of a grindy, grovelly type waves, so they just haven't got out the blocks yet. They haven't got moving, and they needed something to build on. And Shion and George are really stuck with low numbers, and you're seeing Justin and Winter just working that scoreline, groveling, riding it up onto the beach, and just trying to manufacture scores, getting everything out of the waves they can.
Well, Greg, the first talking point we had in the heat this earlier on was surfers have got to build board speed quickly. It's high tide, there's a little bit of chop across the face. Just get your planing speed up and then start loosening up the rails. And all testimony to Winter Vincent, who's now gone back up into the lead, care of his last ride of a 4.77. You've got to surf the heat like Winter Vincent is currently doing.
Yep, and Justin. I mean, Justin's had only a couple opportunities, and he's really made them count.
Well, here is our Hawaiian, Cheyenne Crawford. Nice spicy turn. That's better from him already. That's immediately, even that is going to bring his scorecard moving forward. Prior to that, just some decimals. And he may be feeling just a little bit frustrated with it, but level playing field. And that board underfoot of Shion Crawford looks very loose and spicy, so let's get more from the Hawaiian with just under 11 minutes to go.
Yep, and that would have felt good, but that's what you got to do. Get in early, use your own paddle speed, make sure you get to that, arrive at that section so you can loosen up that tail. And let's just check this replay. So you see how hard he paddled into that wave, got up, and then he got into the first turn. So nice and snappy, spicy, as you mentioned. Got the next combo. At least it's going to put him somewhere in the heat with a shot at it.
Yeah, nice deep bottom turn for that first maneuver as well. And a vertical in a small pocket, Greg, with that board looking very fine underfoot. We'll wait for that number to come, and I think it's going to bring him into contention. If we look at the cutoff second place position currently being occupied by Justin Becrae, it's only a 9.83 wave total. So anything in and around the 4 to 4.5 mark is going to bring Shion Crawford back into it. It's going to be a little softer than that, a 3.67, but that's okay. He'll reduce his requirements. 6.76 is the requirement now for the Hawaiian, who jumps up. And still soft numbers in the card for George Patar.
Yep, 10 minutes to go. George would, George and Shion are basically surfing a 10-minute heat. If you're someone like George, you probably say to yourself, okay, well, if I can find a wave in the next 2 to 3 minutes, get myself a 5, that will give me sort of 6-7 minutes maybe to find a backup wave.
Well, Greg, smaller, more compact now on the sandbar with the higher tide. Winter Vincent's going to pick this one out nicely and loosely over that section again. No inside bowl for him. So your heat leader, the young Australian with his first visit to Ballito, won't improve a number. Here's Patar. Lovely rail work. As we were mentioning, we're speaking lots about his fluidity. And just slightly rumbling at the end of that, but still a good combination and easily George Patar's best wave as we just go under the 9-minute mark. So a little pusher from both Shion Crawford and Georgie Patar. We'll see where this score lands. Where do you think it's going, Greg? Nice, lovely transitions in the combination from George.
Well, we're seeing a lot of floaty type maneuvers, lip climb, snap, but watch this first maneuver in this junkie surf. It's a full-on rail carve into another one and then a snap. So for me, it's a point of difference there, Gigs. It's that first turn, held that rail beautifully, and the spray off the board was amazing. So this score, it's obviously going to be George's best number. Could it be the best of the heat?
I was going to ask you that question. Are you asking me? So I'll ask you back. Do you think it's the best number of the heat, Greg?
I think a lot of the other turns in the last heat or two have been similar. Quick, snappy turns off the top. We haven't seen much open space for a real rail carve of that nature. So for me, I'm going there. I'm going just the best number. Maybe like an early 6 somewhere there.
Well, I'm going to agree with you. Let's slow this down and just have a look again, Greg, at the rail detail.
Yeah, exactly this. Just holds it and, he just opens up. Beautiful turn and then straight into another one and then manages to get the third click straight up off there. And that's the sort of whippier turn that we've been seeing from most of the other surfers, but he did mix that up with 2 strong rail turns. So possibly even, I don't know. Could you go, I mean, if you really broke it down as a judge, could you look at that as a real point of difference and go even more? I don't know. I'm thinking an early 6 though.
I'm going to agree with you. I think just from a fluidity point of view as well, best wave of the heat, we'll weight that number. Georgie quickly just trying to back it up. That'll become an inconsequential number. Still plenty of time, 7 minutes to go. You see quick turnarounds now. And we expect some rapid fire in the tail section of this heat, because it's not far to go out. It's really become almost a mid to shore break situation. Greg, you're spot on it. If you want to change careers from commentator, coach to judge, you nailed it. 6.33, exactly where you thought the score was going to land.
Yeah, I'll get about 1 out of 3 right, so I'll take that one.
Okay, we'll keep you in the commentary booth. Let's have a look at Georgie Patar back at it. 6.33, that'll have him energized. You'll have just heard that now from the beach announcers. But he's got to go into just a little bit of patience now and find himself a decent wave and get himself back into the priority role here.
So that's what I spoke to you about. If he could find something and he gets the best wave, he would have 7 minutes, 6 or 7 minutes to get the backup score. Now, if he could just keep calm and back himself to go, okay, I'm against the ropes here. I've got no right to get through this heat. But now he does. If he's structured it, he's got the best score. he can calm down a little bit, get a bit of a priority, and don't just try and force a sort of 3-point ride, the requirement. Look for a 5 or so and go to the lead.
Yep, 3.5 now the requirement for the Australian, sitting in third. And we still look at the heat total. Here's George Petard down the line, inside the cove. Little snap there, and he's doing exactly the opposite of what we've just been commenting on. He does need to just slow it down and find himself anything with a reasonable amount of face, put those rails back to work, and judges are going to credit it. But for now, he does own the single best ride of the heat. Let's have a look at a heat recap. Justin Becrae was quick out the gates with the 5.5, Greg.
Yeah, nice, strong, solid maneuver. And then we did see Winter Vincent just with this turn blowing that tail and just loose, free, fun-looking surfing. And then a couple of snaps just to back it up. And we saw Justin again working through here and getting that blow tail and landing right up on the top of the nose for a good completion. And then George Petard ripping through this one with some great carves, snappy up over the foam finish. That's his first real number, putting him right back in the game here.
Grindy heat to wrap up the round, but still getting some value out of it. Winter Vincent leads. All scores top left of screen are up to date. There is your situation as we're down to 4.5 minutes. Vincent leads over Becrae, George Petard chasing the 3.5. And Shion Crawford not out of it. You think that he could at any stage maybe find, is this the time to maybe try and find a left bowl, a pocket on the inside, go into the wind and get that tail loose? We did see quite a bit of that an hour or two back. Or maybe the lineup's just, the tide has filled in too much for that, Greg.
The opportunities there, you mentioned Giggs, Shion's board looking really good. So if he finds that wave with a bit of open face, if you get that one special wave that's better than any other wave in this heat that comes through, any surfer that's on it is probably going to get a really good score at least, and that a good score for any of these surfers means they advance.
Shion Crawford out of the North Shore of Oahu, the young Hawaiian campaigning on the Challenger Series. We saw him framed as a wild card at Pipe. We're also seeing now George Petard ripping to it, searching for the 3.5 inside section. Just goes behind the brickwork there. This pretty much is the angle that the judges will be seeing it from as well. So they're searching right down the beach now for any solution with the full tide. And did Georgie Petard find the 3.5 on that? We're both staring at each other in the booth here.
I'm still sticking to my strategy that I gave him. Not that he could hear me. Get that wave and just go and get a bit of priority, and because you've still got to surf a wave well for a 3.5, right?
Well, in the meantime, Winter Vincent stretches his lead at 6.9, and the lineup will be stoking his fellow countrymen with a number like that. So Georgie Petard needs a little bit of Winter Vincent in the mix if he wants to get the advance now. Searching for a 3.5. We are due a score to 2.27 for George Petard. Features in his top two. No change to the situation. We're down to 2.5 minutes in the final heat of the round of 32. The young Australian, Winter Vincent out front. Justin Becrae with the priority, Greg, is holding on. But down the beach, finally a wide set for Georgie Petard. Snaps, releases the tail. That is a good spin. Is there a regroup on the inside? Is there something more? There is. And that may serve the Australian very, very well. Remember, Becrae has the priority and has the opportunity to roll the dice, but that's a step in the right direction for George Petard.
Yep, he will be in advancing position on that first single turn alone, I believe.
And here's the play for priority. Becrae swings it around, brings it in underneath him. Not a lot of air underneath the fins on that, dare I say. With 1:45 on the clock, do we get a last frenetic roll of the dice here? These are those crunchy heats. Sometimes it does get grindy. And certainly here this afternoon, lots to hang the discussion on as we go down to 90 seconds.
Sure. I mean, the fight now between second and third. But watch this first turn for George, right up and over. So that was committed. Gets a little slice cut back there. And then the big thing is this little turn here complete. I'm not sure if it was. So it will be, it was right into the... So it's all going to be based on that blowtail out the back and then into the cutback, but it was a bigger set wave wide, so it would have looked good from the judges' angle. But
Waiting for scores from George Pittar and Justin Becrae in that playoff. Did Becrae improve his numbers? Did Becrae's punt to the air on the left better, a 4.33? You can't argue the fluid flow of George Pittar's rails and a smaller requirement at this stage of a 3.5. Another crunch moment in the heat. Here we go. Becrae snaps. Some spray flies from that two-turn combo with the release of the tail.
Whoa.
And he's already just fisted that one. He likes it. And he's going to ride it and dry dock it. Now, does that stretch the requirement out as we think back to George Pittar? As the action is going to come to a head now with just over 15 seconds on the clock.
Whoa.
Greg's got his coaching hat on next to me here. He's puzzling it. He's thinking. He's measuring it.
I reckon Pittar goes to second, but on that last wave, Becrae goes back to second. He had the carve, a good carve, and then the blowtail. So two-turn combo and the variety. You've got to look at that.
Well, the heat is done and dusted. We'll stay with the moment here as we wait for scores. Critical heats here in the Challenger Series. And all of this discussion. Becrae, 2 turns. Lovely flow on that wave.
Are we happy that Winter Vincent's safe at the top?
Well, if you look at the requirements for Justin Becrae in the 7s, could we agree that there wasn't a 7 that came from the last wave of Becrae? No? You're thinking maybe? Okay, we'll just stay in the commentator's role here, folks. These are those moments that we love. We trust that you're enjoying the show. And, well, there are these moments in pro surfing, and this is one of them right now. Critical moment. Judges will just ponder on the score. The judges have the ability to pull their own replays. They can pull into the tape that you and us as the viewers get to see, but also they get their own camera, their own replays, as is at the championship tour level. So we're just pondering that. We might even ask for a replay of both, just to put the frosting on the cake of what has been a tension-filled heat to wrap up the round, Greg.
Yeah, I feel Becrae's last wave, I really want to have a look at that. I think he got a lot done. I think that rail work on that first turn was very good. And then he got the blowtail to finish it, and both convincing, those maneuvers for me.
Well, judges starting to pepper in 5 on the panel. A 3.87 for this is enough to meet the requirements. So that's the first part of the discussion. Georgie Pittar, Greg, got the 3.87.
Okay, so that's number 1. He goes to second.
All right.
For now.
So the heat updates with Pittar up to second. Now, judges owe a score for this. 2 turns again, Greg, and just slower, mushier wave, but everything sound and fundamentally solid for Justin Becrae.
Yeah,
we now await that score.
I think he'll go to second, Justin. Back to second. I don't think all the way to first. I think Winter will be safe.
4.71 the requirement for Justin Becrae.
4.71.
It's all easy smiles for that man on screen, Winter Vincent, 12.73. Beautiful flowing style from the young surfer on that Mayhem 3.0 driver. Just got all the work done. 6.9 and a 5.83. No wonder he's smiling. He's on his way to the round of 16. The very worst that this man on screen can do, the young Australian, is a 9th now in Ballito.
I say it's a point above that, a 5.71.
Here's George Pittar on his way in. He hasn't heard the score either. Hold on, here it is. Last of green, Justin Becrae. A 5.93 hurdles the 5.71. And Pittar will be packing his bags along with Shion Crawford. And Justin Becrae is into the final 16 here in Ballito. Wow, what a way to finish the day's competition. Official result, Winter Vincent and Justin Becrae are through to the round of 16. It's a good afternoon from myself, Gig Saliers. I'll be stepping out for the post-show. We'll bring in Paul Evans, Emma Smith, and Greg Emsley as we'll wrap up an exciting day of competition here from beautiful Ballito in South Africa.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Kwadukuza is not just for thrill seekers. It's a family-orientated destination too. Stunning beaches where sun-kissed sands meet crystal clear waters. our town has a range of child-friendly offerings that will keep the whole family entertained. For a magical wedding, look no further. Kwadukuza offers exquisite wedding venues that will create memories to last a lifetime. It also shines as an events tourism destination. World-class events like the Ballito Pro, where top surfers ride the waves, Heritage Day, which is used as a cultural celebration of King Shaka's life every year, and the Ballito Big Week, a celebration of music, food and fun for the whole community. KwaZulu-Natal's a premier conference, strategic planning and team building destination, which is enabled by its close proximity to King Shaka Airport. Nestled amidst the natural beauty of South Africa's east coast, Kwadukuza offers a truly captivating setting for your next corporate event. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast, invites you to explore its beaches, enjoy thrilling adventures, create family memories, celebrate love, and discover its rich heritage. Start planning your unforgettable journey to Kwadukuza today.
Good morning, Chofo. You're looking at this thing and you're like, I don't want to go, I don't want to go. A little bit of fear definitely pushes the boundaries.
Everyone screaming in the channel.
You would be a liar if you said you weren't scared of this wave.
Okay, when you see a 10, you know right away.
This is one of the best days for women surfing in the history of the sport.
There's a Friday feeling on the beach here at Ballito. The Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill, wraps up for another fun day of competition. It's time for the Corona Zero post show. Welcome in a load of talking points from another dramatic day of competition. We're going to pick over the bones of it, bring you some highlights, talk those through. Joining myself, Paul Evans, for the Corona Zero post show. Greg Elmsey, Emma Smith. Welcome, guys. How are you feeling? Have you had a good day?
I've had a good day.
How good, Emma? How good would you say? Give it a score.
I would say on a scale of
1 to 10?
the whole of inland is here right now.
Okay, but you're bringing your best for finals day, right? Because
Yes,
that's what you
yeah,
do
yeah,
because
I'm
you're a pro.
I'm holding back.
Greg, key thought from today. It's not been a classic in terms of way, but it's all about, in some cases, it's been about grinding. In other cases, it's about expressing yourself, I guess.
Yeah, the last bit was a bit of a grind, but through the day we saw some excellent scores. There were some great single maneuvers, and some of the air games that we saw brought to the table today were just next level. It was like watching some of the best clips from a surf movie. So all in all, I'm going to put the day at an 8.83.
Wow.
It was a good day. I enjoyed it.
Okay, all right. That is a
excellent.
really big
It was an excellent day.
score.
Friday.
Love this positivity from Greg. Speaking of big scores, let's go down and hear from Winter Vincent, winner of the very last heat of the day.
Winter, you are having an incredible run of form. If you rewind a little bit, it started in Nias with the big win at the QS 5000 at that event. You're now through a couple of heats at the Ballito Pro. What can you attribute this run of form to?
Well, just a good crew. Traveling with a good crew is always important. With some good friends over here. My mum's over here. And Nias, I feel like I really found my feet. This year has been amazing to me. And good boards, good sponsors, just good crew.
I was chatting to your mom yesterday, and she said over the last year or couple of years, you've struggled with a bit of injuries, and it's taken some time to fully recover from that. Has that played a role in your form at the moment? And then also, what does your prep look like? Any difference going into Nias and Ballito in particular?
Yeah, well, last few years I've had 2 knee surgeries on both my knees. So I had a run of problems there. And then just getting stronger, I guess. Got to really, I grew up kind of like I'm 6'3" now, so my knees didn't really grow with me. But yeah, got a good coach, so just been training a lot, lots of training, and then, I don't know, just finding my rhythm.
Well, you're on certainly a fantastic run of form, and we really look forward to seeing you at the rest of the event. And all the best. We expect the swell to increase. How do you feel about the weekend?
Oh, I'd love for a bit of waves. Kind of just been grinding my way through these heats, so yeah, the bigger the better.
Awesome. Back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. I like Winter Vincent. He's got a really nice face. Is it just me?
Top bloke, top bloke.
It's not just me, is it?
With a nice face.
Really nice face.
You too.
Yeah, good serving from him as well. I tell you what, he's calm, he's relaxed, he's confident, and his performances have absolutely represented. We've had a couple of standout heats from today. Let's get back and remind ourselves one of those heats for the women. And we saw the Basque surfer, Nadia Aristabe. Quite a achiever she is. This was a tough heat. Featured Bella Kenworthy, Ariana Ochoa, and Louise Lepront. Nadia just absolutely belting this thing.
Tell you what, Nadia, for me, was the standout surfer. That one particular wave was exceptionally good. We did see Bella with some single backhand turns that were very, very strong. And we just saw Ariane battling to get going. But this particular wave was the best wave for me from the women's side. Just that board looked so sharp and so alive. And I actually spoke to her after the heat. She said she's got a magic board. She loves it. I said, well, look after it.
Yeah, Bella Kenworthy, big performance from her there. We talk about that generation, some of those Americans and the spark they bring. It's all cool having the clips and having that hype, but able to do it in the heat as well. Impressive from her today. And she was asked a couple of questions. She responded in the best possible way.
Bella was great, and she had 2 scores were on those big single backhand turns on the lefts. She had a right that I thought she served really well, didn't get the number she was looking for, so reset and sort of thought about what the judges were looking for and went back to the left-handers and back to score up and got into an advancing position.
Well, we talk about some of the airs already that we have going through today, but another one of our heats, a stand-up for the men. It was surfers who just line up with a load of power. And you think of some of these names, you think about the spray they're going to throw them out of water. They're going to displace Ian Gouvet, David Silva, Calvivas, Lucas Silveira went at it hammer and tongs.
Absolutely massive turns and just a huge spray off the top. Some of the goofy footers today were really standouts on their backhand. We spoke about it, placement. I mean, David Silva is just angle grinds his way through these waves. His thighs are so strong, and then he just makes all those maneuvers. Ian Gouvet as well was a standout. Just strong surfing throughout this heat. It was definitely a standout heat. And there we go.
That's
Ian
huge.
Just absolutely flying. The cameraman couldn't believe his eyes. But David Silva did end up with the win with just absolutely massive backhand attack and just flawless surfing.
Yeah, crazy the stuff he's able to do on those right-handers. We've known about it for a long time. You kind of know what's coming, but it doesn't make it any less impressive when he does it. And just how hard he hits that, the spring he gets from his legs. But I think also, thinking of Ian Gouvet, someone that we saw on tour, we're seeing a sort of a reinvigoration, if I get it right, from him. He's like a new guy. There's some new energy there with him. He's got some new confidence. He also looks like he's having fun, Emma, and you've been buzzing around the site a bit. And that good energy, sometimes that shows in your surfing in the water too.
Yeah, definitely. I've been buzzing around everywhere, and there really is just good vibes everywhere. And, you know, these heats are so important, but you can just feel like when you get down to the beach and the waves are like this, everyone's actually so excited to surf. and just so many airs. I mean, at one point when I heard someone else got an air, it was almost like, oh no, not again, you know, just kept topping up each other. Yeah, it was exciting.
Yeah, got the crowd involved, didn't it? Let's get into our top 5 moments of the day. One thing we love on the Corona Zero Post Show, it's a buzzer beater. We also enjoy watching Morgan Siblick first. He's up first with our moment number 5, and Siblick was struggling in this one, Greg. He was a little way back. He needed to get something going.
He did.
He got it going right here.
He was, and he went to his strengths, the power surfing, and just put a combo in right at the dying seconds of the heat, and just beautiful point break type surfing on this wave, and just ripped through it. And comfortably got the buzzer beater and got through the heat.
Yeah, a bit of experience showing through there. Backed himself. Here's our defending champ, Bronte McCauley. And that can go a couple of ways. Can have pressure on you. You spoke to her after this heat, Emma. She looked great out there.
Yeah, and she's actually riding the same board she won the event on last year. So I think it's her magic board. I said to her, I think she was the queen of Ballito last year and looking the same way this year.
Sammy Pooper, we had him in the studio. Great insights from him. He was even better out in the water, Greg.
Yeah, Sammy, look at that aerial maneuver, and he said he premeditated the heat. He knew he's the best aerialist in his mind in the heat, so he's going to make sure he does aerials better than the rest, and playing to his favour.
Yeah, well, this was incredible surfing from Jackson Bunch, who just put massive numbers up here as well. And he just looked relentless, and you know, there's a lot of big names in the draw. And we talk about some of those experienced surfers, those warriors of the Championship Tour. This guy, he's deadly.
Absolutely deadly. I mean, the speed he gets, the projection off the turns, and then, of course, his air game is just on another level.
Yeah, a bunch of airs going down. I think this one was the one that sort of lit the touch paper, wasn't it? Joel Vaughan punted this, and from here, things just fired right up.
Oh, and we saw Edgard as well, just absolutely hammering. He had a couple that were incomplete, but then that one felt good.
O'Hara as well, just showing he's still got plenty in the tank. He enjoys his surfing as well. And Bunch just looked so good out there. And that was a slow heat. It was a tough one to call. There's nothing going on. It fired right up with this. And he's an entertainer. He mentioned the familiarity with that trade wind. He surfs at home all the time. There's Gouveia. We talked about the rejuvenation from him. It's great to see him with a load of spark. That is a massive pop from him. Huge stuff. He's stoked not to have parked it on top of our water photographer's head, which is pretty cool. We've had a bit more of a chance to look at surfers. Who are we fancying now? Any tweaks, any changes to our favourites for the win? Any updates?
Now we're on the spot. Well, I just think I think we've, I don't want to say this wrong, trimmed the fat. Anyone that's not on form is out the contest. I think pretty much everyone that's got through today is like, they're on another level. They're moving towards that final pinnacle of the win. And they're pretty much all in there to go for it. They're all looking great, all the surfers remaining in the event.
Should we take a look at our final bracket and see exactly where we are and how we're setting things up? Okay, do you know what? We're going to go and check out our Surfline forecast and see what's in store as we head towards the pointy end of competition. We said we were going to save the best for last. We're still pretty confident about doing that. And we think this swell's going to fill in, be a bit thicker and nice and clean as well. A little bit of a jump up in terms of height. This is what we're looking at.
Yeah, so we've still got all that those systems moving down the south, and they are pushing up into the KZN region. So we're going to see swell from tomorrow filling in. We have heard from down the coast that it is starting to fill in already. So we're going to see stronger waves. And I think what we're going to see is a bigger version of what we have seen over the last couple of days, which will be great. Punchy surf. But if we can see surf getting into that 5-foot range, 4 to 5 foot, maybe the odd 6 foot with those heavy sections, I think we're going to see some entertainment and some massive surfing with big turns, huge airs, and it's going to be entertaining.
Love that kind of talk from Greg Amsley. We are hopeful surf's getting a pick up. We know performances are going to be incredible, and we're really looking forward to maybe wrapping up. We've got the weekend, we've got Monday as well, so we've still got 3 days to play with. We've got plenty of heats left to run, but I think we can afford to pick the very best out of things, which leaves us really to talk about tomorrow. 7 o'clock call for a 7:30 start. Thanks for tuning in to the Corona Zero Post Show. WorldSurfLeague.com. We'll see you there tomorrow. For now, it's time to say cheers.
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 This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.